के गर्नुपर्ने थियो मैले बिर्सेँ कन्ट्रोल सी कन्ट्रोल बी
केमा हेर्ने हो रिवार्डमा कि मोरमा गएर क्रिएटर प्रोग्राम ओके 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 मैले एप्लाई हानिसकेको हो त
हानेको भए आउँछ नि राजा नाथ्यौ न कसको आवाज सुनाइरा तैँले मलाई
ए बीजीएमएस चलिरहेको रहेछ नि त मेरो फोनमा
मैले आज नयाँ रिवार्ड हालिदिएको छु यार केटाहरूको लागि
होइन मैले चाहिँ भएन कि कसरी हो
अहिले पछि गरौँला क्या अब
फ्रेस रुम मोरमा गयो पार्टनर सक्सेसफुल लेभल अप क्रिएटर प्रोग्राममै गयो
लभ यु टु यार जाइरो के हेर्ने त यार केटा हो मसँग क्लिन फिड कहाँ छ क्लिन फिडको चाहियो हात त फेरि क्लिन फिड सुरु भयो क्लिन फिडमा सुरु हुँदै रहेछ ल त्यहाँ मैले त्यो दिन इन्स्टा के बोल्छ हेलो हेलो दाइ गेमिङ इयरफोन पनि हाल्नु न अरे म हाल्छु नाथ्यौ न के हेर्ने अमन भाइको हन हेर्ने हो यसपालि यिनीहरूको लाइनअपै थाहा छैन यार को हो लाइनअपबाट बस्ने नै फिक्स छैन कि के हो अमन भाइ बसौला र
खै
नेपाल ओन्ली हो नेपाल ओन्ली
निन्जा टप 5 भनौँ त
के टप 5
त्यो यिनीहरूको अहिले
के अहिलेको
सर्भाइभलको
अहिले टिमहरू हेरौँ टिम लिस्ट हेरौँ अनि भनौँला नि
त्यो त म भनिदिइहाल्छु नि
युएलएफ हो नङसिम हो
अनि
अरू को छ
फ्युरियन जाला र टाइममा गोड टपनेस 71 वाइजी फुल्स यो अरिना बिर्सेको हो मैले
पुरिया जान्छ ए गोट अनि अरू को छ कस्तो ल्याग जस्तो देखिने यार यो हो किकमा पनि हो नोफियर भाइको गेम डे 2 त राम्रो खेल्यो केटा डे 2 त धेरै राम्रो खेल्यो डे 1 स्काईले क्यारी गर्यो डे 2 नोफियर भाइले क्यारी गर्यो हनाइमा चाहिँ आइजिएल को रोटेसनहरु त राम्रो थियो अन पोइन्ट थियो A7 घर जान्छ अरे खै भन्न सकिन्न यार इन्डियन टिम 2 मा 2 क्वालिफाई भएको छ नि यो पाली डब्ल्युसी मा जे पनि हुन सक्छ यार अनप्रेडिक्टेबल एजी पनि छ त केटा हो एजी लाई बिर्से के एजी पुगेको छैन नि हैन एजी पनि छ त चाइनिज टिम एउटा त हालै नि ओए ल यहाँ देखि एकैचोटि थियो क्या M4 अग अहिलेको खेलाडीहरूले चाहिँ अग हान्दा रहेछन् धेरै अग रुचाउँदो रहेछ अब आफू त मैले खेल्दा त M4 थियो केटा सबै कुरा के छ यार रेबल जोड्स के हनाइ हो त्यस्तो फ्याट ओइ हो कि क्या हो
रिवार्डको लागि के गर्नुपर्छ निन्जा
स्क्रिन सेक चाहिँ छ है के रे प्रकाश
एउटा यताको प्यानिक
रिवार्डको लागि के छ
के को रिवार्ड
वाइल यु डु नट करेक्टली मेट द रिक्वायरमेन्ट भनेर मिलाएको रहेछ नि त मलाई
रिवार्ड त्यो आवर्स वाच पुग्नु पर्छ क्या तेरो
ए अहिले अहिले स्ट्रिम सकेपछि
3.5 के छ आज 5k बनाउनु पर्यो बन्दैन हो तिम्रो रनमती तिम्रो आज 0 मा झर्छ होला हौ
माथि झर्छ के
पगसको कति कति पोइन्ट छ किकमा लेख्नुमै
यो नको त
बिग फ्यान ओए प्रकाश तेरो बिग फ्यान आयो यार प्रत्युष भन्ने
प्रत्युष भाइ होला नि त अनि
लभली है प्रकाशको नि बिग फ्यान के हेर्ने त यार हामी हिजो त किकमा मात्र गरेको थियौँ जे पनि हेर्न मिल्थ्यो ए के हो यो स्टन्ट हो कि के हो यो अहिले त हामी काम त चेन्ज भएछ त म चाहिँ फाइनल्स डे 1 र डे 2 हेर्न जाने भएँ है सर हो र जर्सी त अनि कहिले लिन्छौ त यार
केटा हिजो हिजो मैले भनेको बिर्स्यौ क्या हो तिमीहरूले किकमा धेरै पोइन्ट पाउनु छ भने चाहिँ च्याटमा एकदम एक्टिभ हुनुपर्छ स्प्याम हान्न राख्नुपर्छ
होइन रहेछ
मैले स्क्रिनसट पठाएँ भने
ए
त्यतिकै खोलेर छोड्यो भने पोइन्ट मात्रै आउँदैन के
कति आयो हिजो माल पानी हिजो
Because I'll be honest, I think the signal might be a
कुन हो हिजोको यो यति आयो ओए फुरिया भर्सेस हो र रे नि त
कतिखेर सेकेछन् केटाहरूले तर वाउमा त खायो होला नि है केटाहरूले
आमा खान्छन् फुरियालाई त सेक्सन होला नि तर यसले त एल्किनहरूले सेकेको हानु होला हाल्यो होला त ल्यान्ड हेर्न त प्रेडिक्सन ल्यान्ड हेर्न यो त प्रेडिक्सन गेम 100% मिल्छ होला त अरे छोडिन 5 मिनेटको प्रेडिक्सन छोडिन ल्यान्ड हेर्न जानेले हाम्रोमा मात्रै प्रेडिक्सन गर्दै बस्नु त कस्तो कुरा गरेको यार छ्या
ल्यान्ड हेर्न जाने प्रेडिक्सन चाहिँ कसरी मिलाउँछ हौ केटा हामी त प्लेन पाथ आउन साथ बन्द गरिदिन्छौँ प्लेनमा 5 मिनेट दिँदै त हो नि
अति छ यार केटाहरू के भन्छन् यार
के केटाहरूले भोलिको गेमको आज प्रेडिक्सन सबै हाल्नु
होरले हरिफ खाएको छ अरे हो 2-3 वटा खेल होला यिनीहरूले जुनमा खतरा हानेको छ त्यही हाल्छ क्या खै ग्यास नयाँमै सेके खाइयो त हौ हामीले त
Watch out!
को बाँकी हो फेयर बाँकी हो क्या के हो हातै खुल्दैन त हाम्रो त गेम सुरु हुने बेला प्रेडिक्सन सुरु गर्छ अहिले चाहिँ के को प्रेडिक्सन गर्छौ रनमती 3-0 सेकिसक्यो त हौ अर्को त्यो अब आफ्नो अर्कमा आफ्नो हुन्छ मैले कतिमा 60-40 पनि हुन्छ 60-40 नै हुन्छ कुनैमा अर्कले 60 प्लेयरले 14 राख्छ अब कुनैमा अर्कले 40 प्लेयरले 16 राख्छ आफ्नो हेरेर हुन्छ
ओइ हाम्रो केटाले त हानेकै छैन त यार
प्राइज पुल अर्क र प्लेयरको स्प्लिट भनेको चाहिँ सबैको डिफ्रेन्ट हुन्छ के हो धोबी हान त रनमती ओए
त्यही त भन्दैछु केटाहरुले त हाने केही छैन त
यिनीहरूले खेल्ने वाउ हो जस्तो छ का यतिको त ओजीले पनि खाएको थिएन यार नङसिकसँग
ओइ
कति फिङ्गर हो 4 फिङ्गर
फो होला
को हो
Watch out!
कोले पनि सक्दो रहेछ धोबी हान हो रनमतीको छोरो हेर्नै मन लागेन हौ
बाँदर जहिले कहाँ कहाँ चढेको
त्यो संस्कार त्यो उयो नगरेको भएर मल्टी स्ट्रिम नगरेको भएर मल्टी स्ट्रिम गरेको भए ठ्याक्कै आधी दिन्थ्यो 26 दिन्थ्यो कति घन्टा गरे 6 घन्टा गरे जस्तो लाग्यो घन्टाको 9 दियो जस्तो छ के छ यार मुरली दाइ
Watch out! Watch out!
यो चाहिँ जित्छ कि
Watch out!
डुरो भने के रहेछ भन्ने ठुक्का मुजी कसले जित्यो हिजो फ्री फायरमा अरे हो रले कन्फिडेन्स बढाइदिनलाई खेले होला कि केटा कहिलेको गेम रहेछ 8-8 8-8 भनेको हिजो 9 अस्ति 8 राति खेला रहेछ भने चाहिँ अस्ति क्वालिफाई भएको राति हो कि के हो यो उनीहरूको कन्फिडेन्स बढाइदिनु हो जस्तो छ केटा त्यस्तै लाग्यो है कस्तो नसक्या होला सकिहाल्छ नि हौ छोडेको हौ आज ए फ्युरियर के खायो चिलमा हेर्ने हो जसले हान्ने हानोस् फाइनल कताबाट खेल्ने एराङ्गल अझै ठिक छैन होला हौ अझै 6वटा टिम आउने बाँकी छ अनि स्कुल अपार्टमेन्ट खेल्नु हुन्छ स्कुल अपार्टमेन्टबाट गडेल खेल्छ होला गडेललाई न स्कुल अपार्टमेन्ट खेल हामीलाई लाकअप दे भन्न नि मिलो अब याजनायाबाट के कोरे क्लास खेल्छ अब आफ्नो ड्रप छोडिहाल्यो अब त्यही भएर ऊ हेर त मलाई त के क्वेसन सोध्न थाले यार केटा हो हेर त क्वेसन ओइ प्रकाश हेर त क्वेसन है म क्वेसन देखेर मलाई अप्ठ्यारो लाग्यो यार एन्सर दिने अफकोर्स म्यान गोजेटा केटा युट्युबमा लाइक चाहिँ हानेर जाऊ है रनमती क्लिक यसमा त ठुलो छ मिल्न त मिल्छ तर क्लासले कम्प्रोमाइज गर्दैन उनीहरू फाइटै लिने भन्छ सेयर नगर्ने भन्छ फाइटमा सक्दैन हामीले ड्रप फाइट क्लाससँग
Watch out!
भनेपछि ड्रप फाइट आउँछ कि ड्रप चेन्ज रे हैन यिनीहरू डम हुन् कि प्रकाश के हो PMGO मा हामीले ड्रप छोडेको हैन
हो अब अरु छोडौँ न
सक्को त हामीले ड्रप छोड्नु कुन छ ठुलो कुरा अरे मान्नेले ड्रप छोडिसक्यो रनमती हामी त कुनै हो र मैनुअल से आई डोंट थिंक भाई मुझे नहीं लगता अब होगा भाई अब इंडियन टीम आ चुकी है अब मुश्किल है अब नेपाली टीम को सिर्फ नेपाली टीम को नहीं अब सबको मुश्किल है भाई इंडियन टीम की वजह से इस बार दो टीम है इंडिया से सबको मुश्किल है इस बार अति दिए है रनमती मन बनाउन नलिक है केटा कति सेकेको रनमती हेर्ने झ्याउला हो 3 मिनट नकी को ब्लग हेर्नुपर्छ कि हाम्रो केटाहरुले देखा
मैले हेरिसक्यो अरु के हेरौँ न
के हेर्ने त अरु के त आउँदैन मेरोमा पबजी भनेर सर्च गर्नुपर्छ हैन आउँछ पबजी यस्ता आउँछन् ओ रोजोजी बाजिरहेको छ है दुईजना गेम प्लेको लाइभ गेम प्लेको मैले वाच पार्टी रन गरेको छ
बम चाहिँ आउँछ
यसो भयो होरको ड्रप के हुन्छ त रे जहाँ खाली छ त्यही जाने हो सेल्टर जान्छन् कि फेरि युएलएफ पनि छ
तिमीलाई त हाने हैन
धाने कस्तो बम खाता नि
मन्थको एन्डमा किको पोइन्ट रिसेट हुन्छ हो रे हुँदैन होला मलाई थाहा छैन एकचोटी उयोलाई सोध न
कस्तो बम खाए
खान्छ भने
मलाई थाहा
फर्स्ट टाइम सबको फर्स्ट टाइम हो किकमा त्यही भएर गाह्रो छ
वो टीम है टीम बाबा ई स्पोर्ट एंड टीम बाबा ई स्पोर्ट से अब रिवाइव शायद नहीं हो सकता आखिर
हजुर मसँग डिस्काउन्टमा बोल्ने प्रकाश
सारी एलिमिनेशंस
युएलएफ स्कुल आउँछ हो रे युएलएफ स्कुल आउँछ तर स्कुलमा कोही टिम छ भने उनीहरु सेल्टर जान्छन्
लेकिन ग्रेनेड कौन से डिस्टेंस
उनीहरु त्यस्तो ढिट छैनन्
क्या है उन्होंने और फिर वो एलिमिनेशन अपने नाम दर्ज किया है शायद आप देख ही चुके हो आगे चलकर यहाँ
मेरो सैलरी छैन यार
क्योंकि दूर से टीम टीजी
महीनाको
के कंपाउंड्स के ऊपर यहाँ पर प्रेशर डाला जाएगा टीम मिडिल स्पोर्ट की तरफ से एंड
चार डिजिट हो
वो कोशिश करते रहेंगी अमान पकड़े जाएंगे टी2 के स्पोर्ट
खै त हेटे ब्लग आएन त दादा कहिले हो तपाईको मलाई के थाहा त यार गोर्खा हो कि हटेले ब्लग किन हाल्दैन
डुल्दै होला नि यार छोड्देऊ न केटा हो हालिहाल्छ नि मिलेसी
सब मलाई कसरी थाहा हुन्छ यार कस्तो साइकिल
सोच सकते हैं टीजीबी वो भी यहाँ पर बीच में पहुंच सकती हैं एएसएल हिडन लेवल
केटाहरुको इन्स्टामा मेसेज गर
और
न
तीनों में से किसी एक को ही ये चिकन डिनर
मेसेज रिप्लाई दिएर भने फर्स्टमा मेसेज डिलिट गर म फ्रान्समा हो ब्रो आई वान्ट टु मिट यु एन्ड टेक यु आउट भनेर मेसेज गर रिप्लाई दिन्छ अनि त्यो डिलिट गर अनि आफ्नो क्वेशन सोध
वो यहाँ पर नया नॉक निकालेंगे
म घुमाउन चाहन्छु ब्रो तिमीलाई पेरिस भन रिप्लाई दिन्छ अनि आफ्नो क्वेशन सोध त्यसपछि
हासिल की गई और देन ऑन स्काई डोमिनेटर बन चुके हैं अब तक उसी ग्रेनेड से उन्होंने एलिमिनेशन को कन्वर्ट किया है हिडन लेफ स्पोर्ट्स से रूल्स वो समझ चुके हैं सामने गाड़ी
नजानी फ्रान्स ब्रो म जान्न
बहुत चुकी है एंड टीम टीजीबी को अगर रोकना है तो खुद को छुपाए रखने पड़ेंगे टीजीबी
आज कसलाई हेट वाच आज लभ वाच ए7 लाई यस्तो सपोर्ट गर्छु नि म
लेकिन रूल्स वो किसी के हाथ ना लगेंगे वो बस यहाँ पर छुपे हुए रहेंगे लेकिन उन्हें एलिमिनेट करने के
ए7 लाई सपोर्ट हो फुल सपोर्ट हो ए7 लाई आज मैले मात्र हैन तिमीहरुले पनि सपोर्ट गर्नुपर्छ केटा हो तिमीहरुले सपोर्ट गरेको टिम 100 गार्ड हुन्छ हो
पर आ चुकी हैं टीम हिडन लेफ स्पोर्ट्स है यस एंड प्रेशियस ने एलिमिनेशन सिक्योर किया है एएसएल अभी शायद
हो र दाइ जानु हुन्छ कि नै पेरिस पुरा जान्छ घुम्न जान्छ बुढीसँग
एंड 1.5 मिनट और बाकी यहाँ पर रह सकती हैं नहीं शायद 2
PMC कहिले हो 22-23
लेकिन बात यह है कि टीम
PMC नेपाल 22-23 PMNC साउथ एसिया चाहिँ त्यसकै ठ्याक्कै एक हप्ता होला
उन्हें जोन भी कंटिन्यू करना है लेकिन
के हो यो कास्टर त रणमती म जतिको जोश छैन हौ
सामने से गेट को हटाना
सुत्यो होला नि पुरै निन्द्रामा झ्याप भए जस्तो हुन्छ नि
ल ये लाएर बस्यो रणमती
could be the difference between moving forward and going home. Today, every decision matters.
फाइनलमै थाहा हुन्छ उरी
The strongest will survive.
फाइनलमा गराउँछ होला मिल्ने नै नाच्यो न हामीले टेन्सन लिनु पर्ने कुरा हो र डाइरेक्ट सेलेक्ट हो पिएमएनसी साउथ एसियामा रे हो र स्पोर्ट्स चाहिँ पिएमएनसी साउथ एसिया खेल्दैन हो र चाहिँ सिधै पिएमजिओ साउथ एसिया खेल्छ जहाँ चाहिँ यो पिएमएनसी साउथ एसियाबाट क्वालिफाई भएर 3टा टिम जाने हो अलरेडी माथि पर्खिरहेको हुन्छ हो र स्पोर्ट्स चाहिँ अरू टिमको लागि अब क्वेसन चाहिँ के छ भने हाम्रो ड्रप यास नयाँमा त छँदैछ फ्ल्यास अब अपार्टमेन्टमा अरू होला स्कुलमा अरू जहाँ खाली छ त्यहीँ जाने हामीले हाम्रो ड्रप छोडिसकेपछि अब त्यस्तै हो अब जहाँ खाली छ त्यहीँ जाने हुन्छ त्यही भएर अहिलेलाई ड्रप फिक्स हुँदैन किनकि अहिलेलाई हामी बाहेक 9वटा टिम मात्र फाइनलमा अलरेडी छन् यहाँबाट 6वटा टिम आउँछ जब 15वटा टिम थाहा हुन्छ को कहाँ कहाँ झर्छ त्यसपछि हामीले चुज गर्न मिल्छ कि हामी यहाँ झर्छौँ भनेर थाहा हुन्छ हामीलाई पनि त्यसैले यो क्वेसन अहिले नसोधौँ क्या फाइनल्सभन्दा एक दिन अगाडि सोधौँ न फाइनल्सभन्दा एक दिन अगाडि म बिजिएमएस लाइभ गर्छु त कि हुँदैन बिजिएमएस लाइभ प्रकाश त्यतिखेर
बिजिएमएस सधैँ हो कि एक दिन नै ग्याप छैन फाइनल अगाडि मात्रै होला ग्याप
बुझ्यौ अहिलेलाई नसोधौँ 2 दिनपछि सोधौँ न यो क्वेसन अहिलेलाई पहिला फिक्स होस् न अहिले 6वटा टिम आउने बाँकी छ त्यही भएर फिक्सै छैन क्या ड्रप कोचिङ खिचेर 2टा टिम झर्छु भनेर बिटी हानेछ फाइनलमा आइडिए र निकमा यिनीहरू जुध्यो भने अरूलाई फाइदा हुन्छ कसले हान्ला त आज अल्फा 7 यार जोड्स बिजिएमएस सधैँ हेर्नुपर्छ अब दाइ हेर्ने हो के कामै छैन रनमती किक एप आइफोनमा कसरी डाउनलोड गर्छ अरे एप स्टोरमा जाने अनि किक लेख्ने यो म्याक्सम्यान मोटाएछ है धेरै पैसा कमाएर होला यार सूर्य भोलि आउँछ भोलि साजन अब कति बज्यो अहिले 4:18 अब 20 मिनट 25 मिनट छ होला प्रेडिक्सन गेम खेल्न किकमा जानुपर्छ तिमी जुट्स दा कान्तिपुरको हिजोको भिडियो हेर्नुभयो अरे कान्तिपुरको के हालेछ कान्तिपुरले यहाँ आउँदैन कान्तिपुरको प्रकाश
केमा
कान्तिपुरले हिजो हालेको भिडियो समाचार मलाई उयो गर्छ हो प्रकाश
त्यस्तै लाग्यो
हान्छ
मिल्दैन होला हौ यहाँ
यो हेर्न मिल्दैन यो
फ्रान्सको पेरिसमा जारी विश्वकपको समूह बी अन्तर्गत भएको प्रतिस्पर्धामा उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन गर्दै फाइनलमा आफ्नो नाम लेखाउन सफल भएको हो विश्वका चर्चित र बलिया टोलीहरू समावेश 16 टोली बीचको समूह बी को भिडन्त निकै प्रतिस्पर्धात्मक बनेको थियो कुल 12 म्याचको समाप्तिपछि होर स्पोर्ट्सले 98 अङ्क जोड्दै तालिकाको चौथो स्थान हासिल गर्यो र ग्रान्ड फाइनलका लागि सिधै छनौट भयो यस समूहमा इन्डोनेसियाको टिम भिटालिटी 148 अङ्कका साथ पहिलो टर्कीको आइडिए स्पोर्ट्स 108 अङ्क सहित दोस्रो र भारतको गडलाइक स्पोर्ट 105 अङ्कका साथ तेस्रो स्थानमा रहे होर स्पोर्ट्सले पूर्व विश्व च्याम्पियन टर्कीको S2G स्पोर्ट्स र थाइल्यान्डको एरिना जस्ता टोलीहरूलाई पछि पार्दै आफूलाई चौथो स्थानमा उभ्याएको हो होरा स्पोर्ट्सको यो सफलतामा टोलीका 5 जना खेलाडीको भूमिका उत्तिकै महत्त्वपूर्ण छ टोलीमा सुरज लामा नोफियर आकाश सोताङ राई स्काई हो र शीतल राई स्लिपी हो र प्रवेश गुरुङ हैट दामी रहेका छन्
ए म पनि रहछु को छुटो नो फियर स्काई स्लिपी ला जिगल छुटेछ म छुटे भनेर रिसाएको कि रनमती उगेन लामा रे उगेन छोपेल लामा हो नि त यार मेरो बाउ रिसाउँछ यार यिनीहरूसँग ला जिगल यार
खेलाडीहरूले समूह चरणको खेलमा देखाएको उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शनले नै टोलीलाई कठिन समूहबाट पनि सिधै ग्रान्ड फाइनलको यात्रा तय गराएको हो अब होरा स्पोर्ट्सको अन्तिम र मुख्य परीक्षा पेरिसमा फाइनलको मञ्चमा हुनेछ ग्रान्ड फाइनलका खेलहरू अगस्त 14 देखि 16 सम्म पेरिस स्थित पेरिस एक्सपो पोर्ट दी वर्सियामा
मेन खेलाडीको नाम छैन
प्रतियोगिताको पुरस्कार राशि पनि निकै आकर्षक छ कुल 30,25,000
आकाश तामाङ रे ओइ हो र आकाश तामाङ छ त हौ प्रकाश
आकाश तामाङ नयाँ नाम है केटा अब्बाट
को रहेछ आकाश तामाङ
30,25,000 अमेरिकी डलरको पुरस्कार रहेको यस विश्वकपमा च्याम्पियन बन्ने टोलीले 5 लाख अमेरिकी डलर पुरस्कार प्राप्त गर्नेछ फाइनल पुगेको होरो स्पोर्ट्सले अहिलेको अवस्थामा घर फर्किए पनि करिब 90 लाख नेपाली रुपियाँ बराबरको रकम जितिसकेको छ। नेपाली स्पोर्ट्स प्रेमीहरूको आशा बोकेको होरो स्पोर्ट्स अब विश्व च्याम्पियन बन्ने लक्ष्यका साथ फाइनलमा उत्रने तयारीमा जुटेको छ। पेरिसको यो फाइनल नेपाली खेलकुदको लागि पनि एउटा विशेष अवसर हुनेछ, जहाँ नेपाली खेलाडीहरूले विश्वभरसँग प्रतिस्पर्धा गर्दै नेपालको झण्डा फहर्याउने प्रयास गर्नेछन्। कान्तिपुर समाचारका लागि
तर आइजिएल को नामै छैन है रनमती। लाइक चाहिँ गरौँ है, स्ट्रिममा नयाँ आउनु भएको छ। तामाङ भाषा आउँछ किनभने हामी तामाङै बोल्दैन। हाम्रो यपरले योल्मो बोल्छ अनि हाम्रो यो खोइ आमाहरू तामाङ भयो नि तामाङ भाषा बोल्दैन, उनीहरू नि योल्मै बोल्छ खोइ। आमाहरूले चाहिँ बोल्नुपर्ने हो।
of all time here at PMWC. So that does it for the STC Rewind. You don't want to miss it.
कस्तो सेतो चिया हो रे, यो गाउँको दुधको हो क्या, गाउँको दुधबाट दुध हो अनि खुवाइसकेको छ।
First, a little recap on the last might have the strongest survival stage lobby in PUBG Mobile of all time here at PMWC. So that does it for the STC Rewind. You don't want to miss it.
As week 5 comes to a close and we prepare to dive in
रनमतीको छोरो कहाँ अर्केमा पर्खे बस्दै रहेछ हौ।
for Optic Gaming. But as we prepare to dive into week 6, it's time to talk about what we've got going on our stage, because today
कुन तामाङ हो तपाई? मेरो आमा चाहिँ दोङ हो, बुवा त लामा हो नि।
storylines we're going to be focusing on, it's all about AGAL.
यो ट्रोफी त कहाँ देखे जस्तो लाग्यो यार, हल्का मिलेको छ यार।
On this team's shoulders to get some more points on the board for the AGAL club.
नयाँ घर कुन ठाउँतिर? नयाँ घर कसको? आमाको कि बाउको? आमाको यता बौद्ध नयाँ बस्ती हो, बाउको चाहिँ जोरपाटी यता माथिपट्टि आरुबारी भन्दा माथि गोकर्ण साइड।
all of them. It could be a massive week for AGAL if they're able to push through this survival stage and make it through to our PUBG Mobile finals. Of course, we still have so many days of competition left, and as things progress throughout all of our competitions, we'll make sure to keep you updated with all of them.
Miss you too यार रबिन भाइ। डिस्कर्ड आइछ नि डिस्कर्ड।
इको लिएर आउँछ हो रबिन।
एफपीएल खेलायो भने चाहिँ अनि एफपीएल रिवार्ड चाहिँ के राख्ने त प्रकाश? अनि मसँग त पैसा छैन फेरि, मलाई त के फाइदा हुन्छ र एफपीएल खेलाएर नि फेरि? कि इन्ट्री फी लिने हो?
इन्ट्री फी तिरेर क्वेशन हालौँ न त्यहाँ किकमा।
लाओ किकमा छुट्टा छुट्टै बस्ने हो अमिबारे। यार मेरो हेरेनौ तिमीले? ल पडकास्ट हेरेको छैन मेरो यो? के हो यार तिमी रनमती? रनमती यो हेरेको छैनौ तिमीले? 1 घण्टा 11 मिनेट म के बोले जस्तो लाग्यो? हैन होला हौ पाले। ठीक छ यार प्रवीण जोड्स, आज नै हेर्न आइदिएको अति छ है। सब ठीक छ यार आदेश भाइ, तिम्रो के छ? कति पछि देख्दैछु त तिमीलाई? मैले तिम्रो च्याट नपढे हो। मिस्टर हिजोवाला पोडकास्ट मैले त्यहाँ भनेको छु त। मेरो आम्बो म कतिमा 5-6 मा पढ्दै छुट्या हो का। हिजो फ्री फायर होराले जित्यो। एफपीएल जित्नेलाई युके टुर सबलाई के खाने अनि मै जित्छु अन्तिममा, अनि आफै जानु पर्ला। ओइ हो र, अब होरा स्पोर्ट्सले डब्लुसी जितेपछि ठिक हुन्छ होला जोसमै। अनि अहिले आफू एक्लै होइन, म आमाकोमा हो। तर आमा छैन, आमा युएसमा हो। आमाको घरमा चाहिँ हो।
But this time around we've got the survival stage, day number 1 here, as they look to try and compete to get those top spots and to get through into that final. So first questions first.
त्यसको लागि त कोच छदै छ नि सुजित।
On in the group stage and now applying that here to the survival stage, right? How did you see the competition as a whole, and has there been any kind of talks about adaptations that you want to make?
सट्टा खेल्दै गरौँ न रे, के को बारेमा खेल्छ हो सट्टा?
On group stage we made like many mistakes about like execution. So that was our problem. I think
Plus-
we fixed it. I hope so. So now we are ready for survival stage, and to be honest, I like to play like things like that because it's our last chance for many things, and maybe they have some pressure. So I'm ready for everything, and let's make it.
Do you think that your team thrives under pressure better compared to some of the other teams?
I think so because like it's around like 5 or 6 years on global stages. Like we play, I think PMWC last chance one time. So I think we know how to play it. So let's try our best. Let's do everything is needed to qualify.
I like that. That's good perspective. So when you think bigger picture here for a moment as well, does it feel to you like the rest of the world caught up with Alpha 7 as opposed to Alpha 7 slipping a little bit? Because the competition in PUBG Mobile right now seems extremely fierce. It feels very, very powerful at the moment. So what's your perspective on that?
I think like the scene right now about PUBG is like everyone wants to fight. They don't want to hide. They don't want to keep like get position points. They prefer to kill. And I think we need to do that. We need to find kills. We need to find things to fight. Because like if you get like, I don't know, like 15 kills and like 8th place, you are good because you did like a win and like 5 kills or something like that. Sorry, yeah.
चिया हो चिया कफी खाँदैनौ
I guess for this survival stage in particular, it feels
कति क्वेसन सोधेको रणमतीको छोराले
this seems like the most powerful lobby in a survival stage ever. Is that fair to say? Do you think that that's true? And are you concerned about the survival stage or any of the teams in particular in the survival stage?
I think it's true, but like as I said, like many teams gonna feel the pressure because of like our last chance or something like that, and they're gonna think about it. And I don't think we have that pressure, but we're gonna try our best. I don't know what's gonna happen because like PUBG is not like 100% like sure what we're gonna do. Everything can happen, so we're gonna try our best, like I said.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Revo.
तिमीले बुझ्यौ इङ्ग्लिस कि म बुझाम
यसलाई मात्र इङ्ग्लिस आउने हो लिनको टिममा
यसलाई मात्र आउने होला तपाईँको जब छैन जब अब निस्किने WC पछि तिमीले बुझ्यौ कि मैले बुझाम फर्स्टमा के क्वेसन सोधौ भन्दा तिमीहरूको ग्रुप स्टेज किन बिग्रियो भनेको ग्रुप स्टेजमा एउटा खत्रै टिम थियो हामीले प्यान पनि खायौँ उनीहरूसँग भिड्न खोज्दा त्यही भएर हामीले हल्का सकेनौँ भन्यो होइन तिमीहरू प्रेसरमा खतरा खेल्छौ किन यस्तो खेलेको भन्दा प्रेसरमा त खत्रै खेल्छौँ तर यतिको प्रेसर चाहिँ कहिले फिल भएको थिएन हामीलाई अडियन्सबाट पनि उता होरो स्पोर्ट्सको सपोर्ट पनि त्यस्तै थियो हामीलाई डरले खेल्न सकेनौँ भन्यो होइन तिमीहरूले सर्भाइभल स्टेज चाहिँ खेल्न सक्छौ भन्यो अनि सर्भाइभल स्टेज चाहिँ खेल्न सक्छौँ हामीले अफकोर्स हामी जिसी च्याम्पियन हो अब हाम्रो अपोनेन्टमा हाम्रो हुन्छ नि खतरा अपोनेन्ट पनि छैन ढुक्क सक्छौँ भन्यो अनि फाइनल्समा चाहिँ के छ फाइनल्स पुग्न चाहिँ हल्का डर लागिरहेको छ भनौँ त्यसले त्यति भनौँ त्यसले केही पनि भनेन साँच्ची हो हौ तचुप मुजी आशिष रणमती यो आशिष भन्ने त नामै मन पर्दैन हौ मलाई एकजना मेरो पैसा खाएर भागेछ हौ कसलाई हेट वाच हो आज अरे हेट वाच होइन लभ वाच हो उनीहरूलाई हामीले भेटेकोमा त देखाए यार रणमती
अरे दाइ
को जान्छ होला यहाँबाट थाहा छैन हौ मैले थोरै भन्न सक्छु 6वटा टिम जाने हो अब भन्नुपर्दाखेरि एनएस जाला युएलएफ जाला को थियो नाम पनि बिर्सिसक्यो एनएस जाला युएलएफ जाला के थियो अरे टिमहरू नै ठ्याक्कै थाहा भएन क्या फ्युरिया एनएस फ्युरिया इए वुल्फ गोट यिनीहरू हो राम्रो टिम अरू त खासै छैन तपाईँ किन मलाई नलगेको क्या बुढा थोकी कति सोध्छौ यार मुजी आज त डे 5 हो त यार यो टुर्नामेन्ट सुरु भएको रनमती A7 छ त लाइनमा अरे होइन हाम्रो केटाहरूले रोक्छु भनेछ हौ फाइनल हेर्न जाने कोही छ मेरो च्याटमा अहिले फाइनल हेर्न जाने केटा हो कति यिनीहरूको स्ट्याट्स देखाएको नो वान त्यही त कोही छैन जस्तो लाग्यो यार यहाँ नारायणटार चोकमा बसेर यो राज भन्नेले यार मछु लेख्दैछ यार यो दुईजना रवि र राजले होरा क्याफेमा हेर्ने हो तिमीहरू थ्याट ओए होरा क्याफेमा हेर्नुभन्दा त रनमती खाना मगाएर घरमा बसेर मसँगै हेर हौ स्ट्रिममा थ्याट तपाईँ पनौती भएर होराले ट्रफी नजिक अब निस्किने ओपनिङ सेरेमनी रे नि त आज त ओपनिङ सेरेमनी नि रहेछ त
फेरि नयाँ वाकिन गर्ने होला नि
ए त्यही हो ओपनिङ सेरेमनी आज नि डान्स होला हौ म जान्थेँ दाइ तर भैँसी PMG सिजन 2 मा पाकिस्तानबाट 2टा टिम इन्भाइट हुन्छ दाइ रे त्यो आएको छैन केही पनि थाहा छैन अनस्पाइटीले भिडियो हाल्छ अनि सँगै हेरौँला नि काम के छ र गेम स्टार्ट भएको छैन निन्जा दोस्त रे छैन तपाईँ भर्खर आउनु भएछ दोस्त अब सुरु हुन्छ छिरिङ नातिनु न अति छ है छिरिङ दोस्त लभली है छिरिङ ओपी इन द च्याट रोशन बुढा छिरिङ ओपी लेख ठिक छ हौ रोशन दाई जहिले हरेक दिन के छ लेख्छ यार प्रेडिक्सन चाहिँ के हाल्ने हो र प्रेडिक्सन केटा हो कुन टिम निस्किन्छ भनेर अनि 16वटा टिमको नाम थोडी लेख्न आउँछ त मलाई रनमती ल एउटा प्रेडिक्सन लेखिदिन्छु है त होइन तर नलेखौँ यस्तो झाटो कुरामा प्रेडिक्सन नगरौँ कति ढिला गरे हो आज 4:45-50 मा सुरु हुन्छ होला लगभग त्यो 2500 त अगाडि बढ्दैन त अरे त्यो बढ्न हल्का टाइम लाग्छ 2450 त्यो अघि 2500 भएछ निन्जा ब्रो यार COC 18 रस म्याक्स गरिदिएको अरे रस त गर्नै पर्यो नि त किनकि हाम्रो क्ल्यानमेटहरूले सकेन टाउन 18 हान्न अनि मैले अनि टाउन 18 पुऱ्याएर अनि मैले हान्छु नि त अहिले 1 2 3 त्यही भएर हो कोही केटाहरू कोही छ टाउन 18 म्याक्स भने आऊ है हाम्रो क्ल्यानमा चाहिएको छ CWL को लागि 1-2 जना
ओके दाइ
1 2 3 त म हान्छु मुनिको कभर गर्नु पर्यो आज ग्रुप टप प्रेडिक्ट 100 इसेवा रे आज सक्यो 100 पठाइराख उ त्यो नेपाली सुपर च्याट पिन गरिदिएको छु स्योर ULF ले टप गर्छ लेखिराख 100 पठाइराख म फिर्ता दिन्छु 1000 फिर्ता दिन्छु भएन भने EWC ट्रफीको बास्ना आउँदैछ जस्तो छ अरे होइन होला
स्क्रिप्टेड हो क्या त आज गेम
लामो स्क्रिप्टेड मैले त बिटी पो दिएको त अर्थात् लामो दिन्छु फिर्ता ल सुरु भयो को आउँछ होला लास्टमा कुन टिम आउँछ ल प्रकाश गेस
लास्टमा कसरी भन्नु हौ त्यो अहिले
YG आउँछ मुजी
ल किन आउँदै YG लाई
YG #6
ए रनमती प्रेडिक्सनमा के यो के रे ओपनिङमा ए म आउँछु क्ल्यान ट्याग रे ओइ क्ल्यान ट्याग देऊ त रेबल जुट्स हाम्रो क्ल्यानमा नयाँ मान्छे थपिहालौ डो वाला यो सुपर च्याट गर्ने होला हाम्रो क्ल्यानमा छिराउँ त रेबल जुट्स फर्स्टमा A7 आउला र आउन बेर छैन
एक बार हारेर नि किक खायो भने त नराम्रो हुन्छ त्यहाँ नाम याद
16
राख्नु
teams live to fight another day, but now there are no safety nets, there are no second chances. Now you have to bring your A game or your key will be sent to the
खतरा बोल छ यार यो
Some came close making it in the finals.
यो
Others
हैन
came close
लेफ्टको
to
चाहिँ
elimination. But today is survival stage, so the
Askelet
points
चाहिँ
are
हाम्रो
reset. And basically,
लेफ्ट
म र इसका यत्रै हाइट डिफरेन्स छ जस्तो
one
लाग्यो
mistake
यार
could send months of preparation out the window. However, one moment of brilliance could keep the dream alive.
Yeah, indeed, Bunny. I can see them. They are ready. So it is time to welcome our team on the stage. Starting with Qiddiya Esports.
ए गिके भनेको ब्याड बोयको टिम र्याग्नारोक ब्याड बोय
Dopeness.
लुफाको टिम यिनीहरू आउट हो
Team RRQ.
5.8 भएर पिटी निन्जाको ल रनमती 5-11 हो ओए अति छ त यार आशिष जोड्स लभली यार
Wolves Esports.
धन्यवादै आशिष जोड्स लभली कुन आशिष जोड्स पर्नु भयो थाहा भएन कि धन्यवादै यहाँ फेरि धेरै आशिष छ मैले पठाएको भन्ला नि ठाउँ 35 पुग्यो त यार 4-11 होला रनमती 4-11 स्लिपी होला हो 4-11 यो EA को आइजिएल र VP को आइजिएल सेम हैन VP को आइजिएल त्यतिखेर रेभेन क्लब भन्ने थियो होला अहिले चाहिँ त्यो कोच भएको छ आयो हामीलाई अघि धोबिसकेको वाउमा साउन्ड बढाऊ बु बु लभ प्लेयर काइरोक्स जोड्स यतिको सपोर्ट त रनमती अस्ति हो र मुझे क्वालिफाई हुँदा नि गरेको थिएन त आजै छ है सेकाइ अति छ है जोड्स
Nongshim Red Force.
आयो यिनीहरू क्वालिफाई गर्नुपर्छ है फाइनल यिनीहरू खतरा खेल्छन् है तर यिनीहरू फाइनल क्वालिफाई गरेन भने हामी फार्म खेल्छौँ होला हो अहिलेको र्याङ्क सिजनमा पहिला नै हो ब्रो रे अहिलेको र्याङ्क मतलब बुझिन यार जोड्स
Wolves Esports.
उल्फ आयो है
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC,
यस्तो गर्दै आउँछ अरे
Erangel Galacticos.
यही हो अन्तिम दिन ट्रफी छुने रनमती
भोलि पनि होला हौ
नाइ भोलि इन्ट्री हुँदैन यसरी ज्ञानको सबसे एक्टिभ मेम्बर अनि अफलाइन छ अहिले अनि सागर म भरे गर्छु
faster and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
The group stage is behind us. Now a new fight begins. Welcome to the survival stage
जो
of
जो
the
आउट हुन्छ अगाडि बस्दै
PMWC
छन्
at
जो जो क्वालिफाई
EWC
हुन्छ पछाडी छन् है केटा हो
2026 in
याद
Paris.
गर
We've got to make a couple more spots available. Is for our survival stage teams joining some
6 मा तीनटा प्रेडिक्ट गरौँ 6 के 6 टप 6 मा नङसेम ULF फ्युरिया स्योर 3 मा 3 भएन भने 3 मा 2 त स्योरै हो
Não tem mais chances de errar. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor no survival stage para passar para o final.
आसपास पोज गर्छ नि यिनीहरूले यिनीहरू राम्रो टिम हो तर यिनीहरूले एकचोटि त्यो नोभोमा के गरेको थियो नि नोभोमा त्यो चाहिँ हल्का हल्का ल्याङ लागेको थियो है
भोटको होइन निन्जा त्यो यिनीहरूको आफ्नै टिम थियो नि जो EAC खेलेको त्यही भएको भए 100 क्वालिफाई गर्थ्यो क्या
बर्थडे थियो हिजो अनि हल्का ओए हो र अति छ है ल है ह्याप्पी बर्थडे यार काइरोक्सलाई ह्याप्पी बर्थडे लेख्ने त केटा हो सबले
यो रोहित जोइसले चाहिँ
धन्यवाद यार काइरोक्स मजाले काम गर न आज र भोलि काम गर आज भोलि पर्सि निको पर्सिदेखि त फेरि होरस पर्सको गेम भइहाल्छ छुट्टी लिनै पर्यो 3 दिन टप 6 हो हुनसक्छ केटा जो पनि हुनसक्छ 2 दिनको गेम हो 3-4 वटा गेम राम्रो निकाल्दियो खतरा डबल पोइन्टर भन्ने त चान्स भइहाल्छ सब EA त खोइ 29 किल चिकन हानेको टिम फर्स्ट गेममै 39 पोइन्ट हानेको कट अफ 97 थियो 11 गेममा 60 पनि तानेन
स्प्याम गरे हो क्वीन मिल्छ भनेर के भने हो राजाले
ओए रबिन र कर्सलाई बोलाउन पर्यो रे ए कर्स भाइ होला च्याटमै होला हो किम खान भनेको ओए रबिन तेरो जुटी हो प्रेडिक्सन सुरु गर्दै है त मैले प्रकाश
अहिले के को प्रेडिक्सन हो र कुरा पनि एकछिन
दाइ यार मेरो पनि डिमान्ड छ दाइ
विथ टिम्स
टाइम छ के
मोर टोटल पोइन्ट्स लामो टाइम छ
निन्जा दाइ मेरो पनि डिमान्ड छ दाइ सुपर च्याट
त्यही भनेको रनमती त बोलो
म बोल्छु ल केटा यस्तो छ
गेम स्टार्ट भन्न आइसक्यो र
A7 प्लस
साइडमा फेस क्याम पनि हाल्ने मेरो
A7 प्लस को गर्दिम प्रकाश को टिम छ प्रकाश
ULF का हालम न पहिला
EA प्लस NS A7 प्लस ULF ल which teams will get more total points है केटा यो के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि ड्र भयो भने रिफन्ड हुन्छ है फर्स्ट गेमको हो यो प्रेडिक्सन फेरि सोचेर हालौ है फर्स्ट गेम रन्डो होला है
रन्डो भन्दा EA ले हानिहाल्छ नि
कहाँ स्टेडियममा जोन पर्छ त सधैँ
केटा सबले EA मा हाला कि EA प्लस NS मा हाला केटा सबले त्यही हो ढुक्क होला हाला अनि यो अल्फा 7 र ULF मा 10 जको जति अड बनाइदेऊ न
अल्फा 7 ULF हान्दैन दाइ
त्यही त हान्दैन त्यही भएर त माथि हाला भनेको नि
हुन सक्छ यार युनिक ओली तर त्यो कुरा नगर न हौ चित्त दुख्छ हौ सक्यो त कति त्यही कुरा स्प्याम गरेको यार भइसक्यो त यार म ठिकै छ हौ म वाच पार्टी गरेर कमाइरहेछु त ठिक छ त कति एउटै कुरा स्प्याम गरे यार म आफ्नै क्ल्यान छ यार आलोक फर्स्टमा म अरूको क्ल्यानमा थिएँ अनि मैले CWL मा मलाई अनि मेडलै दिएन बोनस मेडल अनि मैले आफ्नै बनाएँ त्यसपछि
र एउटा मलाई मुख छाड्दैछ त्यसलाई मुख छाड्ने हो
हैन केही छैन
हेलो खिमकान्त तिमीले हालेको सुपर च्याट माथिबाट गइसक्यो अर्को हाल
यो हो नि त यार अति छ यार भाइ
के हेर्दै अब फेरि भिडियो पार्नुपर्छ नि दाइ चाहिने पर्छ फेरि
अति यार आशिष ढुङ्गाना जोड्स अति लभली है यो आशिष चाहिँ मन पर्यो है मलाई रनमती लभली है धन्यवाद जोड्स मेम्बरसिप पनि लिम जोड्स मेम्बरसिप पनि लिम क्ल्यान नेम के हो ब्रो क्ल्यान नेम म क्ल्यान ट्याग निकालिदिन्छु ल जोड्स म हालिदिन्छु
जर्सीमा फ्ल्याग राख्नु पाउँदैन केटा हो नेपाली यो क्लब गेम टाइपको भएर त्यो कन्ट्रीको फ्ल्याग राख्नु दिँदैन
हिजो बबाल हाने FF मा होरले हेरे अनि लक्की चामले हेर्दै थियो नि त हिजो
मैले
लामो तैँले मैले हौ
मैले हेर्दै थिएँ हेर्दै
क्ल्यान ट्याग मैले हालिदिएको छु ल रनमती ओए हेर है त्यही हो क्ल्यान ट्याग ल सुरु भयो केटा चाँडो हाल है अहिलेसम्म 32,000ले हालेको छ EA प्लस NS मा 24,000ले हालेको छ A7 प्लस उल्फा चाँडो है म अब यो प्लेन उड्ने बित्तिकै इन्ड गरिदिन्छु है चाँडो है
मैले हाले नि एकछिन
60,000 पुराम त 57,000 भएको छ 58 भयो
5 मिनेट अगाडि एक्सेस लिम न हामीले
59 भयो ल 60 भयो ल 60,000 पोइन्ट दाउमा यार मेरोमा पनि क्ल्यान जोइन गर्न मिल्छ 67,000 आइसक्यो हो प्रकाश चाँडो
हालिसक्यो हो मैले
जित्ने मौका यही हो है केमा हो भेट गर्ने किकमा आउनुपर्छ तपाईँ रिवार्ड्स पनि छ किकमा हेर्दै भने ल सुरु भयो मैले एन्ड सबमिसन गरिदिएँ अब 3
मिनिमम पनि पिङकै फेरि कर्स त्यसको लागि चाहिँ
म्याप देखाउने बित्तिकै ठ्याक्क म्याप देखाउँछ म इन्ड गरिदिन्छु है सबमिसन चाँडो गरौँ है 75,000 भइसक्यो सबमिसन 78,000 भयो यार 79 ल सबमिसन एन्ड गर्दै किकको पोइन्टले के गर्न मिल्छ अरे किकमा हो किकको केटाहरूले बुझाइदिन्छ तिमीलाई वारियर जुट्स पोइन्टले जितेर के हुन्छ अरे तिमीलाई क्यान्सर पनि लाग्न सक्छ तिमी पब्जी गेमर पनि बन्न सक्छौ जे पनि हुन सक्छ किकको पोइन्टमा के छ रिवार्ड जोन त फेरि मुनिकै हो कि के हो कि त माथि जान्छ यो कोही नभएको ठाउँतिर माथि आज कसको लागि लो लाउने रे लो होइन आज हाई लाउने हो A7 लाई नाइस एउटा चाइनिज टिम त पुगो छ यार एजी पुग्नै पर्छ यार
यसले किन पिक गरेर हानेको
के थाहा जुलियस सिजर छ है म भोलि जोइन गर्छु रे बुझिन यार जोड्स ल यार भोलि भेटौँ यार जोड्स ऊ माथिकै गयो यार जोन कोही नभएको ठाउँ ओए मेपल अति छ है सेकाइ लकी ड्र हरेक मन्थको 7th मा गर्छु मैले लकी ड्र त्यतिखेर अब तिमीले मात्र सबमिट गरेको छौ भने तिमीले जितिहाल्यौ त्यस्तै हो अब कतिजनाले सबमिट गरेको छ अब त्यतिखेर थाहा हुन्छ हरेक मैले सुरु गरेको हरेक मन्थ गर्दै मैले 7th मा सुरु गरेको हो किक अब नेक्स्ट मन्थको 7th मा गरिदिन्छु म लकी ड्र पब्जीमा जोन प्रेडिक्सन कसरी गर्ने रे मेरो मिलेर सोधेको झुकेर मिलेको हो रणमती कसरी गर्ने भन्छ प्रेडिक्सन त्यो प्लेन पाथ अनुसार त्यो हुन्छ क्या त्यो धेरै खेलिसकेपछि थाहा हुन्छ क्या कुन जान सक्छ भनेर मेपलले हान्छ त्यस्तो प्लेन पाथमा कि त माथि जान्थ्यो कि त मुनि जान्थ्यो क्या धेरै जस्तो अनि यसपालि माथि गयो क्या मुनि पनि आउन सक्छ
कस्तो भागा गर्दैछन् हौ
मेपलले हान्थ्यो होला मैले मेपल लिएँ अनि हानेन यार को लास्ट हो रे ओए हो र हैन रिकल भइसक्यो के भन्छ यार यो पट्टु प्रकाश भन्ने तेरो नाम राखेर अति उयो गर्दैछ हौ यसले
मैले बिहान हान भनेको अस्ति अनमेन हान्दै भनेको हैन त नि
खोइ नाम चेन्ज पनि गर्दैन रणमतीले अनि खोइ त हाम्रो अल्फा सिएते त सुरुै भएन त खाता यसले भेट्छ अरे यसले भेट्छ है नजिकको मान्छेबाट ऊ भन्न साथ भेटौँ फिनिसै भएन है ओए स्कारफेस कभर
नेपाल आबेला त डेन्जरस अफिस हो नि त निन्जा पनि हैन र
को चाहिँ पुप्सम्यान
एक विकको त एमबीबी
ओए 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 ल भल्ट गरेर नि हान्दियो यार त्यत्रो एकछिनको एनिमेसनमा नि हान्न सकेन यार त्यसले पड्को है तर 1 HP त छ वेलकम यार बिपिन जोर्स लप्ली है भोटे ग्याङमा स्वागत है हजुरलाई
खोल्यो त उले पनि अल्फा सेभेनले नि एकजनाले हाने जस्तो लाग्थ्यो
हानो किलाइसक्यो ल स्कारफेस
किलो चाहिँ नि 5th राखे है उले हामीले एक सिजन
अति क्यूजीजी मुजी एमबीपी होस् त्यहाँ पाएको त मिलो इजी हो डुम 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 अर्कोले रिभाइभ गर्दैछ तल थाहा छ रिभाइभ गर्दैछ भनेर
मिलोले सक्यो त अनि यार
सिकिहाल्छ नि हौ नुथे खेल्दै रहेछ आज नि खोल्क्यो यिनीहरू कसरी जित्यो यार जिसी कस्तो अड्किएको हो यो ब्रेभ भएर अड्क्या हो प्रकाश क्रोममा जाने हो क्रोम खोलिदिन्छौ अति अड्को
एड आउँछ हौ त्यसमा
नाइ नाइ मेरो यता अर्को क्रोम छ त
ENSहरु त ड्रप फाइटै नलिकन अर्कोमा गहा क्या हो त्यहाँ नि अड्किराखा हो निन्जा एउटै त हो नि
अड्क्या छ र
फुल स्क्रिन गरौँ न जता हेरे नि
म लाउँछु त्यो न ए अड्किनै रहेछ हौ एकछिन पर्ख्यौँ अनि चल्छ क्या उतैबाट रहेछ क्या जब यो रन्डो म्याप चाइनाबाट स्टार्ट गरेको होइन फर्स्टमा अरे सबै कुरा चाइना होइन पब्जी पिसीमा आउँछ फर्स्टमा त्यसपछि चाइनामा आउँछ होला अनि चाइनाबाट नेपाल रे ग्लोबलमा अनि ग्लोबलबाट BGMI-मा बुढालाई म सिकाइदिन्छु अहिले बुढाको त्यस्तै प्रब्लम हो भने सुरेश नाथ्यौ न त्यो किकमा बेट गरेर पैसा पाउँछ अरे पैसा त पाइँदैन त्यही पैसा रिवार्ड्स चाहिँ पाइन्छ प्रकाश यो हाम्रो इस्यु हो कि उताको इस्यु हो
म खोली हेरौँ त एकचोटि
के हो
के थियो सिटको नाम
यो उतैबाट इस्यु हो जस्तो छ प्रकाश सञ्जन बुढाको नि घुम्दैछ उतैबाट इस्यु रहेछ
निन्जा रियल टाइम जाम न लास्ट पछाडि रहेछ म
रियल टाइमको होइन घुम्छ क्या तैँले कस्तो नबुझेको हेर्न क्वालिटी होइन के क्वालिटी हो यो अफिसियलमै हेरौँ न अरे त्यसमा फेरि त्यो कास्टरहरूको आवाज आएपछि लास्टै उयो हुन्छ यार झ्याउ
त्यही इनकोड डिकोडर के हुनु
अहिले ठिक भयो हल्का ताइ फाइनलमा केटाहरूलाई आफ्नै जर्सी ल्याउँछन् फाइनलमा नाति फाइनल भोलि कि पर्सिबाट हो निक पर्सि भोलि सर्भाइभल स्टेज डे 2 पर्सि छुट्टी निक पर्सिदेखि फ्राइडे स्याटरडे सन्डे हुन्छ क्या फाइनल सधैँ 3 दिनको फ्राइडे स्याटरडे सन्डे 4 दिनको गराउने हो भने चाहिँ थर्सडे फ्राइडे स्याटरडे सन्डे हुन्छ टप कति हो टप 6 प्रकाश हाम्रो मेरो स्ट्रिम हेर्दा एकचोटि जापानिज छ क्वालिटी
राम्रै चलिरहा मेरोमा त किकमा त
यो करणले किन बिटी हाने त हिजो BGMS कस्तो क्वालिटीमा हेरेको थाहा छैन क्या यिनीहरूलाई
एकजना नि हाइड भएको छैन हैन च्यानलमा अहिलेसम्म
ये त सेन्टरमा पर्यो यार को थियो प्रेडिक्सनमा
स्टेडियमबाट माथि जाने त हो नि
E र NS थियो A7 र ULF नै सेन्टरै हो केटा हो ए KRX पनि छ त यिनीहरू राम्रो टिम हो
KRX त किले उठाएको थिएन
टप 6 त यिनीहरू नै हुन सक्ने टिम हो KRX थाइल्यान्ड गइन्छ कि नै दाइ चिस्काको कहाँ जान्छ हौ भाइहरूसँग थाइल्यान्ड उनीहरूकै मान्छे पुग्दैन होला 6 जना उनीहरै छ अलरेडी अन्सले मलाई सिङ्गापुर चाहिँ लग्छु भन्थ्यो अन्सले अब त्यसले के भन्यो
ओइ यो मान्छे चाहिँ दिमाग खानु रहेछ है निन्जा एकजनाले
के भनौ
यो मिलाङले एनएसले रोन्डो खेल्न सक्दैन 0 पोइन्टर थियो रे ठीक यो एनएसले रोन्डो त्यस्तो गर्दैन के अरु म्याप जसरी खेल्दैन
प्लिज एनएस खेल्दे त यो रनमतीले अति भनौ
कोही त रहेछ यसो
एजीएल ए के गर्दैछ भनेको त उयो रहेछ नि त के जोन भन्छ यसलाई गाडी चलाउन नमिल्ने
ए यसो चलाउन मिल्दैन
रिकल पनि गर्न मिल्दैन जस्तो लाग्यो
के हो यो केटा हो यो भनेको भन त भन के जोन हो
EMP जोन रे हो रिकल पनि गर्न मिल्दैन हैन त केटा हो
दिपेशले के सोधेको EA र NS को टोटल पोइन्ट प्लस अनि अर्को टिमको दुईटाको टोटल पोइन्ट जस्तो धेरै हुन्छ त्यसले जित्ने हो के
स्कोप नि खुल्दैन अरे ए स्कोप पनि खुल्दैन भाइ हजुरलाई वर्ल्डको बेस्ट आइजिएल को लाग्छ ओभरअल अहिलेलाई त अब यो केक आइकु नै होला मान्या पनि छ आरु पनि छ करिलो नि छ गाह्रो छ जस्ट टप 5 चाहिँ यिनीहरै हुन् फाइनल कति दिन हो फाइनल 3 दिन जोन त ओहो माथि गयो यार EA सेन्टर यार प्रकाश कम्पाउन्डै छ जस्तो लाग्यो EA मा त के डाँडा हो EA मा डाँडा हो जस्तो छ A7 पनि छिर्छ NS पनि लेफ्ट A7 र NS पर्न सक्छ कि NS घुम्छ हार्ड शिफ्ट माथि घुम्छ जस्तो छ NS त पुरै लङ रोटेसन YG र वुल्स पर्न लाग्यो माथिबाट घुम्दा दुईटै टिम
ला
A7 लाई हान्यो ULF ले A7 को 2 जना नक रिकल पनि हुँदैन एकजना मात्र रिकल हुन्छ यिनीहरुको त टप कति जाने हो टप 6 यो वुल्सको केटाहरु चाहिँ केटा नेपालमै आएर PMSL CSA खेलेको केटाहरु हुन् है अहिले यिनीहरुले अनि उताबाट त्यो टेम्पोररी रेसिडेन्स के बनाएर खेलेको हुन् जसरी हाम्रो नेपाली केटाहरुले वेस्टर्न युरोपबाट खेले त्यसरी यिनीहरुले एनएबाट खेले ओए रेबोलाई त उठाइदियो यार बचा यार सबजना A7 ले त ए उठायो भने त्यसलाई जान अब त पुश गर्नै पर्छ यार नङसिम अस्ति हामीलाई कस्तो पुश हानेको त नङसिमले यार एक नक पुश
रेबो बाध्दैन हैन
रिकल हुँदैन यिनीहरुको एकजना मात्र रिकल हुन्छ करिलो मात्र होला रिकल हुने कस्तो अड्केको यो स्ट्रिम यार थ्याट के गर्ने हो प्रकाश
खै किक कहाँ लाइभ होला हौ किकबाट तानाउनु बरु
किकमा थोडी न क्लिन फिट छ त
हुन चाहिँ के पायो हाम्रो हिजोको जस्तो गरे
ए आमा नि यो स्ट्रिम त नेपालमा अफिसियल ल्यान्ड इभेन्ट हुँदैन अरे हुन्छ तर इशानले हुन दिँदैन कहिलेकाहीँ इशानको डरले मान्छेहरू विदेशीहरूले इन्भेस्ट गर्नै खोज्दैनन् क्या टुर्नामेन्ट जतिखेर नि रद्द गरिदिन सक्छ भनेर हल्का त्यस्तै छ
अड्क्यो हौ निन्जा
के गर्छस् त ब्रेभमै जाउँ अब
मेरोमा त अड्केको छैन त अनि
कहाँ अड्केन तेरो
मैले लगाइरहेको छु के अब आफ्नोमै
तेरो अनि क्लिन फिड हैन होला नि त
क्लिन फिडै हो के
EA लाई जोन ULF EA A7 लाई नि मिठो छ नङसिम रनमती A7 लाई पुश गरेको भए त्यो डाँडै पुरै पाउँथ्यो यार A7 त भाग्दिसकेको रहेछ
त्यही त ULF र कसले पोइन्ट तान्न पर्यो रे
मलाई त थाहा पनि छैन किन हो दाइ ओए सबैको च्याट पढ्न सकिन्न नि त विक्रम
किकमा त झन् सकिँदैन हौ जसको देख्छ त्यसको पढ्ने हो
च्याट पढ्न सक्दैन तिमीलाई त्यस्तै उयो अप्ठ्यारो भयो च्याटै पढेन जस्तो लाग्छ भने त्यहाँ नेपाली सुपर च्याट छ त्यसमा गरेको च्याट चाहिँ पढ्नै पर्छ मैले सबै च्याट पढ्नै सक्दैन क्या छुट्छ कसैको यो त भएन यार प्रकाश मेन फिडै हेरौँ मलाई यो
his demise, so he's cut out of the lobby. Maple also hit from the sideline. Dope is very far back, but with good line of sight onto them. So they're just peppering to make it uncomfortable for these squads.
YG ले 6 किल उठाएछ गोटले 7 क्यानबाले 6 क्यानबाले 6 त अघि A7 लाई हान्दै उठाथ्यो
on the north side will have to face off against Darkness, as you said. Yangon just beyond them, and they are now within nade range. So we get a little replay from. Oh, he's knocked himself with the deployable cover flare there. That is not good news for the Wolves.
YG
is a little bit on the replay. I missed that one, but there we go. Sometimes
YG को केमा हो ढुंगा हो त्यो
and he's going to get run down as well. The front bumper to take him out. The Wolves are going to chime back in though with look at
कोले पड्काउँछ प्रकाश YG ले AG लाई पड्काउँछ कि AG ले YG लाई पड्काउँछ ल भन्.
Yeah, this is getting messy, John. You had this back and forth game of nade badminton going on. I thought they were able to thread it through the window, but it's a near miss. A Flower H stays alive, and that's at the detriment of Yangon.
View. Nade over the top.
बोलेको म्युट हान्दैन
distance, but not quite there.
इनहरु बोलेको अनि गेमको साउन्ड जान्छ नि त फेरि.
They can't really take fights on two fronts, and Lufa able to expose one angle against AGAL. And now he moves forwards with a shotgun in hand. XZZ wants to find an answer, doesn't get the full knock, has the shotgun, but he's on a sliver of HP now, and another nade might just be all is needed. Desperately important for them. Across the road is Romeo now on his last legs. AGAL are suffering.
Dopeness pushed up hard from the backside as well and got into a good position to command respect on what they've realized is now two very weak squads. So if they can steal away points, it'll be magnificent for them. Smile falls for Yangon as well, leaving them with only one solo player left alive in a horrific position to attempt to defend. Fury are going out, joining 721 GS. So two squads now gone.
They are out of there already. We're down to 14. Those recall towers shut off, meaning no players can jump back into the fight. More deployable cover. Don't look, Wolves, don't look. It's fine, it's not on top of you. You'll be okay. They managed to get all the way out to the west side there. They had a tricky approach, and they're showing the scars of it as well, playing now on as two players alive. This east side will be chill for about the next 30 seconds, maybe. Once our settle themselves down and lose their player on the east edge. But with this circle, it's going to have to get trickier again. To be able to make their way through. They have been on the brunt of these circle shifts.
ओरले एराङ्गलमा कुन ड्रप खेल्छ अब फिक्स छैन अझै 6 वटा टिम यहाँबाट आउने बाँकी छ जब 6 वटा टिम फिक्स सबै फाइनल्सको 16 वटा टिम थाहा हुन्छ बाँकीको 15 वटा टिम तब थाहा हुन्छ ड्रप स्प्याम चाहिँ नगरौँ न ल
4 elims just tied to him.
हुन्न सुपर ब्याङ्क अकाउन्ट
There's a nice back and forth between Fuchs and Killer Joe and how they play off each other, but you've still got a ton of talent left alive on this roster. If you know anything about Go John as well, they're going to be gunning for a big victory here. If they can start it off with a nice bit of energy, feed the hot hand, they play with that throughout the whole day.
I mean, it would be a great start for them. A team
that was in the
contest to jump up in the top 5, a direct qualification spot. They want to prove to everyone at home, to their fans, to themselves maybe even as well, that they do deserve one of those spots, and here's the place to do it. Another knock over the top from a nade from Go, doing damage. Suffering across a lot of different teams right now with nades flying back and forth. A close proximity engagement is not favorable. Arena were under pressure from Dopeness, but they handled it. Seems like they were okay. Flushed away though, and hang on a minute, Arena may not be able to handle the pressure. And AGAL taking shots, laying down the lead.
Oh mate. Sweating bullets on the push in.
Yeah, the two-man voice against
They compose themselves to slay the goat. Thankfully, Kenji with the sacrificial nade bounces it out the window and hits that one on top of Moxie to leave them down with only a duo in position to attempt to fight here. Awkward amongst each other.
Tony K, nade.
A7 last two. Guizaule Sabzila
I don't blame him. The amount of chaos that just happened.
Guizaule ni भेट्यो. Corillo last one.
After another one crashed on through. On the southwest
Corillo
side,
last one.
Alpha 7 do go down to DK.
DK OP in the chat केटा
moving on out.
पहिलो गेम हेड सक्सेसफुल है एन्डिङमा फाइनल पुगिसक्यो.
We'll be able to hold him for one. Moxie down, but will be resible.
Dangerous scenes though, E-Arena. They can smother blood in the water, they'll commit on the peak.
Please यार
They had a rough idea of the angle, and the bullets will find their target.
ला उसलाई के भयो उलाले सेको त
up against Ulf.
उल्टा माथि हाई ग्राउन्डको टिम रहेछ त उल्टो सेकाइ खाएछ त
Wanted to keep the pressure on. Ulf have been shredded down time and time
क्लीन
again.
फिट अब
It's
नेक्स्ट
just
गेम ट्राई
everyone
गरौँ
being
ला
the star player on the
अब
roster.
यो गेम यही सकम न
I don't think you can call him young blood anymore. Tiamba did manage to get across the river in the
त्यो 2
meantime
पोइन्ट
as
पनि
well, Jackie, and there are
1 पोइन्ट त
8
फर्स्टमै
Elims,
हाने हो
they've got 3 players
QCC
alive.
को
They're
अघि
not looking
कहिले
too
1
shabby
किलो
right
उठायो
now.
जस्तो छ
And they have an oversight onto this fight. If they
त्यति
can
हो
spot
यिनीहरूको
Lola on this roll up, Eren may be able to take 1 or 2
Eren
of them
Yeager
down.
भाग्न
They may
लाग्यो
be able to shred the backlines, but it's getting away from them. The pace of Alola just a little bit too much for them.
I think that pace is the operative term as well, right? We've seen them be quite passive in situations where they have had advantages before back in the group stage, and that was a problem for them. So the fact here they're willing to actually
जोन
take
पनि
some of
गयो
these
उता
encounters a bit more
कसलाई
headstrong.
वुल्फ्सलाई
It's good to see.
सेन्टर एनएसलाई पनि ठिक्क छ
Zone crunching in there again as well.
वाइजी उलाले हान्छ कि क्या हो
Getting on top of the wolves.
उलाले अब कतिको
They're on the north side.
गेम निकाल्न
There's 2
सक्छ है
players remaining as Yang on
किनकि
Galacticos
यो हिल
finally
पुरै उलाको
go
भइसक्यो अब
down.
यो हिल पुरै उलाको भइसक्यो
Early powerhouses of the Elim feed.
पोइन्ट डिस्ट्रिब्युट
Starting
गेम
to
सकेपछि
wane now.
भन्छु
Yang
नि
on
म
Galacticos go not
अहिले
quite
गेम
going to
हेर्न
stay the course. But Tiamba have a big opportunity here on that south side if they can push past Eren, get control of the hilltops. But it's Alola, their major competitor on that south
कसले हान्छ उलाले हान्छ है
southeast
चिकन
side.
कि कसले हान्छ तिमीलाई कसले हान्छ जस्तो लाग्छ
त्यस्तै छ यसो हेर्दा त
त चाइनाको टिम त कोही पनि जाँदैन क्या फाइनलमा जान सक्ने भनेको एजी भन्ने टिम हो ट्यानमाल त सक्छ जस्तो लाग्दैन मलाई यो गेम त पोइन्ट त तानेका छन् एजी र ट्यानमालमा एकजना त पुग्नुपर्छ यार चाइना चाइनिज टिम बिना फाइनल ब्रो फर्स्ट होला है प्रकाश पिएमजीहरूमा त चाइना खेल्दैन कि तर ग्लोबलमा चाहिँ फर्स्ट इभेन्ट होला यार चाइनिज टिम खेलेर फाइनल नपुग्यो कुनै पनि यदि यसपालि पुगेन भने
Big response, made it so uncomfortable for Geeke here as well, so they can safely get out of the water now and look to try and splash back on this. QZZ, amped up today.
A linchpin position. Both of his teammates down in the drink. He needed to be able to hit those shots, and he did.
TT पुगेन र TT त सर्भर स्टेज पनि पुगेन रनमाथि
But Tiamba now on the south side. Once Geeke have to move, which they do, their position is going to get a lot stronger, Jackie. At the moment, it's quite timorous because of the position of Geeke, but that is going to be pushed out by the zone.
Milu responds again. That fight does continue between the two sides, taking casualties amongst each other, whilst Alula are fighting E-Arena from range. We cut back over to the POV of Tiamba.
आचिङलाई त बचाउन गाह्रै छ दौडेर जानुपर्छ
Cover flares coming in as
माथिबाट
well.
नै हान्दा रहेछ
Defense for Geeke.
Top 6 survivor
right on the edge of this zone and maybe try and wait it out. Wait out the bleed down.
ला
There comes the
केभिनले भेट्यो
Wolves
यार
with a
नेसेसरी
cheeky thread on an angle across the zone there. Right through the valley, and Kevin now has a little bit of trouble. Geeke are low. They don't really have the sightlines. This is an opportunity for Tiamba to actually move forwards and maybe look for the res, but it's still such a risk. I don't think they're going to go for it here, Jackie.
Don't have all the information they need to make the call.
lovely yaar
RTB. Wolves thought they were safe, thought they had an opportunity to third party steal some elims from across the game here, but no. Alula rock up onto
lovely यार पृथ्वी जोड्स अझै सेकम यो जीवेल कोसँग छ सेकमै जीवेल छ
with those 8 elims, with all 4 of their players alive, the only team to have the full
जीवेल्स बाट
squad
पैसा आउँदै रहेछ
in
यार
action. This is the last chance as we're on board with Tiamba to get this res. I don't think it's going to happen. He will bleed out, so Tiamba playing with 2. That's pretty nasty. They did have an opportunity to move forward. Maybe take more control here. Geeke helped out by the zone again as Nongshim Red Force on the north side get cut in across the road.
यो राइट को देखाको जोन त तर ग्लिच वाला जोन हो
have to move as our arena.
एक्ज्याक्ट कस्तो बनेको छ यो थाहा हुँदैन है कम्पिटिटिभ खेलिँदैन यार कम्पिटिटिभ अब त्यो दिनरात मेहनत गरेर त
Tizzy, good work done with the org. Saw the reposition from Tony K, setting up the vehicles, so they'll take the scrap to him. That's a 3-man squad there. Like you say, not a bad position to be in as well with a shift on the zone.
EA सक्यो EA
Find the follow-up onto Joker. So E-Arena down and out, not the Rondo masterclass that we've seen from them happening here.
कसले जित्यो EA plus NS ले हार्यो कि
They will be able to put up
EA plus NS ले जित्यो होला नि हो
proceedings. They're on the front page.
को थियो अर्को चाहिँ ULF plus
ULF थियो
ए ए प्लस एनएस ले जित्यो
continuing to put pressure on
को
Geeke.
एनएस ले अघि हान्दैन भने
Struggling
0
to
पोइन्ट
march
भनेर
forwards. Tiamba
चिकन
don't
हान्छ हौ
have
मैले भने
vehicles to
तिमीहरूलाई
their name. They are really still just waiting on Geeke to have to move, and that is the first indicator that they are going for it. They should know that there's only 2 players over there, and Tiamba can start to move forwards now, and I need them to be able to do that, right? Something that we were criticizing them for was being a little bit timid, being a little bit shy, and so now stepping forwards at the right time, that's what they need to be doing, and it looks like that's what Milu's gone for.
हान्छ एनएस ले हान्छ उला 4 जना भयो नि एनएस ले
have
सेक्छ
to descend on one side of the hill or the
झार्छ
other.
झार्छ
The
यिनीहरूलाई
question
त
is, which do you choose?
Alula on the rocks, being
छैन होला नि अघि नै त्यो
down from non-shin red force. It's keeping them very
अघि नै
weak,
सकाए जस्तो
making it
छ सबै
uncomfortable for the hard commit on the wrap. But eventually they've got to
गाडी
push
पनि
up.
गयो
Gonna be
दौडेर अब
somewhat exposed here as well. If they're aligned in their crosshairs, they could punish. Thankfully, the map geo providing just enough cover for them to tuck in. And Tiamba, you touched on it before.
हेर त त्यो गिकेले त्यहाँ A7 लाई नसका भए गिकेको ठाउँमा A7 हुन्छ अहिलेसम्म बाँचिरहेको
A bit of a periphery scan on the go here. You could have a Lula wrap in around the back, possibly put pressure onto them. Just remove them from the equation before they even try and make a move for themselves.
प्रकाशले पक्कै नङसिमवाला टिममा हाल्यो नि त प्रकाश
Move until Ragnarok does either, which is the nasty thing for them. It is causing a lot of problems. They can
जुन त आयो
redistribute
त
ammo for
उलालाई
Tiamba, and Alula not going to push too far forwards. They know that the angles from Nongshim are still going to be in action.
नङसिम पो दौडिनु पर्यो
They
त
can't
जोतिर
afford to overpeak, to get a little bit too bold, because they have got their numbers advantage and they don't want to let it go to waste. But an opener onto Tiamba could open up their south rotate, and with the circle pushing towards them, that's going to help out nicely. But
Nice.
Nongshim look to strike to open the door for their crossing of the road and bring Alula back down to 3 with them.
Ragnarok जोनले
Bated breath for a lot of our players right now.
जोन सुरु नै भएको थिएन त कसरी जोनले नक भयो यार यो
Off the survival stage with a big
वुल्स
point
भने
advantage. They can take
प्रिमियर
this
लिगको
chicken dinner.
क्लबको
Add potentially a few more immolations
उनीहरूको
to
स्पोर्ट्स
it
टिम
as well. Milu and QZZ still
Same
scared
logo.
about what could be coming out if there's angles watching their way.
हानौँ त
Nongshim
यसलाई
had a good understanding of the wrap that we saw from Alula as well. So the minute they pop out from behind that rock, there's not really much cover on the rundown.
Some really nice.
यो खाल्टो चाहिँ बाटोमा रोडमा चाहिँ बन्छ कि बन्दैन केटा हो त्यो पिच रोडमा चाहिँ खाल्टो
Getting that res could be crucial. The knock sent towards Alula, allowing them a little bit more mobility. The lack of sight lines from Alula.
ब्याटल गर्दै थियो कि रे त्यो त जोन बाहिर त थिएन
Just lost another one. R3B on the back, really not going to be resable
Chicken त
either.
नङसिमकै हो
This is going to be a very difficult dash in
त्यसलाई रिभाइभ गर्न जानु
Nongshim. Will read
मिल्दैन
into this. They're moving out already to try and control the ground around them and get across the road into some sense of security.
नङसिमले चिकन नहान त गिकेले उताबाट उलाले यताबाट पेल्नु पर्छ नङसिमलाई
Everybody operating in inches right now.
आज हो र भएको भए त
There is
टेन्सन
no
हुन्थ्यो कि आज चिलमा हेरिँदैछ सबजना
grander dimension that on these really close quarter scenarios. Step one way too far, one step either
ला
side. And it's a
एक्सेट
completely
भयो त
different
फिनिसै
story, but
भयो
that is a
त
big pickup on the Nongshim to bring them down to
2v2v2
2 to stop their third player regrouping onto the south.
2v2v2 ए न गिकको एकजना रहेछ
Every team starting to lose a
उलाको
lot
त
of the
त्यो
battle
फिनिस
of
हो
attrition
सिधै
here as we
2v2v1
get towards the fine margins of this game.
2v2v1
Oh, Geeke
ल
is what's
2v2v2
out. Yasser with the
कसले हाल्छ
reposition. The eyes lighting up for Tiamba, but knowing now the pressure's going to be put on them from Alula on the hillside.
एनएस
Never gets
भर्सेस
any
उला
easier, John.
उनलाई ज्ञानबाले हान्छ एनएसलाई
Great potholes moving forward, steps up for the
Match already
flush.
winning.
Now Alula can commit to trying to hold this high ground and try and
रुकमै
use
बसौ मुनि
its position, the geometry to maybe get a pick, but they're just not quite finding it. They're starting to wane now. There's Nongshim going to try and bear the brunt of it, but
1v2
down go
1v2
Alula, and a knock already over towards Nongshim gives Tiamba a big chance
त्यही
here.
भयो त हौ ज्ञानबाले पो चिकन हान्ने भयो त हौ 13
Timid Tiamba no more. They start to play with confidence, knowing that they
यस्तो
can take
नराम्रो
the fight
ठाउँबाट
to
यार
Nongshim
जहाँ
red force.
कस्तो हरेक साइडबाट चेपे थियो यिनीहरू दुईजना त गिकले उताबाट उलाले माथिबाट
Let's see if they can kick it off here in survival with a big chicken dinner and assert dominance in the lobby. It's not going to be so easy for Nongshim as the nade blows them
मिठो
away.
चिकन यार
And
त्यहाँबाट
Tiamba take the opening game of the survival stage.
ल प्रेडिक्सन पोइन्ट दिनु
Is
पर्यो
how you change your story. Tiamba with a huge
ए प्लस एनएसलाई दिने होइन त प्रकाश
side. They read that they couldn't get across that river nice and early.
ल
They
कङ्ग्रेट्स
played on the
चाहिँ
south coast
60%
a little
भाइ
bit of a bet hedger, but they did manage to
Point
get
आयो होला है
across the river. They transitioned at the right time. They moved at the right time, and that is the change I wanted to see. The question will be, can they keep it going for 11 more matches and keep that pace going? Nongshim Red Force as well.
Lovely
Really well held on that north side. The angles they were maintaining.
लामो मैले त भनेको थिएँ त
They
नङसिमलाई नहेपा भनेर
reads into what we were saying about them before, that strategic masterclass that we desperately
आज
want
त
to
गोले
see
हाल्न
them moving
बिर्सेछ यार
forward. They were again another team in the conversation for
Huh?
top 5 during their group stage.
13 kills
They
again.
were pushed aside just about. It was very, very close and in a very, very difficult group for them to try and make it. But nice, solid performance coming through from Nongshim. A lot of the teams that were late into that game had a lot of elims as well, which means that nobody going home empty-handed.
We're going to listen in as well and see what they were saying for themselves here.
कल पनि सुन्दा रहेछ है यसमा यसमा बल्ल चिकन हान्ने के हेर्ने त यार अब हेर्नलाई नि फेरि केही छैन यार आज त यो भिडियो हेऱ्यो भने त हामीलाई त कपिराइट हान्छन् होला यार इनडेप्थले इन्डियन टिम चाहिँ होइन यसपालि राम्रो खेलेको हो 3 फिट अघि खोइ गेम नचल्ने गेम सुरु हुन अगाडिसम्म त चल्दै थियो गेम सुरु भएपछि हो घुमेको PMNC भेन्यू रिभिल रे भइसक्यो हो भइसकेछ दशरथ स्टेडियम यो त थाहा थियो त तिमीहरूलाई मैले अस्ति भन्दै थिएँ त सर्भाइभल जितेर फाइनल खेल्दा बढी फाइदा हो कि के हो अरे पैसामा त होइन लाइक अब एक्सपिरियन्स धेरै हुन्छ त हात धेरै बस्छ सर्भाइभल खेलेपछि 7 दिन खेल्न पाउँछ तिमीले फाइनल पुग्यो भने सिधै फाइनल पुग्नेले 5 दिन मात्र खेल्छ प्राइज पुलमा त फरक पर्यो नि त किनकि सर्भाइभल खेल्ने टिमले ग्रुप स्टेजमा 26 जित्या हुन्छ 26 + 17 43 जित्या हुन्छ जित्छ रहेछ बढीमा कति थियो ए यो 29 + 17 46 जित्छ सर्भाइभल खेल्ने टिमले यताबाट यति भएर यताबाट फर्स्ट भयो भने अनि यता ग्रुप स्टेजमै 5th हुनेले अलरेडी 55 जितिसकेको हुन्छ 9000 धेरै जित्या हुँदो रहेछ एशियन गेम्स चाहिँ किन खेल्न नदिएको हो अरे एउटा ब्रोले भिडियो हाल्नु भएको छ यार
am here down on the stage for Daneborn of Survival stage with Smile.
उहाँले भिडियो हाल्नु भएको छ बुझाइदिनु भएको छ उहाँको उहाँ हेर न
Some of the stuff coming into the survival stage as a whole, and that is my first question actually. Based on your group stage performance and what you were actually able to see in the group stage, now coming into the survival stage, has there been any kind of looks at those results and seen how you might want to change some play styles, etc.? What do you think from the group stage coming into survival?
In the group stage, we couldn't perform well, or we couldn't shoot a lot or with confidence. So for the survival stage, we will do our best. Yeah, we will play with a lot of confidence, more aggressive. For the strategy, at the same, we play with same strategy, and we learn other opponent, practice different situations.
कसरी बोल्यो यार यसले इंग्लिश
Yeah.
को हो त्यो बिचमा फोटो खिच्न खोजेको
And actually, I actually wanted to talk bigger picture here for a second, because obviously you guys are the returning champions.
मैले
We also
मेन्टलिस्टै
see you guys
सकाएको
got,
छैन
the
विनोद
back-to-back here in Paris, even though it's a different
निन्दाको जस्तै
location.
छ ओए हो र म यसरी
How
बोल्छु
did
ल
that PMWC win change your life? Obviously for you guys, I remember like looking at the pictures of the parade. You guys got invited
ट्रान्सफर
to a load
गरिदिनु
of
न
things.
दाइ
So what
ग्रुप
was it
स्टेजमा
like
हामीले
from the
खास
team's
हाम्रो
perspective?
सोचे जस्तो गेम गएन
Honestly,
खेल्छौँ
has
हामीले
changed since we won the world last year. It gave us a lot more confidence and recognition. But at the same time, it also brought a lot more expectation and pressure. People started looking at us differently, and we realized that staying at the top is even harder than getting there. but overall, I'm so grateful for everything that came from that victory. It motivates us to work even harder and represent our country with pride. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Smile, and good luck at the survival stage.
Yeah, thank you.
बुझ्यौ तिमीहरूले यसले के भनौ अनि त भक्ते ब्लग रे के हेर्ने त यार होरा भर्सेस लेकर्स नहेर मलाई होरा भर्सेस लेकर्स रणमती वहाँसम्म त नपुग न यार तिमीहरू ओए साइलसले नि वाच पार्टी गर्दै रहेछ है कुन डिसीमा हो रे आफ्नैमा हो माथि आऊ त म तानिदिन्छु तिमीलाई माथिको डिसी भिसीमा बस म तानिदिन्छु हाय को छ केटा हो प्लेयरहरूको नाम भन न यार म हेर्छु यार बरु एकछिन लाएर छोडिदिन्छु बिजिएमएस रे यो टुर्नामेन्ट र त्यो टुर्नामेन्ट सँगै गर्न मिल्दैन हौ यो सकाएपछि किलरको हेर्ने फेरि ठिक छ ल होइन हौ हाम्रो हबमा आऊ न हौ लामो हबमा आएर बस न म तानिदिन्छु भन्छु किन हौ बुझ्दैन क्या हो
First.
आज पेकाको आवाज सुन्न पाउने भयो यार केटाहरूले स्ट्रिम गर्दै होइन र
ए ल यो त मिल्दैन रहेछ भनेपछि
कस्तो छ त पेका प्रिपरेसन मेरो जर्सी बनेन पेका अब त धेरै दिन छैन त 11 दिनमा छ त कानलाई आनन्द आयो रे हो र ल तिम्रो सपोर्टर बढेको छ हौ रणमती हो नेपालको मैले टप असल्टिङ भएको आइजिएल गनपावर भएको आइजिएल को हो भनेको तिम्रो नाम आएको थियो सबले तिम्रो नाम भनेको थियो पेक आइडी छ तिम्रो मेरोमा 2-3 वटा
भन्दा नाम चेन्ज गरेछ यार
जियोको सब्सक्रिप्सन छ कि सिधै रे जियोको छ रणमती खेल्ने हो पक तिमीहरूलाई म हराइदिन्छु रणमती यसमा जियो लगइन गर्नुपर्छ म यताबाट तान्नुपर्छ मैले जियो के सर छ मसँग
कसरी केबाट पो गर्ने हो
म 1 वर्षको लिएको छु केटा हो तिमीहरूलाई खेलाउनु पर्छ भनेर कम माया गर्छु मैले तिमीहरूलाई ल जियो खेलौँ
मनी हान्ने नि
आउ न कोड हो PYGHG PYGHG
आइसक्यो त म निन्जाको लामो अरे नि त नाम
10 राउन्ड नन नमो ल भयो आऊ है केटा म प्रेडिक्सन सुरु गरिदिन्छु है किकमा स्टार्ट अ प्रेडिक्सन which team will get eliminated first A7 अनि गोट 5 मिनट ल ल प्रेडिक्सन सुरु भइसक्यो है किकमा केटा हो प्रेडिक्सन सुरु भइसक्यो हाल्दा हुन्छ है खोइ त केटाहरू आइपुगेन नि त यार यत्रो छन् हेर्ने मान्छेहरू आउ न केटा हो नहेर्ने हो
पेकाको तल्लो पेट्रे हो यसको नाम
हो पेकालाई चाहिँ जिस्काएको केटा हो कहाँ मलाई जिस्काएको
निन्जाको लामो रे हो
त्यो त हो त भएको कुरा त हो नि ल कस्तो हो तिमी चाहिँ अनि प्राइस पुल 4 मिलियन थियो यसपालि 3 मिलियन भएछ अरे ल हो र 3 मिलियन नै थियो होला पहिला पनि 3 मिलियन
3 मिलियन नै थियो जस्तो लाग्यो को कास्टर डेस्कमा भ्याम्पी कास्ट पनि देखेँ त मैले त
3 मिलियन नै थियो केटा है 3 मिलियन 50 रहेछ यसपालि 3 मिलियन 25 सुरु गर्दै है त नआउने हैन त तिमीहरू यो PYGHG चाडा हो है म अब 30 सेकेन्डमा सुरु गर्छु यसपालि प्राइस पुल चाहिँ किन थोरै भयो भन्दा मतलब पहिला पालि के हो
होटलको खर्च
पहिला पालि भन्दा धेरै टिम हो यसपालि WC मा
उति होला
सुरु गर्दै है मैले के हो ओइ गेम स्टार्ट भयो
सुरु भयो गेम
उहुहु केटा हो सरी यार रनमती प्रेडिक्सन अफ रे ठ्याक्क जोन भन्नुभन्दा अगाडि अब 3 सेकेन्डमा प्रेडिक्सन अफ हुन्छ केटा हाल्ने चाँडो हालिहाल है हेर है केटा हो
मेन्सनको जोन हाल केटा हो
हाल्ने भए चाँडो हाल मैले एन्ड गरिदिन्छु है सबमिसन अबको 3 सेकेन्डमा 3
मेन्सन हाल केटा हो मेन्सन
2 1 1:30 पौने 1 सक्यो ल तिम्रोमा अड्केको कि मेरोमा नि अड्क्यो भने मेरोमा अड्केको भयो भने
मेरोमा नि अड्क्यो के हो
क्लिन फिड त्यस्तै हो तिम्रो अघिको गेम क्लिन फिड अड्किरहेको थियो कि
थियो अड्किरहेको थियो मेरो
मेन्सन गएन त
गएको छ
गीक भर्सेस डियानी हालिदिउँ कि क्या हो प्रेडिक्सन 1 मिनटको लागि गीक भर्सेस डियानीमा कसले जित्छ भनेर
डियानी हो म त ओयानी पढ्दै रहेछु हो यो
डोपनेस हौ
यिनीहरू जापानिज हैन
सञ्जन बुढाको त अड्क्या थिएन त दाइ क्लिन फिड ल हो र नेट स्विच गरौँ र म क्लिन फिड अड्क्यो मेरो
फेरि अड्क्यो
क्लिन फिड अड्क्यो तिम्रो टाइम के छ
आयो रनमती रे आए कुन क्लिन फिड
कस्तो आयो स्न्याक्सहरूले हेर्ने क्लिन फिड चाहिँ अड्किँदैन जस्तो छ का
प्रिन्स तिमी आउनु आट्यो हो
हालौँ रे हेर न यिनीहरू कस्तो छ नि यार पैसा बचाउन सिक हौ केटा हो कस्तो चुलुल यार
के हो त्यो चाहिँ के मेटा हो त्यो किकको पोइन्टको चाहिँ
किकको पोइन्टले मैले तिमीले रिवार्डहरू राखिदिनु पर्छ तिम्रो च्यानलमा हेरेको पापा तिमीले लोभाउनु पर्यो क्या भ्युअरहरूलाई मलाई थाहा छ नि त मेरो च्याटहरू सब चुरोटेहरू छन् भनेर अनि मैले चाहिँ अनि शिखर राइस राखिदिएको छु रिवार्ड जिस्का होइन नि फेरि साँच्ची भनेको
त्यसरी अनि दिने अनि भ्युअरलाई
उनीहरूले हेरेको बापत पोइन्ट जम्मा गर्दै बस्छन् अनि त्यति पोइन्ट पुगिसकेपछि उनीहरूले रिडिम गर्न मिल्छ क्या
ए त्यो चाहिँ आफ्नै पैसा हो तर
आफूले दिनु पर्यो तिमीले रनमती अड्को हो यो अति नै
अति अड्क्यो है
उता मेन फिड चाहियो मलाई
अगाडि कल गर्छ
Neither team really going to be able to take
तिम्रो टाइमिङ भन है
given that they're in a bit of a standoff, makes things a little bit nastier.
मन 24-22 मा पुगे भनेपछि आएछ भन न पेका हो डिसीमा रे हो पेका हो आज तिमीहरुले पेकाको आवाज सुन्ने मौका पाएको छ देख्यौ मैले नेपालको टप प्लेयरहरुलाई लिएर आउँछु के केटा हो अनि तिम्रो प्रिपरेसन कस्तो छ त पीएमएनसी को लागि पीएमएनसी नेपालले जितेर जाने हो कि हामी पीएमएनसी नेपालमा गेम नदेखाएर पीएमएनसी साउथ एशियामा चाहिँ गेम देखाउने हो ट्रेबल हान्ने यसपालि वाउ quadruple.
There's a nice little reshuffle from Ragnarok on the sidelines. Have got their opener now. Do they try and take this one fast?
Earphone ma राख्दिन्छु डेस्ट्रो नाथ्यौ न तिम्रो त्यति पोइन्ट पुराउँदै गर न
Try and capitalize a second knock, and there is no way that they're getting those two.
ल मितिकाले मिस गरे नि यार अब त सियोरै गयो
from multiple angles. One is cut across, but it's not going to be the same story for the others.
पेका अनि जिम जोइन नगरेको तिमीले
Beautiful predict with the nade.
म त जिमको फन्ड उठाउँदै छु
Reply back over. He's the bad boy cleaning up. So one by one, Dopener suffering heavy losses.
Last PMNC को #14 पेका गोट रे ओइ पुरानो कुरालाई बिर्सिदेऊ के केटा हो न्यू पेका
Let's get it done. Two players now left for Dopeness. All did manage to rotate over the north side of Pachinki, and because this fight is
पेकाले गडेललाई 1 भर्सेस 4 हान्छु भनेको
the teams in Pachinki, or if they're the team in Pachinki,
कहिले क्लिप बनाउनलाई गएन तिनीहरुलाई हान्न
This is pretty good news because it means that they have access to a lot of zone that they
Oi,
might not have done before.
third party आइसक्यो रनमती स्कुल अपार्टमेन्टबाट
Leaving Aaron up on the top of the hill, they could start to slow it down even more.
एक हान्दियो नि चल्दियो
Information about what has been going on in this area.
यो
ULF ले ओ गाडी पड्काउँदै रहेछ त्यही त नै त गोली चल्छ भन्छु
This is huge.
आरपी आउँछौ आरपी कति युसी मा किन्छ त्यति आउँछौ
themselves hopefully some high tier loot to play with off the back of it. Good comms on it, set themselves up, dump a few magazines simultaneously into the truck and grab your benefits from it. Alongside possibly forcing the hand of these two teams a little bit more
best
as
ideal
well,
of his team.
High rise up the hill.
Oi, oi.
The double as well as he spams. Safe G trying to peek back into it, shot into the thigh, stays alive. Nikita on the wraparounds.
त्यसले मुन्टो खायो नजिकलाई दियो
Oh, he tears the player step.
अनि त हान्यो
But it's going to work out. Holding the ground floor now.
Time भन तिम्रो
Get a little bit too bold with it.
17,
Aaron
16.
from the off angle rattled them a little bit, and they are starting to shake shots, starting to show vulnerability.
11,
Another big nade from Saf G though.
One.
Puts them in the advantage once more.
7,
One player now
6.
standing.
तिमी पर्ख न रनमती म 27-26 तिर छु
2 minutes
1 मिनेट
Not too much there. Spams over on
सकायो
the
गीकले मेरोमा
side,
डिएनीलाई
the minute as the nade from Ragnarok blows
तिमी कतिमा छौ
away and Dopeness off the
151
drop. Exit
50
stage left with 2 elims. But that is a
तिमी मेन फिड हेर हौ
DK John. Even if they reset, it's only a duo.
कहाँ क्लीन फिड हेर्दै बस्नु हान्दैन
Was that third party coming through from Ulf as they wrapped around on that northern side. Tiamba now going to take up the mantle, but this is what you have to be afraid of on these hot drops. They no longer have priority when it comes to getting out to the west on a hard shift like this. They have lost too much time for me to really be considering that.
हान्दैन क्या हान्दैन यार हाने पनि तिमीले नयाँ च्यानल बनाउ न
And we are going to focus our attention now on teams making
पर्दैन
west. A lot of teams coating the west side coast and the south edge as well near.
तिमीलाई पनि यसपालि डो दिएको छ हो वाच पार्टी गरेको
Very much.
किन पाउँछ कि पाउँदैन कति पुरा भनेको छ
Keep some good energy rolling for that
Watching.
roster over the course of today's play day. A lot of eyes on them.
केमा चाहिँ अनि पुरै के पुराउनै पर्दैन गरेको मात्र पैसा दिनु भने त दिइहाल्छ नि पैसा
And then behind that, Alpha 7 from the year prior back in 2024 EWC.
ए ला मैले क्लिपिङ गर्नुपर्छ यार पल्लै याद दिलाइदेऊ यार
Circle.
Take clip slip.
Oh no!
Oh, Jonta.
What is going on? Goodness me! A massive western shift on this zone. It is brutal. Quarry is so impactful here as well. It's such a quagmire.
कति दिन्छ अरे पेकालाई पर स्ट्रीम
$300 move freely around it. So for all, they may be able to take the ridge line. but getting down future may be difficult. I don't think too many
Ese
teams are
में
going
तो
to
जोन
be able
छिरे हो
to play
केटा
around Quarry, and this is going to get nasty. The positions out on the west are difficult to hold, and for Arena they need to regroup. For Wolves, they need to try and stay alive, and 7-2-1 are going to try and crash on in. Everybody on the south edge.
Wolves र 7-1 जुत्न लायो
Location. Oh, Jackie,
चल्दै
this is going
चल्दै
to get
7-1
very,
चल्दै
very dirty.
NS पनि क्वालिफाई
There's something
नभएर
in the air at this event. I don't know what
ए यो
happened this
गोचिटा
year, but
भनेको
the
त
circles
मुजी
we've had have
नेपाली पो हो
resulted in some
अघि
ridiculous games
हिन्दी
the
क्वेशन
whole way
सोध्दै थियो
through, from
रनमतीले
start to
मलाई
finish. It's never
कति हो टाइम
easy.
हामी
Feels like we're playing with 50% land
हामी
in every single
ठ्याक्कै
game.
59
Half of it's
58
always taken up
57
underwater.
तिम्रो कति छ
Hey ho, we go again. Teams instantly crunching down,
same
knowing it's
same
only going to get harder to get into a safe location in the zone the longer they leave this one.
पर्दैन दिप
Yangon Galacticos just about
Nalini
making
एउटा
it past
PMWC
Quarry.
जित्यो,
Wolf actually went
त्यसपछि
straight
कहाँ
past Quarry, and then
ग्यान्टे खै आज रे ग्यान्टेको खोइ आज थिएन क्या वाचपार्टी छैन होला
out to
के
the
छ
west side of the road
एक दिन गर भने छ हरेक
towards that coastline.
ए कतिवटा स्ट्रिम हो टोटलमा तिमीहरुको
Maybe play a 2-2 split. Yangon Galacticos have
ए
to post up around
फाइनल
those
त तिनै दिन गर्ने होला त
houses for the time being.
हैन
Maybe
फाइनल
move on a little bit further because you've got AGAL moving in behind them. Furia in the meantime trying to get out.
भोलि गर्ने कि नगर्ने
Playing in from that south edge.
गर्दिन्छु
I like this this move
यसै
coming
गेम
through from
हेर्ने त हो
Igor. Moving one of their players around the headland gives them a little bit more latitude when it comes to having to move later on, and that really is the plan for the scout out
यो
on the
भन्दा
west.
इन्फिनिक्स भन्दा स्मुथ छ कि क्या है
इन्फिनिक्सको डबल प्राइस होला
Thing is, for some of our teams as well, it accelerates the way you have to
मैले
play
हेरिसके
this one.
आर्ट
I
न्यूज
think a Go team, they usually like those very
हिजो मैले
long,
शेयर
safe
गर्दै गएको
rotates
त
where they want to be inside blue, taking their opportunity to build into a great late game finish. Here, you can't really play that style. Have to take a few shots onto Fury.
Qiddiya पनि राम्रो
Trying to
ठाउँ
sight on the
हो
road. This is going to be Go
खेल्न
team's
सक्यो
POV.
त
Elevated angle.
गोटले नि
Qiddiya
मिठो
getting
ठाउँ
swarmed on as
पाइसकेछ
well.
Chinese team कुनै छिरे कि छिरेन
On the move as they head down towards the road.
यही दुईटा बाँकी हो एजी र
Get
त्यानबा
themselves into a better position. Doesn't get any easier though. The Wolves just up ahead.
And Ulf as well, looking to try and stymie that approach from the south side. AGAL on the side of a road, looking to maybe control the shack. Catch needs to line
ओए
him up.
लागेको थियो लास्ट गोली
Not too much for my liking. Has to fold back, and that gives AGAL
परे
a
त
chance.
ओपनमै
Catch now in danger as AGAL continue
यस्तो
their pursuit
टायर छ
to
त
move on
किन
forward.
नचल्दैको यो
Somehow they're making this march, and I'm surprised that they've been able to get this far, Jackie. Next circle.
किनहरु त यस्तो ओपनमै फाइट लिँदैछ हौ यो वुल्फले भेट्दैन भनेको
Coastal side, maybe less
ओपनकोले
even so, it's nasty.
Still punishing stuff. Cutting out that landmass. Team standing on each other. Shoulder to shoulder in the
केटा
zone.
युट्युबमा हेर्नेहरुले लाइक चाहिँ गर्दिम ल
AGAL, you're right, man. Barely tucked in behind the ticket booth. Found themselves a few moments of brief respite to catch
अघिको
their
चिकन
breath.
हानेको टिम है
Tiamba as well.
यस्तो नराम्रो ठाउँबाट पनि
They're here. They're catching line of sight of this. Few pod shots being fired towards their general direction. Only really three squads that are even outside of the zone right now. And Nongxin Red Force down to Primos. But wrap up from Fury close by.
युगीको एकजना त जोन लिएको कसरी मर्यो है
North side late.
जोन आएको पनि थिएन हौ
This RRQ position really important. The hill that sits towards the coastline.
यो दुईटै टिमहरु के खोस्टा खोस्टा ठाउँ लिँदै जुत्दै बसिरहेछ एकअर्कासँग
कोला खोस्टा टिम भनेको
खोस्टा खोस्टा ठाउँ लिएर भनेको क्या खोस्टा टिम
Looks to try and find some
यो
more
एजी र
visibility
युएलएफ फेरि यता आएर
back to
जुत्थ्यो
the rest of the
त
roster. For RRQ, this is great, but they need to start.
एजीलाई त रमाइलो भइसक्यो त अब यहाँ
I think that's Aaron down and out.
ऊ गुइजाउले भेट्यो
Furia
कहाँ
and
परेको
Nongxin Red Force in
आरआर
the
र
meantime.
एस7 यहाँ
All on the south side. Coming along ahead, so nobody's looking happy with this. Fury on two
Nongxin
players and
Furia.
Nongxin left on just one, Jackie.
Yeah, this is rough, man. No one's
Nongxin
getting
last
out of
one.
this with a smile on their face
Extended
unless
wide.
they can completely
Zone
recover
पानी
now,
भित्र छिर्छ होला त्यो
thankfully. The last shot goes through pretty heavy-handedly to punish one more man from Nongxin, leaving it down to a solo.
पानी भित्र कहाँ भए बाँच्थ्यो त लास्टसम्म है
Recovery on the go. CXCY did bail
सोरे
out.
सोर
Surprised he's still standing.
स्याकमा बस्दै अब
अब यो मरेन त यतिको
स्याकमा पनि बस्दिएन हौ
Cheeky little seat
मर्यो
swap
अब
there
यहाँ
for
अब
XNY
किल
to
बुझायो नि त यता
stay
आएर
alive,
हामी
but
ओए
where's he
यति
going?
अब खिचेर
किल
मरिसक्यो
चाहिँ त्यो
अहिले
ओए
Gonna pull up on the play for AGAL.
ला
It's not gonna work
अब
out.
त्यो गाडीको नि पछाडि कभर बना रनमती
Okay, a little bit wild,
Cover
but
bana.
not really too many options left for him. If he'd have stopped maybe a touch earlier, he could have had
एउटै
the hop
कमेन्ट
out,
यता र उता दुईटै
grabbed some
ठाउँमा
of
छ
those
त यार
shots,
म्याडी
but wasn't
एजी
quite
वान अफ द
there
बेस्ट
with it,
चाइनिज
not quite slick
लाइनअप
enough.
टिल नाउ भन्दै थिए अरे
AGL with a little bit of a danger approaching them, able to hold their nerve.
चाइनिज टिम वान अफ द बेस्ट
Elimination delivery.
चाइनिज टिम टप 3 को हो
Drove in.
नोभाको लाइनअप
Gave it to him.
डब्लुबिजी सुपको लाइनअप
RX as well. Hillside Pico.
पोएम सुपलाई
Get a read on things.
त्यहाँ के रे
Alula
टीटी
back into the fight
किङ
as
वाला
well. GK taking the head-on
अर्को को
approach
छ
towards
चाइनिज
Yangon with
त्यो
Alula
पहिला जितेको थियो नि त्यो
sandwiching
टीएस
there. They do go down. That's our third and fourth position team off the back of our opening game.
धेरै छ नौ
Already out of the running, so opportunities for some lapping to
मलाई त तर
occur.
यो ग्लोबल आएर
एलजीडी के रे त्यो
एलजीडी दामी लाग्छ मलाई त पिट्दै
kind of lost as well.
एलएस डो यु के थियो नि
keep an eye
पहिला
on if that continues
PUBG
to
मोबाइल स्टार
happen,
च्यालेन्ज तर तिनीहरु त्यही
for
टुर्नामेन्ट
these-
मात्र
for those two teams, and if GK continue to win it, if it does. But either way, they were slowing themselves down, something awful.
Oh,
A lot of
Chinese
casualties
SZST.
in the middle of the zone, and rightly so. It keeps
A7
the
mid
coastline
ठाउँमा
in here and again.
गोटलाई गाह्रो छ
RRQ's position on that western side. on
गोटलाई
that
गाह्रो
hill,
छ है केटा
gets stronger and
पोइन्ट
stronger,
आउँछ
as
जस्तो
well as the
छ
compound
गोटमा
for the
हान्ने
arena on that west side too. Those buildings, I'm imagining Fury is going to be crashing into them. Either that, or they try and sweep around behind RRQ's hill and take control of that area of the map.
Could be a game-changing play.
केआरएक्स के भयो यार केआरएक्स लाई
Nice area of control for yourselves. Force them out.
दुई गेममा 2 पोइन्ट ल्याउने भयो
Starting to get a bit excited in the crowd now as well. Energy building up here in Paris going into game 2. Foobs man with the quick repairs.
यो DMR को हैन
Certified
पहिलाको
for this one.
DMR को
Let's go team with all 4 players still alive right now. Another wraparound potentially for KRX as well. Bit of a split there between Trey and Binny as they've broken off from one another.
Top 6 है guys.
Alpha 7 on the northwest
लाइक
side.
चाहिँ हान्नु त केटा 1 के लाइक्स पुराइदेऊ न यार युट्युबमा
अहिले त पानी पनि देखिन्छ हो
Beachhead.
हो
Binny.
आधीसम्म भयो नि
He's
देखिन्छ
going to start to tick away from the blue, from the water.
ए
You need breath. You need health bar.
नक फिनिसै भइदियो
It's
यार
going to go your way.
त्यो त किले दिएन
Down he goes, leaving only the one player now left standing for them. Over on the northeast side near the backstop for GOAT. Furia, instead of going towards the zone, looks like maybe they want to try and take care of GOAT team first, or at least scout it out. They're wrapped back around fairly quickly, though, as the last player from Kiwoo and DRX goes down.
Yeah, Foobsman finds that one. We saw the other player.
यो रिजमा बाँच्नलाई त पुरियालाई पुरिया त तर पुरियाले पुस हान्छ जस्तो छ हौ गोटलाई
Killer Joe off angle peek on the sideline. The attention of Furia was all on Moxie. Joe was able to take the first bit of damage with ease.
नक्सस फेरि साथी पुस जान हल्का गाह्रै छ
Shuts down Foobs, leaves him on his last legs. Good name play from Moxie. Shushes silence. If this is on target, could be
ओइ ल
lethal, trying to get it over the hillside.
ठोकेर बचो यार तर अब त दुईटा नेरा आयो नि त सँगै
With one man in the vehicle scouting. Chief on the push back over. Ayala really looking rough here, John.
Oi.
Yeah, the offering from the arena is chiming in as well, and another nade sent over the top. It's big boom after big boom coming through from GOAT team. And now
Gul
it's
चाहिदैन
just
त
on the
पछाडिबाट
forefront.
गोटलाई
On
ल्यान्ड
the
गर्न
back line, it's Igor who needs to come up big here against GOAT team, but they can't push forwards because of that arena off angle, which is slowing this fight down really annoyingly for GOAT team. The advantage, though, is that they can start to use this time to maybe find a foothold into the zone because the blue zone is upon them. And you can't res in stage 4. You need to get this one done as fast as you can. Silence may not be able to get back up here.
गोटलाई पछाडिबाट वुल्सले पेल्यो नि
They knew there was the rock up from the back line when Elementrix got the
कहाँ जान लाग्यो रनमा
team,
चाहिँ
so they brought that reassessed and wrapped off, like you say, and they've gone straight into the
What to
awaiting
खोइ कहाँ
arms
गयो
of
काम छ
Tianba.
होला
Terrifying Tianba today. They've changed their fate. Few more elims racked up. That puts them on 2 so far.
कहाँ मर्नु गयो फेरि अब
यहाँ यत्रो कभर बनाइदिएका छन्
AGAL. Both from the same region.
पुसे गयो यार
The crash from Eagle on the shack. They know there's a player in here. They need to try and keep safe, but it's not going super well for everyone. Tianba able to stay alive on the inside, but losing one on the out. And Liu gets some retribution.
बाँच्यो यार Tianba
AGAL now playing on us too.
उल्टो एजी मर्ने भयो यार
As it shrinks right on top of them. Holding this position would be great, but there's so many angles now staring you down.
Oh, nades are good as well. Primes that one, gets it right on target. Good
ए हो A7 र वुल्स त के रे A7 र गोटमा को अगाडि मर्ने हो
They've been given to breakfast.
हलसम्म कोही मर्दैन त
Far more scary as well.
केटाहरुलाई पोइन्ट जित्न हतार भइसक्यो होला
Low on HP with a bit of a split on the
गोटलाई जोन छैन होला
Galacticos pushing in as a roster, coming in together. Struggling on contact with one player buckling under the pressure and Wolves.
दुईटा टिम मर्छ
They smell the
Wolves से
opportunity
दुईटा
to
टिमलाई
steal
मार्छ
some of these elims. Nade arced over Elementrix.
दुईटा टिम मर्छ
Romeo will
Y0
can't withstand that.
Oh, but there is an
YG
answer from
Mario.
Smile to find a knock over onto a Wolves player, leaving
यसलाई
a
नखान्दे त क्लस
potentially to be able to. No, I don't think they can get this rest with the blue zone coming on in now. Doesn't quite have the time to get the crawl back. Would be a miracle to get that
Wolves पनि मर्यो
back to 2. So Faralula may be drawing short here. In the meantime, the Wolves.
KRX भनेकै DRX
Team
पुरानो
pushing in behind them. Wolves felt that they were third-partying it, but they've been fourth-partied necessary.
Oye,
Do what he needed to. As Boss goes in with
Oye,
the shotgun trade.
पछाडि क्लजले
Still on the swivel for Wolves.
रिभाइभ दिँदै रहेछ
Doing work. But Killer Joe left to survive.
के गरेको त्यो एलिमेन्ट्रिक्स यार
Another opportunity for the fight.
हान्नु पर्दैन नि
Elementrix is looking clean with it. Takes too much damage though and has to dip back.
Killer Joe thrives in these sort of encounters, John, where he does his best work.
मर्यो गोट मर्यो
Really nail that one with the UMP. Get the quick
गोटमा हाल्नेहरुले जिते है केटा
force as well, so they can fight on as a duo.
टर्नीले को पहिला निस्किन्छ गोट र A7 मा
Peak fully there though. He's a little bit too timid, and that's going to allow the rest to come through from Goat Team. Tony K could still play. Spoiler to it. He sees them too on the broad side. He know exactly where they are, and he can step forwards for it. Force, I think, might know as well. Killer Joe into the buggy. He's rolling forward.
गेडा गर्न छ नि त
Tony K gets back, and the arena don't want to overcommit.
Jumps back in the vehicle, puts the pedal to the metal and pieces out.
So झार्दै यार
Quick, not fast enough for Alula to escape plan.
गोट पनि
Claws cruising over into the They've seen him coming.
ल
If he keeps going, it'll be RRQ that will have this one set
मरे
up
मरे
on a platter.
आरआरको ले लगो
Exposed, easy tags, that's the takedown.
Should have gone that way a little bit earlier. RRQ retreating to the beach side. Have given up control.
माथि होल्ड गरे राइटबाट भेट्ला भनेर होला नि
It was under pressure, but I feel like you do need to start to think about stepping forwards now. The difficulty with that is
पछि हो केटा हो
a position on the south edge.
ये कस्तो नचढ्दैको है ये चार जना भए पनि
So much in terms of moving there, but that opens opportunities.
खेल्न मिल्दैन र त्यो यसमा बाटोमा
to be a major player in this circle because they've been quite quiet up until now. Moving down
कति पर्यो त यार नुथे मरौ
and maybe sneak in.
कोही त नुथेलाई हान्दैन त त्यसकै साथी थियो त्यो पिक गर्ने के रे यसको खोल्ने
It's not been easy for them for the positions they've been forced into. Still standing as a trio after losing silence quite some time ago from that engagement over the top.
ट्यानमाले क्वालिफाई गर्छ जस्तो छ है म अहिले वाच पार्टी स्ट्रिमर यार रोमा
Not overcommitting for this, wrapping off with the zone shifting in.
अहिले केटाहरुले सिकाउँछ माफिया बस केटाहरुलाई सोध न
I mean that's where I wanted RRQ to be looking to play. They kind of probably did want to play
अब
that
गोट
way.
छिटो मर्छ कि A7 भन त
Would have had some pretty solid angles on this. The arena may as well been able to chime in depending on exactly what you're
है
playing.
आरआरक्यूले छोड्दियो आरआरक्यूले उतापट्टि पुरै छोड्दियो तर त्यो हरियो गोटीलाई जोनाउनु छ नि त को हरियो
Gonna be pretty tricky. Arena looks like they were willing to go for those rounds. Wide with things, so potential for them to actually move into this west side engagement. They may just look to push up towards.
तिनीहरु त अब कहाँ जान्छ त 7-1 रहेछ ओ A7 को नुथे मरिसक्यो गुइजाउ छ कसको सट्टा हो obscure भन्नेको सट्टा हो आने यार नुथेले ल उल्टो आरआरक्यू सक्यो ए हैन
detonating the vehicle to shut down the super sub for the side. What can the rest of the
ए झार छौ अहिलेको प्लेयरहरुले त
मेरो जस्तै स्प्रे हान्यो
as they go in heavy with the shot.
उल्टे आएर खिच्दियो अब
त्यसलाई go crazy, John.
Oh, Gario. Good.
Qiddiya with the seat swap. Looks for more, but Alpha 7 fall at the final hurdle. Revo looked immaterial crossing that open beach, but it was not to be, and now Furia can roll on in, happy as Larry, to go for the fight. E-Arena wants to try and crunch it behind this too, and they are doing just that.
Nades on target, good damage. Furia.
गोटले जितायो यार केटाहरुलाई त्यस्तो ठाउँबाट नि यार
cutthroat play so far. Wrap around the back, the nade look good, but a
स्प्रे हानेको थियो केटा हो रनमध्ये के हानेको त्यसले यार त्यो गाडीको स्प्रे आम्माका सब मैले एक गोली त छुवाउँथ्यो केटा हो बडी शट भयो पनि
Furia looking to piece themselves back together. Arena
Pane ta
maybe
मैले
a little
हाने
bit
भने
too
छ।
slow to jump on the back lines for Furia as they establish themselves. Ulf as well, look at a challenge.
Yeah,
Over
yeah,
on the northern
तीनटा
side,
team आएर
obviously diminished in power with only 2 of their players alive. But
यिनीहरुको पाली रहेछ नि
forced to
यहाँ
reckon
सुत्ने
with Kelsey and Scarface have got some solid positions to play around. Arena on the south
यदि
border.
सुत्दै थियो त्यहाँबाट सुत्यो
I think
एकजना
they're the team
फेरि
to
यता
beat
आएछ
here,
स्याकमा
Jackie. It
त्यसपछि
feels
गोट
like on
आयो
the south side they have got control. They've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is
4 जना भए
committed
यिनीहरुले
towards the
ध्यान भए पान्थ्यो होला गोटले त्यो बम खेलेर एक किलो
Energy
उठाउँछ
building up. A lot of fans in the house today. Could see all the Yangon Galacticos signs, John. The Alpha 7 fans bringing the heat.
हजुर
once
जस्तै
again.
दाइ सेम गरे
One thing in common right
हल्का
now.
हल्का
The squad remains alive,
कस्तो होला त
currently
बगीमा
game
2 जना आएर नि बाँचेको रे
of the
धान्थ्यो
contest here. A lot of different sides that are looking to really squeeze.
यसले नेट
and
किन
get
ट्राई
to the
नगरेको
point out of this
ए
for
हैन
Tianbo
यसले
as well,
नापिरा
thinking
रहेछ
about the potential of a ludicrous start to the day if they can do the unthinkable.
कुरियाले हान्छ क्या चिकन
I mean, they've already gotten 5 elims and gotten up to a 5th place. This is
गोट
a good
चिकनमा हालौँ
game
न प्रेडिक्सन
regardless for Tiamba.
कसैले हाल्दै हाल्दैन पोइन्ट गोटमा अनि त्यो
They are gonna be
नोमा
happy
हाल्नेहरूले नि 1 रुपैयाँमा
with
जित्दैन
this performance. Next zone coming on through.
यतै एउटै
Shrink's
पोइन्ट
pretty
लुकमा
dead
हिँड्ने हो
center. I don't think there's too much
एक
to
अर्काको
worry
पोइन्ट
about
जित्ने हो
for
क्या कसैले यसमा हाल्छ
Arena,
कसैले
Tiamba,
नोमा हाल्छ अब
Furia.
यसमा नि 50 पोइन्ट नोमा नि 50 पोइन्ट छ भने 1 पोइन्टको 1 को 1 पाउँछ यसमा 100 पोइन्ट छ नोमा 50 पोइन्ट छ भने नोले जित्यो भने 1 को 2 पायो यसले जित्यो भने 2 को 1 पायो एक अर्काको पोइन्ट यताबाट उता उताबाट यता हो क्या
You need a pick, you need an opening. I just
No,
don't see
Roberto,
Goatsy moving
yeah,
forwards.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest approach for them.
For
Furia, they've been trying to build up nice points.
अन्सकोमा जोन बनेपछि 2 मिनेट एक्स्ट्रा भोटिङ यता त्यस्तै हो राजा
Well, Kelsey trapped by the rocks there after eating the nade. No real easy pathway
Uta
for
take it, Rival.
Scarface to get him back on his feet.
हेर न
This
गएर
could be another
खतरा खतरा
chance
छ
for Furia to flush out one more squad, push themselves even
के छ
further
हौ
with 2 elims going their way. If they
तर
do
नि
it
पोइन्ट चाहिँ
cleanly.
कसरी क्लेम ए हेरेसी मात्रै होला हैन
Yeah, go team. You really can't be doing
Saki,
anything
Saki,
here.
good,
Killer
Saki.
Joe just looking for some angles, but
किल त
has
दिएन
nothing
नि
to do. Fair
दिएछ हौ
enough to fall down there. Killer Joe will go down
यो
last.
किकको चाहिँ के
Scarface
एडबाट
under
पैसा
pressure.
आउने हो कि
Does
एड
Tiamba
रेभेन्यू
actually
के हो
take the
आहा,
run towards Kelsey and
किकमा लाइभ गरेको पैसा हो
Scarface still kicking.
घण्टाको
As Ayala takes a
ए
knee.
तर
Arena
उनीहरुले
in the
गर्नु
meantime
पर्छ
starts to march in from the south side and they will finish
Huh?
off Scarface. But Ayala
randomly
now
मैले
needs to be secured. And this
गरे
is beautiful sweep
मलाई
across
दिन्छ पैसा
from Arena. Furia
Huh?
have committed to that north side and
हैन
there's
होला
now nothing
Oh.
stopping Arena taking the entirety of this ridgeline in a three-way
क्याप
engagement.
क्याप क्याप
Yeah, this
टिम
is
पार्टनर
great
भइसक्यो
decision
पार्टनर
making.
भइसकेपछि त
Instantly
तिमीलाई
aggressive
घण्टाको
when they think they've got a moment
8-9
to
डलर
get the
दिन्छ
drop on them. Fury down to 3 players. Vayala, unfortunately,
गाह्रो
falling in
छैन
that head-to-head versus Scarface. That puts so much more
कति भयो
pressure
कति
on this
वाच
team. They've got to
वाच
get him back up.
वाच टाइम हैन के
Let a few
त्यही
seconds
लेखेको
to top
छ
his HP up.
हेर न
Thankfully, he's done so. But they've crunched so much space, so much map control away. Nowhere near as easy now, John.
त्यहाँवाले हान्छ क्या चिकन हान्न सक्छ ए र फोरिया पर्नु पर्यो
Nate, they've been able to push forwards. Ayala creeping up to the ridgeline.
आइला
as
र
well. And
आइला र
Arena actually
मोरमनको
gonna
त्यहाँ पर्यो
regress
भने
on their holes, not
सजिलो हुन्छ
wanting to
त्यहाँवालाई
stay overextended or maybe move those vehicles in different ways, swap them
त्यो
out.
कराको
something
गरे
like
गर्ने
that,
लेडी
but
A7 को ओनर हो अरे
giving that
थाहा
ground
भएन
there was an interesting decision, but they get it back very,
पेताल
very
कि
quickly.
के भन्ने छ
Furia
जस्तो
don't
लाग्यो A7 को
try and push
ओनर
over the
एउटै
top
भन्ने
there.
हुँदैन क्या केटा यत्रो ठुलो अर्घहरूमा
Still
चाहिँ
waiting.
लाइक पार्टनरै पार्टनर हुन्छ क्या
But just want to get forced by the circle. You can see Chief will get moved. Igor
Huh?
as well
के?
has to
ओ त्यो
leave
जे पाइ
his
त्यही
little
नभनै
ridge and step up probably towards that burnt out buggy. That's where he's
त्यो त नि उसको
pacing himself
के
towards.
बोल्छ
Ayala.
बोल्छ यार
Cannot find an angle.
त्यो कहाँ नराम्रो हो त नि अनि
For love nor money right now. No chance to get a raw free peek onto them.
Oh, no.
एसियन
Just looking to
अमेरिकन भने
cast
जस्तै
that
त
first
हुन्छ नि
stone, opening
लामो
up
हो
an advantage.
ओ ल
फुल फर्मै थाहा छैन कि क्या हो
Driver of these squads will be very
Oh.
detrimental obviously for Arena,
ल
that big benefit you have as well in the trade game. They've got one extra man
मलाई
in the
चाहिँ
squad.
टाइप हो जस्तो लाग्यो त्यो
Takes a little bit more pressure off them, but
खै
they still
बेकार
need a
अनुमति
clean
यार
fight. Pin from either side, it wouldn't
फुल
really
फर्म
change
सर्च गर
much.
त
गर्दैछु
Next
थोड़ी
stage
category हो
closes
यार
dead central on
क्याटेगोरी
this.
त हो तर लाइक थोड़ी त्यो एजियन भने
really
जस्तो
has the full inside track, but Arena
मोरमन
have got
पड्क्यो
the ability to
कसरी
move
पड्केन
around. If Furia go down, Tiamba can start to move up the hill.
पोइन्ट उल्टो भयो रे लामो उल्टो भयो विच टिम विल गेट एलिमिनेटेड फर्स्ट A7 मा हाल्दै थियो A7 अगाडि मर्यो A7 मर्यो भनेर A7 लाई दिएँ मैले A7 मा जोजोले हालेको थियो त्यसले जित्यो A7 छिटो मर्यो नि त तिमीले क्वेसन बुझेनौ क्या
Shocked. I'm absolutely shocked he's still standing there. Stereo nades got out either side. It felt like one bullet away from him falling.
EWC च्याम्पियनशिप PUBG को हामीले जित्ने हो नि PUBG को त अब हामीले जित्न सकेन भने कसैले नजितोस्
They just have to hold in the middle, wait for the crunch to come towards them. They're going to go in the direction of Tiamba.
ओए कस्तो डन्डैले
के ओए रणमती तिमी 1 सेकेन्ड पर्ख त
Scouting play as well.
1 सेकेन्ड पर्खेर अनि सुरु गर त ओ यसमा त 8 वटा नेट छ यसले 8 वटा नेटमा एउटा पड्काउँछ कि पड्काउँदैन प्रेडिक्सन
zone closing as well now Jackie it's straight into the middle can't hang about now no elims for Arena so they would love to try and sweep a couple of these up over the top of the hill they're looking to put a pressure
के गर्छ के गर्छ
Eco goes 1 for 1
आयो त्यहाँको सेकेन्ड चिकन लोडिङ
but where Tiamba can they make a pass at this try and move
ये त ओए ये त पैसिफिस्ट छ त अहिले सम्म
despite breakout they've seen the knocks come through and the back lines from Arena getting a little bit false
3v3
make their play
Tiamba triple threat of nades thrown over the top erupting explosions towards Fury
को थियो त्यो अघिको 8 वटा नेट बोक्ने नाम
They're still not overly committing. Being hit from all sides as well. They're going slightly too far deep. That one looks good.
सक्यो यार फुरिया त पुरै चेप्यो यार ए होइन नेडा नेडा स्वेप्सको नेडा
It's a 1-for-1 stalemate. Tiamba still waiting.
लास्ट वान फ्युरिया
Finally, a second knock.
Last two. Yeah. But revive गर्दैछ.
Nicely. Ego the last to go, and they wrap around. They roll it down. QZ wants to shut it out in the arena now. The last hurdle for
राइट बाट हाल्ने दुई जना हाल्ने राइट गोलले राइट गोल दुई जना हाल्ने ओए हानेन त लास्ट वान उल्टो ल
He turns for a moment, but he knows they've got
his back. Tiamba को सेकेन्ड ल
Can he make it work? Mormon now bleeding out to the zone.
जोनले गयो खतरा चिकन यार त्यानमा कस्तो नराम्रो त्यो एजीलाई पुस हार्ने खतरा भने है एजीलाई पुस
फेरि हाने त्यहाँ निन्जा
बबाल हान्यो
Looking timid in their group stage.
बबाल
But that's all changed now.
निन्जाले एउटा चाइना मिटिङ हुँदैन भन्नेको बौलायो
लामो निन्जाले तैँले अघि नै एउटा इन्डियन कमेन्ट देखाएको थिइस् हामी चाइना भन्दा अगाडि बढिसक्यौँ भनेर आएको थियो हौ
मैले पोस्टै देखेँ थियो एउटा
त पोस्ट
Really brilliant opener.
त्यो पोस्ट देखेर चाहिँ अनि प्याराबोय फेडरेसनले यिनीहरूलाई थर्काए जस्तो छ
त्यो पोस्ट हाल्ने मान्छे चाहिँ पेकाजस्तो मोमो मात्रै खाने दिमाग नभएको होला के
पेका जस्तो भनेको चाहिँ पेका अति हेप हौ यो रणमतीले किन हौ
पेका फाइनल पुगेको छ हौ यसपालि त
किन पहिला पालि नि फाइनलमा 14th भयो त पुग्यो त फाइनल त
14th भएर याद नभएको के
यो पालि त्यो प्लिज त्यो खोस्टा डिभाइसमा नखेलाम है
ओइ तिमी त प्लेयर हो कहाँ लाइभमा यस्तो भनेको हामीले पो भन्न मिल्यो खोस्टा डिभाइस थियो भनेर
अति क्रेजी खेले यार त्यानबाले लप्ली है केटा युट्युबमा हेर्नेहरूले लाइक चाहिँ गरिदिउँ ल यो ह्याप्पी किङले मलाई किन जिस्काएको यार 0/5 छ यार चेन्ज गोल टु 15 प्लिज रे हौ रणमती मेम्बरसिप लिएको भयो नि यसले सेक्थ्यो है भन्थेँ मैले जियो के सर एकछिन ओभरअल आउँछ अनि पेकाहरूको फुल सपोर्ट हो क्या पेका आरडीको जर्सी लाएर हिँड्छ हो रणमती रङ्गशाला पुरै ओभर होला है स्यालेरी आरडीमा पर्का पेका
त्यस्तै $500
आमा
कफ हाने हो
through straight on towards
जियो के सर हानम न यो त अघि के अड्केर बसिरहेको रहेछ नि हामी
हैन मेरो त आउँछ म ओभरअल पोइन्ट आएपछि सुरु गर्छु तिम्रो तिमीहरूको अहिले छ नि जस्तै कन्ट्र्याक्ट हुन्छ नि अनि लाइक PMNC बाट लाइक PMGO साउथ एसिया पुग्यो भने स्यालेरी बढाइदिन्छु भन्ने चाहिँ गर्छन् कि गर्दैनन्
कन्ट्र्याक्टै छैन हौ कुन नेपाली
भने छ कि छैन भनेको क्या
छैन त्यस्तो कुरै भएको छैन
हो र तर तिमीहरूलाई थाहा छ है फेरि साउथ एसिया पुगेन भने चाहिँ निकालिदिन्छु भनेर चाहिँ मनमा चाहिँ थाहा छ नि
त्यो त 100% हो
ल ठिक छ पुग्छ नि हेर्ने यसपालि कति चान्स छ तिमीलाई के लाग्छ कि कति चान्स छ तिम्रो
हाम्रो
100 मा
अरुको जति छ हाम्रो नि त्यति छ
मतलब अरु कुन टिम अरुको लाइक हिमसनहरुको टिम जति कि टीआरएस टिटुके जति कि
मिचीको टिम त निस्किसक्यो नि
त्यही त भन्दैछु त पुग्ने चान्स का तिम्रो भन्दा माथि त टी4 छ नि त हो
हामी त झुन्डेर क्वालिफाई भयो
नि त त्यो प्रकाश हेर्ने कथामा भेटेको कि भाग्य नेपालीले भेटेको अरे अंशले भेटाको
非常非常优秀的一个发挥。当时你们小组赛
会有 QGG
打得不算那么好，然后现在进了生存赛之后，明显就是状态调整过来了。能不能跟我们说你们当时调整的时候注重哪些方面呢？
其实我们没有做太多的调整。其实我前2天其实
我说了弄完了，真的你就
दुई गेममा
的状态可能不是很好，然后昨天调整了一些东
के
西，
एक गेममै हान्नु
状态都变好了一些。然后我的调整就是我加了个手机壳，因为我用那个手机老断触，但加了手机壳之后断触会变少很多。
Outside that, we didn't really make a lot of adjustments. I think that we were in terms of strategy. I think we were absolutely.
दुईमा दुई हान्दै यार रनमाथि
I think everyone's form was just
crazy man
lackluster. And then coming to the survival stage, I think we are now performing a lot better. I think everyone's form
Tira
is just peaking right now. And in terms of adjustments, for me personally, what I adjusted was I added a case to my phone. And I think that really helped to reduce some of the kind of like not registering some.
सुरु गरौँ होला यार तिमी खेल्ने हो
फोन केस हालेर हेल्प भयो रे त्यसलाई
अपेका मोड्स
हजुर
खेल्ने हैन
खेलौँ न स्टार्ट भइसक्यो
ल ल
भन्दै भन्दै
रिमुभ इनएक्टिभ प्लेयर ल अघिकै हो है केटा हो चाँडा हो है
कस्तो भोक लाग्यो यार आम्बो
एन्सर सुनाउँ न एन्सर त्यस्तो केही हुँदैन हौ सब त्यो जेनरल एन्सरै हो जेनेरिक एन्सर त्यस्तो केही सहसै हुँदैन अरु 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 गेममा हुन्छ नि एकअर्कालाई गाली गर्ने त्यस्तो हुँदै हुँदैन पब्जीमा हु इज द मोस्ट कन्सिस्टेन्ट प्लेयर अफ नेपाल रे पेका मोड्स कन्सिस्टेन्टली डाउन
हैन
huh?
नो फियर
त्यस्तो लाग्छ
बेस्ट प्लेयर अफ नेपाल
थकाली कप एमभीपी पेका अरे ल सुरु गर्दै है त केटा धेरै मान्छे भयो यार पेका आयो तिमी
आइसके
ल प्रकाश
एन्जल थापा पनि रहेछ केटीहरु नि खेल्छ
खेलिहाल्छ नि केटा होला हौ केटीको नाम राखेको मेरो स्ट्रिम खासै केटी एकजना हुँदैन कहाँ हो केटा हो चाँडो ब्युकेनन एभ कहाँ हो रनमती नर्थ स्ट्रिट न्युजिल्यान्ड हो होइन ओहो यस्तो टावर त कहाँ छ यार नर्वे केही थाहा भएन भने युरोप जाने हो क्या चुपचाप
ओहो युएस रे क्यानाडा हो यो के कता हेमिल्टन पोइन्ट पनि पाइन होला है मैले त कि 1 पोइन्ट दिन छ कहाँ हो यो त
नर्थपट्टिबाट हामीतिर गाडी आइरहेको छ भने चाहिँ हामी साउथबाट नर्थ जाँदैछौँ इस्टबाट घाम आउँदैछ भने चाहिँ हामी वेस्टर्न हेमिस्फियरमा छौँ भने चाहिँ हामी कहाँ छौँ भन्दाखेरि हामी छौँ अहिलेलाई यो साउथ अफ्रिकाको रोड हो जस्तो लाग्यो मतलब रिजन मिलेको थियो हल्का देश चाहिँ बिग्रियो बुझ न फिलिङ
इन्डिया रे हो फेरि ग्याङहरु कुन हो यो त
योहान के हो रनमती
के हो यो यो त थाइल्यान्डको ल्याङ्ग्वेज जस्तो छ त
एकछिन गाडीहरुको कस्तो छ सेतो छ
कुन ल्याङ्ग्वेज हो यस्तो यो
अनि
थाई ल्याङ्ग्वेज छ
यस्तो पोल छ भनेपछि यो हो बेल्जियम ब्रसेल्स हो जस्तो लाग्यो किनकि यस्तो पोल चाहिँ बेल्जियममा मात्र हुन्छ ए स्विजरल्यान्डमा नै हुँदो रहेछ तर बुझन कुरा लभ प्लेयर माफिया ओजी जुट्स लभ यु है
के यार होला रे हौ केटाहरु म भन्दा नुब रहेछ हौ फुच्चे छ त यो त के हो नेपाल हो क्या हो
भ्याकेसन दिवर्ती दास
यो त इन्डिया हो
एडेलान्टो
नेपाल कता हो यो
रनमती त्यहाँ त्यत्रो ब्राजिलियन भाषा छ कि
हो र
सेम्प्रे कोलेजियो
कम्बोडिया रे हो
के थाहा कहाँ हो पेरु पाना
रहेछ
पेरु
ओ त्यो त छेउमै छ त नि
ए यिनीहरू भनेको त्यो ठ्याक्क सर्च गरे अनि गुगलमा देखाउँछ अनि त्यही हाल्यो हो क्या स्क्रिप्ट युजर हो क्या के होइन त्यो आक्रो उयो हुनु अचम्मित पर्नु पनि कुरै छैन
साउथ इस्टबाट घाम आइरहेछ
एकछिन त्यस्तो यसमा चाहिँ त्यस्तो हुँदैन यसमा चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि यो पोल हेर्नुपर्छ यसमा चाहिँ पोलको बिचमा ब्ल्याक छ भनेपछि यो चाहिँ युएस चाहिँ युएसै हो तर युएसको चाहिँ यो स्टेट हो जस्तो लाग्यो कहाँ गयो
युएस
युनाइटेड स्टेट्स अफ स्विडेन रहेछ क्या रनमा चाहिँ
म कहाँ यार
तिमी मेरो कुरा सुनेर हारेको
युके रे हो को सुतिरहेछ यहाँ त भैयाहरू हो त यार यिनीहरू त हेर्दै होइन तर फेरि यहाँनिर उसला छ त भैयाहरूले यस्तो लाउँछ
यो चाहिँ हो साउथ इस्ट एसिया लुक्स लाइक थाइल्यान्ड क्याम्बोडिया साइड बाई भियतनाम अब थाहा छैन हामी बिचमा जाउँ जुन पनि हुनसक्छ क्याम्बोडिया रहेछ क्याम्बोडिया रहेछ सबसे नजिकै म रहन्छु ल ठिक छ ए होइन यो को हो यो फ्यान्सी बेल भन्ने यसलाई पक्रिम के खान्दिम यस्तो खालको रुफ चाहिँ युरोपमा मात्र हुन्छ है
हो कहाँ होला त यो
फार्म एग्रिकल्चरल कन्ट्री हो जस्तो छ हल्का माथि माथि
यो लाटभिया हो लाटभियाको यहाँ हो सिलगढी रहेछ त
युरोप हो मैले भनेको थिएँ त तिमीलाई म त्यहीँ छु हेर त बिचमा
रोमेनिया रे हेलो रे हेलो यो त साउथ इस्ट एसिया
साउथ इस्ट एसिया त हो कि तर लाइक यो अब थाइल्यान्ड हो कि इन्डोनेसिया हो चाहिँ छुटाउने कसरी हो भन्दाखेरि यहाँ देखाएको यो उयोले हो क्या यो के भन्छ यो पोल पोल हेर त येल्लो येल्लो छ अनि बिचमा कालो छ भनेपछि यो चाहिँ इन्डोनेसिया होइन यो थाइल्यान्ड
हो
थाइल्यान्ड हो थाइल्यान्ड
अब थाइल्यान्डमा लागेन के भयो मेरो हेर्न सिङ्गापुर रहेछ
मलेसिया रहेछ नि
मलेसिया रे हो फेरि एउटाले यो कुन भाषा हो यो वास असी पोली रे नि त
ए भनेपछि
त्यो अस्ट्रेलिया
होइन होइन यो चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि त्यो चाहिँ कम्पनीको नाम हो यो चाहिँ युएसमा हुन्छ यो
होइन होला अस्ट्रेलिया
हो क्या त्यही कम्पनी युएसमा खोलेको हो क्या
अस्ट्रेलिया त रहेछ हेर्न
ल युएस होइन
अस्ट्रेलिया मैले राखेको थिएँ त्यसको नामै 80 पोली छ
इन्डिया इन्डिया
यो त इन्डिया हो
इन्डिया यो ब्रोले यहाँ
जाट गलन्ड अल इन्डिया परमिट रे यो कहाँ होला
कहाँ छ अल इन्डिया परमिट ब्रो
यो महाराष्ट्र
र दिल्ली चाहिँ कसरी छुटाउँछ भन्दाखेरि लाइक मान्छेहरू हेरेर है
होइन त बिहारको हो जस्तो छ ओए अलिकतिले मेरो
ओए ओए
को यो टाक्राको टाउकोमा गएको चाहिँ हैन फेक
म हो क्या थर्ड भयो म देख्यौ
यो म भन्दा मुनिको दुई जना चाहिँ अनइन्स्टल है सुरु हुन आँटेछ
देख्यौ त केटा हो देख्यौ त
गुजरात रे हो पन्जाब रे हो
सट्टाबाजी सेम सेट A7 र गोट हैन यसपालि चाहिँ तिमीहरुलाई ULF राख्दिन्छु खतरा ट्टिम राख्दिन्छु ULF अनि को टिम ट्यानमा हैन ट्यानमा राख्दिम चाइनिज टिम भिडाइदिन्छु नि त ट्यानमा र के रे अर्को AGAL ल चाइनिज टिम भिडाइदिए है त गेम सुरु भएपछि मैले प्रेडिक्सन अफ गरिदिन्छु त्यही बेला गेम हेरेर हाल्छु नसोचे हुन्छ है अहिले हाल्दा हुन्छ है म्याप फिट देखाउने बित्तिकै मैले बन्द गरिदिन्छु है केटा किकमा भएको केटाहरू युट्युबमा आएर लाइक हानेर चल्देऊ न यार थ्याङ्क यू यार माफिया ओजी जुट्स लप्ली यार मिल्छ भने मेम्बरसिप नि लिम जुट्स
मलाई नि यार DC मा रे यो DC प्राइभेट DC हो यसमा बाहिरको मान्छेहरु एड गर्नु
ताइले त यो गेमको नि ग्राइन्ड गर्नुहुन्छ कि के हो अरे रनमती आउँदैन हौ गेम मैले यसै बिटी दिँदै खेलेको हौ फ्री फायरको भुडे र पब्जीको भुडेको 1v1 गरौ निन्जा थकाली कपको लागि रे दुईजना रेडी छ भने त म गराइदिन्छु फ्रीमा खाने मात्र हो काम भ्लग बनाउनु पर्ला है यो उयसको प्रकाश के रे ल्यान्डको एक्सक्लामेसन की खाना त सरी ब्रो आउँछ ल्यान्डमा मेरो मलाई त्यही सेटअप मिलाइदिन्छु भनेको थियो
के छ त प्लानिङ रे गेम खेल्ने
ओए यसपालि त धेरैले भोट हाले त यार 30-60 हजार भइसक्यो है केटा हो हालो भाइ
तिमीलाई माफिया दाइले चिन्नु पर्यो नि
चिन्दैन सुपर च्याट हालेको थियो उसले कहिले
भाइ हो त
चिन्दैन माकसम झुक्केर त्याम्बामा 7000 हाले यार लेनिन AGAL मा 7000 हाल अनि तिम्रो पोइन्ट बच्छ
दुईटैमा हाल्नु पायो
दुईटैमा जस्तै अब त्यो हुन्छ नि अडहरु मिलाएर बेफाइदा नहुने हिसाबमा हाल्न पाइयो
कति हजार पोइन्टले शिखर आइस आउँछ अनि
शिखर आइसको लागि तिमीलाई चाहिन्छ 20000 पोइन्ट 20000 पोइन्ट भने तिमीले एक हप्तामा पाउँछौ हेरी
एउटा शिखर आइस
एक बट्टा हैन तिमी अनि 60000 पोइन्टमा त तिमीलाई होरो स्पोर्ट्सको जर्सी नै छ नि ए दुईटामा हाल्न मिल्दैन ए गाह्रो रहेछ यार लेनिन
यो पाली यिनीहरूले दिएको ज्याकेट कस्तो
ल यार अफेन्सिभ सोच्दै जुट्स लभली है
लेजेन्डरी आइजल
हजुर
अहिले दिएको EWC को ज्याकेट कस्तो छ पहिलाको भन्दा राम्रो छ कि खोस्टा छ
म कहाँ छु मलाई कसरी थाहा हुन्छ म राख्दिन्छु निवान एड गर्दै जान्छु
हजुरको नाम पनि होला नि अनि रोस्टरमा पाउले होला नि ज्याकेट
पाउँदैन 4 जना मात्र पाउँछ
अनि 50
ओए 90000 पोइन्ट पुग्न लाग्यो यार 1 लाख पोइन्ट पुग्छ क्या केटा हो हाल त हाल भएको जति केटा हो हेरौँ त 1 लाख पोइन्ट पुग्छ कि पुग्दैन यसपालि जित्ला त निन्जा हो र ले जित्नु पर्यो
एका तिमीसँग कति टिमको जर्सी छ रे
जितेको पोइन्ट्स खोइ त माफी दाजु जितेको जतिले पाइसक्यो यार तिमीले जिते थिएन होला भनेपछि कहिलेका 30 मिनेट जति लाग्छ पोइन्ट आउन
यिनीहरूले त पाण्डावाला डल लिएर राखेछ त यार
14 अगस्त FWS नेपाल फल विक 1 वाच पार्टी हुन्छ कि नै रे 14 अगस्तमा PMWC फाइनल्स हुन्छ वाच पार्टी
फाइनलको भेन्यु यही हो कि अर्को हुन्छ होला है
फाइनल यही त होला नि यही हो मेरो फाइनलको टिकट भएको केटाहरू छ नि त कहाँ गयो
कसरी फोन समातेको हो यसले त
सुरु हुन लाग्यो केटा मैले बन्द गरिदिन्छु 1 लाख पोइन्ट पुग्न लाग्यो केटा 2k पोइन्ट चाहियो 1 लाख पोइन्ट पुग्न हालो 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 1000 पोइन्ट चाहियो अब त कसरी हो पोइन्ट लिने 5 मिनेटमा 5 पोइन्ट पाउँछ तिमीले 1 लाख पोइन्ट पुग्यो यार ल इन्ड गर्दै सबमिसन ए आफै इन्ड हुँदो रहेछ 30 सेकेन्डमा ल ठिक छ लास्ट डेमा प्रेसर ह्यान्डल गर्यो भने त ढुक्कै हो जित्ने अब जित्ने त त्यस्तै हो लाइक टप 5 फिनिस टप 3 फिनिस चाहिँ ढुक्कै हुन्छ अब जित्नलाई त लाइक लक पनि चाहिन्छ लक प्लस आफ्नो हनाइ सबै कुरा चाहिन्छ अब सेकेन्ड डेमा अस्ति हामीले कस्तो थियो हेर न जोनहरू कस्तो राम्रो पाएको थियो कस्तो समातेको थियो त्यही पनि लाइक क्यापिटलाइजै गर्न सकेन क्या लकले साथ दियो तर हाम्रो गेमले साथ दिएन त्यतिखेर फर्स्ट टाइम 1 लाख पोइन्ट पुग्यो यार मेरोमा
एकाको टिमबाट खेल्छ आज भोलि रे
अति छ है ल सक्यो प्रेडिक्सन वेलकम यार देवराज जुट्स त्यो केटी होरसको प्राइभेट सिसी हो र भने जहिले होरको मात्र भिडियो बनाउँछ उसलाई पिएमएन यो साउथ एसिया स्पोर्ट्सहरूबाट पैसा आएको हुन्छ तैँले भिडियो बनाउनु पर्छ भनेर अनि त्यही भएर टाँसेको हो क्या उसलाई चाहिँ कन्सा छ होला त हो के अरे इच्छा न त्यहाँ कोही ह्यान्डसम मान्छे नि गएन त्यहाँ उसँग कन्टेन्ट बनाइदिन उसलाई नि रहर त छैन नि त केटा हो उसले नि बाध्यताले गरिरहेको हो बुझ न ल है अब 6 फुट 6 फुटको मान्छे आयो भए पनि ल है योसँग बनाउँछु भने सबै डल्लेहरू छन् अनि डल्लै मोटे केही न केही कमी कमजोरी भएकै केटाहरू छन् अनि पर्फेक्ट हुन्छ नि मोडल छैन को हो रनमती इएको हो मरो कसले हानो त्यानबाकोले हानो जस्तो छ चार्ली ह्यान्डसम छ त अरे चार्ली ह्यान्डसम त छ तर लाइक त्यहाँ हल्का अँध्यारो हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्यो टाइममा लाइक भेन्यू त्यस्तो उज्यालो बनाउनु मिल्दैन अनि
फेरि त्यानबाले सड्काउँछ जस्तो छ जोन हेर्दा त
सकाउँछ होला याज नआयो खेल्ने तिनीहरू 6 फिट वाइड रे पेका तिमीलाई हेर न के भनौ स्याभेज भन्नेले
अरे 6 फिट
Some of the games we've had, it's been a super bumpy ride for our teams, and we've seen some great PUBG Mobile mechanically off the back of
को छ 6 फिट चाहिँ रे
geometry-wise, how they understand it.
को लाग्छ हो तिमीलाई बेलसन
510 हो कि 511 हो
अनि जुत्ता लगाएसीको कुरा हो नि त थोडी न उसले त्यहाँ मुझे जुत्ता बिना हेर्ने हो त जुत्ता लगाएसी त अनि 6 फिट भएपछि त अनि 6 फिट त देख्छ त तर त्यस्तो फिल हुँदैन पेका 6 फिट छ जस्तो लाइक बडी पनि छ नि त लाइक त्यो लुरे बाँस जस्तो भए भए चाहिँ कत्रो लम्बु जस्तो लाग्थ्यो होला कि तर लाइक बडी पनि अब 6 प्याक्स लुकाएको छु मैले बोसोले चार्यो
अन्ना एड एक एड हो
बाच यार केटाहरू एजीएल मा कोले हालेको थियो यार टेन्सन भइरा होला
ओइ छायो एक एड थियो यार एक एड छ
चार्ली त 6-1 होला है रे चार्ली छैन चार्ली 5-11 होला जुत्ता बिना पेका बेस्ट टिकटकर पेका तिमीरोमा टिकटक बनाउनु पर्छ ल भेन्यूमा
के टिकटक
म लिएर हाल्छु नि आइडिया गेम साउन्ड बढायो भने मेरो आवाजै सुन्दैनौ यार तिमीहरूले सरी यार अमृत स्लिपीको कति छ त्यसो भएर स्लिपीको 5-1-5-2 होला हैन त ओइ कि छैन त्यति पनि तिमी कति हो
5-2
त्यति हो अनि स्काई चाहिँ 5-4-5-5 होला नो फियर 5 स्काई भनेपछि नो फियर 5-7-5-8 होला बडीमा 5-8 नत्र 5-6-5-7 होला
5-6-5-7 हो
जिगल चाहिँ 5-10 5-11 हो हाइटे पनि 5-8 5-9 5-10 होला 5-9 5-9 होला म्याक्स 5-10 होला म्याक्स
5-8 होला
सञ्जन दाई जुत्ता लाएर 5-7 5-8 होला अरू त को नै थाहा न क्लिन फिट ट्राई गर्ने ओके म त नो नै भन्दिनँ नि टाइम भन त तिम्रो टाइम भन न
4-11 4-10 4-9 4-8 4-7 4-6 4-5 अड्किन्छ हो त्यो खोस्टा छ हो
चल्दै चलेन हौ
चल्दैन के त्यो घुमे घुमे गर्छ
चल्दै चलेन हौ मेरो त टाइम भन त
3:55 54
सेम छ निन्जा ब्रो त 5-7 भन्ने सुनेको थिए र हैन गलत सुनेछ
इन्डियन टिमले EWC जित्यो भने
तिमी रिटायर गर ल त
हैन जित्न सक्छ तिनीहरुले
किन डराको रणमती
जित्छ तिनीहरुले
इन्डियन टिमले WC जित्यो भने तिमी रिटायर गर म मेरो यो युट्युब यो EWC मा कमाएको जति सबै पैसा तिमीलाई दिन्छु
तर गेम छोड्न त्यो त हल्का
तिमीले
अरु
नेक्स्ट स्प्लिट मा कमाउने भन्दा धेरै हुन्छ त्यो
हैन अरु
तिमीले नेक्स्ट स्प्लिट मा कति पाउँछौ आफ्नो भागमा
एक स्प्लिट छोड्नु पर्ने भनेको
2 स्प्लिट
2 स्प्लिट भनेको त 1 वर्ष हो त नि
अनि 1 वर्ष तिमीले 1 वर्षमा म चाहिँ कति नै कमाउँछौ होला के रे कम्पिटिटिभ बाट
ल यो पाली त जिसी हो नि टर्की जाने हो नि
ए ओके त्यसो भए चाहिँ नगर मैले त्यति त कमाउँदिन मैले त्यही 40-50 हजारको कुरा गरेको तिम्रो भागमा 40-50 हजार पर्न त तिम्रो टिमले 4-5 लाख जित्नु पर्छ होला नि हैन र बुझिन यार आइम नट क्युट इनफ म बनाउनु टिकटक लभली हुन्छ ए हो र पेका बनाउने हो लभली है मिलन गुरुङ लभ यु
अनि बाउ छोरा उभ्या जस्तो हुन्छ सँगै उभ्यो भने
को चाहिँ बाउ को चाहिँ छोरा
अफ कोर्स यु
म छोरा हो म दुब्लाइसके नि त पेका
ओभर हैन होला अनि म फेरि अनि मोटो मान्छे पातला भयो भने मलाई इन्सेक्युर फिल हुन्छ नि त फेरि आफूले आफू
किन हो त्यस्तो चाहिँ
घटे छ है भनेर अनि मोटो देखिन्छ नि त म फेरि
लाइक त्यस्तो नि फिल हुन्न सन्जय छु यार AK-67 पर्छ
घुमेर आउँछ होला नि गोरा स्पोर्ट्स गाइजहरु
घुम्छन् उनीहरूले डेट चेन्ज गरिसके
हो कता
तिम्रै साथीहरु हो त यार कल गरेर सोध न मलाई थाहा छैन हौ डेट चेन्ज गरे मात्र थाहा छ
म बोले लोदर लाग्छ के त्यही भएर केटाहरुलाई त्यही भएर
ऊ अति चाहिँ एरेनिएगर हान्छ यसले त साब्जीलाई नै हान्छ खतरा परे यार ओए मिठो आने साब्जीले अर्कोलाई नि झार्दियो बाटोमै ओपनमै 3 टु उल्टो भाग्यो उल्फ भाग्यो
कत्रो स्पिड खेलेको त नि सपोर्टै
उल्फको एउटै सिटमा बस्थ्यो क्या हामी यो 3 जना अनि म र को थियो हैटे सँगै बस्थ्यो क्या पहिला पाली त्यतिखेर चाहिँ काउच थियो यत्रो ठुलो थियो सब सँगै बस्थ्यौँ साउन्ड सानो भयो ल
Try and find something, keep this one going as the zone coming on through for the next pot for our stage 2 zone. Is it going to be hard? Is it going to be difficult? It's very firmly on the south edge there, Jackie, but it keeps a lot of land in. We're moving away from the Asnaya field. We're moving down towards the farm area, the positions east of Potato Hill, and those
WC र GC मा फरक के एउटै हो रे हुन त एउटै हो ग्लोबल इभेन्ट हो दुईटै तर लाइक GC लाई चाहिँ धेरै उयो प्राय के मान्यता दिन्छ
posted up around that area. It looks like they are retreating a bit, though, but a lot of teams are going to be trying to move in from this northeast side, and it's going to
हुन त एउटै त टुर्नामेन्ट हो सोच न
That's a John Allen guarantee.
Officially
I don't joke about mess.
Like world को सबै रिजनको टप टिममा आउने त हो दुईटैमा
It's been a bit bumpy as well for a squad like
Prize Pool पनि सेम छ
right? See their POV here.
They were able
to sort of harass other teams. Still good elims. Have a head on a swivel.
हैन पहिलेदेखि हुन्थ्यो त WC पहिला यो EWC हुनुभन्दा अगाडि त भोटिङ वाला सिस्टम वाला WC हुन्थ्यो त
Our top team certainly have. For them, still down towards the bottom side of the pack in 12th place right now. Got to give us a little bit more if they want to keep themselves in it. Wrap over from Tianba as well. They're going to be on the move down. Can it be the free Pete's already eating good today? 47 points in this game. So far ahead, that's the next squad, which is that tied second podium position between Alula and Goat. So they're really coming out to play.
With 108 points was the record set by Vitality in a single day.
Yep.
And I feel like
Canva कसरी वानमा दुई गेममा दुई चिकन फर्स्ट गेम 13 किल चिकन हानेछ सेकेन्ड गेम 12 किल हाने जस्तो छ 45 पुग्यो अहिले 2 पोइन्ट हान्यो
you would need a little bit more on this game. But still, like you said, in the position in the northeast side, they're very isolated. They can maybe chill out a little bit. I thought it was going to be the northeast side that was going to be a little bit messy, but that seems to have rotated down and split around the prison. Instead, the
drop लुटेको नि पैसा पाउने
WI
WI
going to be much more chock-a-block with our players.
थाहा भएन यार बस 66
from Milta.
PUBG लाई नि थाहा PUBG ले नि प्रुभ गर्न नसकेको कुरा अब हामीले कसरी भन्ने हो र लगाएको थियो भने PUBG ले पक्डिन्थ्यो होला नि.
Forced the teams in the area out wide. AGAL, who went across that bridge early on, of course, going to that Milta Power area. They went out all the way to the east, and they have now slung into a pretty solid position. But it was Kiwon DRX who were the team to sort of divert them on that part.
No, यो त्यानमा चाहिँ पुग्छ जस्तो छ यार एउटा भइन चाइनिज टिम पुग्नु पर्छ यार ब्रो.
Middle portion of the day where you're thinking, okay guys, got to lock in a little bit here, get a bit more energy, some wind back under the sails. If they want to push for more, locked in last place right now in the overall standings. Not the dream whatsoever. We'll see as the zone comes in as well if there's going to be any benefit here, if it pulls up more so towards that next side. No. All right, not too bad in terms of the positioning for some of our more central squads as well.
एजीलाई नि गाह्रो त गाह्रै हो तर त्यो डाँडा पक्रिने हो कि कहाँ जाने हो एजी त.
The split of two players from either side. Off near there, Fury
डियानी र एजी पकेट हान्दैछ त. जुझ्न लाग्यो डियानी र एजी सँगै पर्यो.
From that east side, look how many teams are moving around that Ulf position. Dopeness just about snaking their way over the top of this one. Remember, Ulf only on 2 players, so really can't do too much to stop this. They're just going to have to hope that they can win a fight.
Wait, what the Garek?
It looks like Kiwon DRX having a tough time.
Third party.
As 2 of them have already gone down. There's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet.
त्यो भल्ट गरेर मुनि गएको थियो फेरि भल्ट गरेर माथि आइदिहाल्यो के.
There's a burn down on the last player for the South Korean side.
नाप यिनीलाई घेरेर राख.
We've seen of a compound from Alpha 7 today. They get that one done, John, but it doesn't end. They effectively rung that proverbial dinner bell that's baited over RRQ. So for Alpha 7, they'll have to keep on fighting. Fury up, pushing over as well with AGAL in their line of sight. Height to play with, so at least advantage.
जान्छ बिपिन.
Leo.
हाम्रो कन्टेक्स्टमा चाहिँ जान्छ नेपालको कन्टेक्स्टमा चाहिँ जान्छ प्रफिटमा.
Feign wall of smoke between them. Good bit of open distance. So if that peels off,
एक को नि एभरेज छैन यार क्यारेक्स.
Clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the road. Just
पुरियाले यो पुरै होल्ड गर्दै थियो.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Furia to crunch in and lose influence. But are the Wolves going to stop there, or are they going to try and keep going a little bit deeper into the zone? I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL on this situation, and indeed they do head further and further west, getting out of dodge. So Furia can continue their presence, and the Wolves actually managed to get through fairly securely. They are only playing as 3, but doing okay, I think it's safe to say, and right on top of the final player from Dopeness as well. To try and make your way into the center of the zone. I'm surprised that the Wolves have gotten as far as they have here, Jackie, because it was a kind of crazy threat through all of this. It was probably helped by the fact that AGAL and Furia were both looking at each other, were a little bit isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there to get into the spot. Good read.
It could be a good reposition for Alpha 7 as well. Last time we saw them, of course, they had that great injection back over towards KRX, cleaned up on the compound, then they were briefly...
PMWC को slot हो रहा fix भयो हैन अब त कुरा गरौँला यो
Haven't chasing down Yangon, at least one of their players.
यो EWC वाला
They're
नि
going to
point
get
छैन
away.
यो गेम सकेपछि टपिक निकाल ल यो
As well, dead center setup right now from
नङसिम
Red
सेन्टरमा
Force. Haven't had to move or fight for anything in quite some time.
And they got 4 of their players alive as well.
Yo.
This is pretty decent news for Tiambo, although that's less so. They have taken a knock onto QZZ.
अब अर्को स्पिडको जिस जानुको लागि त भोटिरा हो र भन्दा धेरै
यत्रो स्पिड थियो रहेछ यार ट्यानबाको नि एकजना गयो एजीको नि एकजना गयो एजी मर्न लाग्यो फ्युरियाले पुश हान्छ होला
And the nades can't quite repel them, can't quite rebuff them in time. And Maple trying to stand against an onslaught from Furia. This is tough stuff. XCZ also bringing the brunt of pressure. I think that might be an off angle coming through from Yango Galacticos. And what can you do? A nade over the back does tag, but doesn't quite get a flush or another knock.
अब एजी बाँच्ने भनेर त अरु टिम आएर फ्युरियालाई हान्ने मात्र हो
Chief going to step back up with one of his own as well. Dashes it onto AGAL. That's more what you're looking for. Now they can compress in and try and collapse upon the squad. AGAL going down swiftly as they will lose out. Removed from the equation here as Furia is still standing.
On that south side, lining
which
the
team would
road
get
side now,
eliminated
well,
for
more of a path for it if we're on it, but we'll be able to use that ridge line that was protecting the Wolves on their rotate, potentially to
ल congratulations है केटा
forwards, but I don't think they can do it fully
अर्को नि म
just
गर्दिन्छु
yet.
केटा
Instead, they're going to have to worry about their south
सजिलो छ
flanks and their west and east as well. Alpha 7 rolling over, trying to take on the other Brazilian side. We're not quite getting fully stuck in just yet, Jackie.
अर्को 1 मिनेटको लागि हुन्छ है केटा
And hit the deck, belt buckles, meeting dirt.
ओ यिनीहरु त कसरी खेल्नु आट्यो यसैमा त
अर्को हाल्दिएको छु सेन्टरमा छ है नङसिम केटा त्यही भएर हाल्दिएको मैले
Here at the Qiddiya City grid, it's been getting pretty fiery.
हेरेर हाल है
Coming out in support of Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Go team taking some shots. That's a pop off from the fans over in Yangon's corner. Rightly so. First elim on the board there for Smile.
8-7 क्वालिफाई भयो भने फिक्स डिस्पेन्डर हो ल करिलो र रेबो राख्छ होला नयाँ दुई जना फेरि लिएर आउँछ होला फेरि नयाँ ट्राई गर्छ होला
There are goats out to the west and they want to find them. Irina and Al-Ula now coming into conflict. Remember, Irina losing a player on the drop, so they are as 3, and 3 players from Al-Ula bearing down upon them, a 4th to join them pretty swiftly too. Nades not quite connecting on the first form of the hold, but 2 immediate knocks come through, and the flushes
ठाउँ चाहिँ राम्रो पकड्ने तर लाइक खै
2 now
के
players
बिग्रिने
for
बिग्रिने
Al-Ula on the back side of this fight, but there is a third party from Go Up the Hill, R3B, now the last to stand for Al-Ula, and Irina hold their nerve with a beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off, and a lovely shutdown from Tony K for the final elim there. There was no way
भर्खर
to
किकमा
get
आएको
into
पोइन्ट
that
चाहिँ छैन
compound.
कहिलेकाहीँ टाइम लाग्छ
No, not for love nor money.
केटाहरु कोले पाए कि पाएन अघि पोइन्ट
Way through, but talking of which, look who's in the
एजी छिटो मर्छमा
back
हालेको पोइन्ट
Goat team's representative, the solo force, arcs the nade through the doorway to try and deal
उला जान भएन
damage. That's
लाकोमा
gonna be
फाइन
the strength
हुँदैन
of
हुँदैन
the
उला
volley,
झर्दैन
making it
पायो त्यही त
uncomfortable. Another one
टाइम लाग्छ केटा हो
bounces just off
नपाएकोहरु
the periphery.
के त तिमीहरु
Trying to
उल्टोमा
thread
हाल्यो
the needle.
नत्र
A further Molotov goes in.
पाइसक्छ के केटा हो
Free nades in the back pocket as well to cycle those over.
के तिमीहरुले क्वेशन बुझेनौ को टिम छिटो मर्छ थियो का एजी छिटो मर्छ कि ट्याम्बा
as they cower in the building.
एजी छिटो मर्यो त्यही भएर एजीमा हालेकोहरूले
Down
जितेका
here from Force. In the meantime, players around them looking to move away from this fight because the circle's gone southeast and you do need to get out. A bounce on the final nade and in he goes. The DBS in hand. Looks for one, but he can't even connect on the first. And Irina stay alive as 3. They have to get a move on though, Jack.
यो पाली हाम्रो केटाहरु राम्रो भएर होला कुनै टिमलाई हेर्दा त यो पाली हैन आजकल भन न हाम्रो केटाहरु राम्रो खेल्न थाले धेरै भइसक्यो लास्ट इयर देखि नै बबल खेले हो लास्ट इयरको PMSL CSA बटे
But it is what it is.
वहाँ काजाकिस्तानमा भएको थियो नि त्यहाँदेखि त्यहाँदेखि कन्सिस्टेन्ट छ त्यो जिसी पनि पुग्नु पर्ने थियो त्यो झुकेर 1 पोइन्टले हो जिसी पुग्यो भने राम्रो खेल्थ्यो फाइनल त पुग्थ्यो
Easy for Bad Boy trying his luck. They're low, they're trapped. I mean, they're going to be ushered out by the zone. You've got Cycloud up on top as well for Yangon with potential chance on the periphery. Are they even going to get out here, John? They try and jump in the vehicle.
They got a lot of distance already. 2 players from Irina moving away. Schweppes may be the sacrificial lamb. They have a vehicle that they stowed earlier or were aware of earlier. Geeky are taking shots from the off angle. I mean, Geeky are spending a lot of time.
That good one. Messi ko team ho re
trying to
haina.
make this one happen. The fact that they've let 2 players get away and they're taking
Messi ko
shots
esports
from
team
is quite nasty. Schweppes may be able to hop into a vehicle and get into this one depending on what sort of stim condition he's in and if he's taken too much damage. But
PMS le garda ni aako hola
I
improvement.
feel like Geeky may have overcommitted for it.
Of course, jati lobby strong bhayo त्यति आफू नि strong हुनु पर्छ नि त.
Quite a long way.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the knock
अब बिस्तारै अरु नेपाली टिमहरु पनि होरको लेभलमा आइपुग्छन् किनकि अब लबीमै अनि स्ट्रङ टिममै होरा र 40 छ सबै उनीहरुको लेभलमा पुग्छ के अब बिस्तारै उनीहरु पुग्छ अनि होरा र 40 पनि उनीहरुकै लेभलमा पुग्छ. फर्स्टमा ज्यूस हाम्रो लबीमा आउँदाखेरि ज्यूस एक्लै खतरा थियो नि पछि सबजना त्यो लबीमा चाहिँ त्यस्तै खेल्न थाल्यो. ज्यूस पनि हाम्रै लेभलमा आइसकेको थियो पछिसम्म त्यस्तै. लबी स्ट्रङ भएन भने आफ्नो नि गेम घट्दै जान्छ. लबी चाहिँ स्ट्रङ चाहिन्थ्यो ठिकै छ. अब यस्तो लबी हुँदाखेरि पनि खोइ बेकार क्वालिफाई हुँदैन. सबसे हाइएस्ट चान्स ग्लोबल पुग्न भनेको अहिलेको लबीले त हो नि हैन त. पहिलाको लबीमा त कहाँ सक्थ्यो त हो.
Behind the shack, gets the first aid, and the smokes are there. Might be able to dart
नेपाली टिममा दुईटा
forward, but he's
पुग्थ्यो.
already taking a lot of damage, and the blue zone's right on top of him.
दुईटामा एउटा टिम ग्लोबल पुग्न त गाह्रो
हुन्छ.
यो पाली अब कति टप कति हो?
He's able to take it down. Oh, it's actually the play zone. So it was the play zone tick to take down Tian, but
एनएस यहाँ चाहिँ म्यापमा कसले हो एनएस हेर्नु भनेको. स्लिपीलाई के भयो पहिलाको जस्तो पर्फर्मेन्स छैन त. स्लिपीको किले सबै कुरा हो भन्ने होइन. किल बाहेक पनि टिममा लाइक कोले के कल दिइरहेको छ के कसले के रोल खेलिरहेको छ नि फरक पर्छ. त्यही भएर हामीले तिमीहरूले बाहिरबाट हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ किलले जज गर्ने हो तर किल नै सबै कुरा होइन. किलले मात्र जज गर्न मिल्दैन क्या. टिममा के गलत भइरहेको छ अब कसले कहाँ के कल गलत दिइरहेको छ को आफ्नो किलको लागि मात्र खेल्दैछ को टिमको लागि खेलिरहेको छ त्यसले फरक पर्छ नि त. त्यही भएर किल हालेन भन्दैमा राम्रो खेलेको त भन्न मिल्दैन.
For a deep run into the game. It may not be a winning position, but it would have been brilliant for Tiamba if they'd been able to hold it to convert another strong game. They lost the player earlier on though to RRQ, and I feel like that was kind of the major changing point.
अब हगेको ठाउँमा त हगेको भन्नै परिहाल्यो. अब हान्न सकेन भने 1v1 या आउँछ.
The full force resistance against a full crash that came through from 721 GS. And if they'd had 4 players, I think that would have been a different story. And they could have been the ones on this north side looking to line everyone up as they roll forwards.
मलाई सबसे रिस उठेको चाहिँ अस्ति त्यो मिरामारको म्याच हो क्या. नङसिमले हामीलाई पुछाने थियो त्यो मन्टेवाला डाँडामा हाम्रो थियो नि तब चाहिँ हो क्या गाह्रो भएको. रिस उठेको त्यो नङसिमको पुस थाम्न नसकेको. ठिक छ यार एक्सन भाइ के छ यार तिम्रो होरा र 40 को डिफरेन्स चाहिँ के हो जस्तो लाग्छ. 40 को टिमवर्क नि राम्रो छ प्लस ओभरअल पनि टिम ब्यालेन्स छ. 4 जनै उतिकै लेभलमा छन् उनीहरु.
Wants to try and connect, but I mean the damage is pouring in from Furia, from Alpha 7, and Yangon Galacticos are trapped. There's nowhere for them to go. There is no easy way to move forwards. I think that might be
ग्रेनेडमा त आकाश जमिनको फरक छ नि.
Second place on the overall standings.
हामी लबीको वर्स्ट ग्रेनेड हान्ने टिम हो भने उनीहरु लबीको बेस्ट ग्रेनेड हान्ने टिम हो.
Yangon Galacticos want to try and stop them though at this point, and they send straight over the top. Fury are going to have to face off, but Yangon Galacticos not quite able to punch through. Igor's still left down in the dirt. The
Puria chicken आउँछ.
Yangon.
Puria हैन आउँदैन रहेछ. RRQ रहेछ. RRQ र A7 रहेछ. चिकन त नङसिमकै हो जस्तो छ. अघि पनि एक कप टी राख्दिएको देखाएन त के भयो रे. हो र छन्तेल जोट. खै यार जोट. आउँछ होला. धन्यवाद यार छन्तेल जोट दुईचोटिका लागि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. हाम्रो केटाहरु किन फाइट धेरै अभोइड गर्छन्. सबै टिम फाइटलिटीहरु जसरी खेल्दैन नि त केटा हो फाइट मात्र लिनलाई. सकेसम्म सबै टिमको चाहिँ के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि फाइट अभोइड गर्न मिल्छ भने अभोइड गर्छन्.
are going to win out on this trade. In the meantime, a massive
एज खेल्दै हो भने त फाइट लिनै पर्यो तर लाइक
really timely as well.
सबैजना चारजना बचाउन खोज्छ नि त
to get involved, get stuck in, and will be able to clip the wings of Alpha 7 somewhat, losing at least one. But there is a knock, there is a response.
NS को गयो त एकजना अर्को नि वान एचपी
could potentially find this res if Forever and Carrillo can't get a
71
position.
कहाँ छ एकजना त्यहाँ छ अर्को दुईजना कहाँ छ A7 त मर्यो A7ले पनि तानेछ नि त केटा हो यादै नगरेको रनमा त्यसलाई यिनीहरूलाई प्रेडिक्सनमा नराखेको यिनीहरू हेर न पुस 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 6-4 10 तानेछ रनमा त्यसले
Carrillo, all that remains. Oh, barely missing on the driver.
Lago. Spam. Nice. 10 मिनटमै सक्यो ल
Just warnings as they're gone again. Out in fourth place on this
Nongshim
one.
le chicken.
3 squads remaining.
What a timing on that for Nongshim Red Force as well. That flex out down to the south. Really instrumental. It gets rid of Alpha 7 and
अब RRQ ले पुश हान्छ होला नङसिमलाई कि त डिपमा हाल्दिन्छ
over the ridgeline kept Nongshim safe
यदि
and they have managed
RRQ
to
ले
get
नङसिमलाई
that
पुश
res
हान्यो भने मात्र चान्स छ नङसिमले चिकन नहान्ने RRQ ले
to the
7-1 तिर पुश हान्यो भने त सियोरै चिकन हो तर नङसिमलाई पुश हान्यो भने नि चिकन हान्छ झार्छ न मजी आउँदै त्यो अघिनेको को हो रे केटा हो हान्न नसकेको ल हेर्न यो लापार के गर्दैछ के गर्दैछ रणमती
I think they're just going to leave him. For RRQ,
पड्क्यो गाडी
they're already sprayed out in the open and
3v4
send their way. And 721 GS want to take down the player on the south side. Rayan should have angles on this. There are shots being fired back.
Rayan लाई त त्यसले रुवाइदियो यार
toe site, and we'll be able to clip
हान्छ
those
जस्तो
nails.
छ हो केटा
And that's going to leave RRQ out now.
यो घरमा बसेपछि म्याक्सिमम टाइम जोन चिकन हान्छ है पेका यो जोनमा त्यही भएर यो घर चाहिँ पक्रिनु पर्ने रहेछ क्या पेका हामी पनि पहिला यही घर त पक्रिन्थ्यौँ यो घर पक्रिन्थ्यौँ क्युब पक्रिन्थ्यौँ पहिला $1000 चिकनहरू हुँदाखेरि क्या क्युबबाट 3टा चिकन हानेको हामीले अनि $1000 को लागि 2-3
A team that we know can go above and beyond in a position to do just that with the
France
advantage.
गइँदैन यार टेम जोट्स
With the numbers as well. Battle of attrition on their side.
यो पाले गन पावर हल्का विक देखेको छ हाम्रो एनिमी
ग्याङ 7 ले हान्ला त
हान्दैन सियोरे हाने नङसिमले
closer towards the top 6.
सियोरे
मलिक रेहान
early doors on the tournament.
यो 7-1 चाहिँ कताबाट आयो यो 7-1 तिम्रो मेना रिजनबाट आयो त्यस्तै लाग्छ
Nongshim would love to try and rise above that. That's exactly what they're looking to do here. TC with the flex out, even though the monster truck's gone up in smoke, is brilliant because there's still 2 players who
हालेको छ
have to get across the road for 721 GS. And when they do, it's open
ओए
season.
केटा हो किकमा कोले मलाई फलो गरेको छैन त्यता नि गएर फलो गरिदेऊ ल किकमा 5k फलोवर्स पुराउँछ यो WC सकिनु अगाडि
So if it comes to a fair fight, I feel like I've got to back him from some of the angles we've seen, man. A lot of talent. Gunplay's through the roof right now for this team. Coaching staff watching on as well. Fingers crossed and hoping for the best result for the
यसलाई जोन जानु पर्ने रहेछ
Seems like there's still a decent amount of utility left in the back pockets there for 721. It's going to be the smokes over, create a pathway, smoke wall up on the roadside.
Indian teamले फर्स्ट पेज फिनिश गर्ने ठुलो कुरा हो दुईटामा एउटाले
Can they get there
अब
safely?
पार्टनर उस भयो
गडले सक्छ जस्तो लाग्छ उहिले सक्दैन जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई
They know that he is a vulnerable position for
गडले चाहिँ सक्छ जस्तो लाग्छ
So
हानेले
if they can get into nade range of him, that might change the dynamics of this
he's a
circle, Jack,
50-50,
because Nongshim Red Force also do need to move forward.
के भनेको
They
पेका
haven't managed to deal a blow.
किकमा का पार्टनर भयो अनि
on that
here
crossing.
5-6
So
मात्र
now
आयो
they
नि
need to go a
घण्टाको
little bit
त्यति
more
दिन्छ
घण्टाको $7-8 $6-7 देला
Thing is, if they're thinking Tizzy's the vulnerability, I
के भने धेरै हो नि त पेका
he might be the volatility
दिनमा 10 घण्टा गर्यो भने तिमीले $60 त
You
कमाइहाल्यौ
expose yourself for even a second. That
दिनको
off angle, he's so damn crisp with it. He's going to be punishing you towards the side. His nades as well, every time just eating away at them.
म पनि निस्किने यार ककासी अब छिटै
Additional
निस्किने
medical utility. That circle's going to start to crunch him. Really going down to the wire on this one.
Should do have the more central position with their forward spots here.
हुन्छ यार विवेक
Not
जोड्स
too sure how many nades are in the back pocket for 721 GS, but
A7 लाई चाहिँ हामीले प्रेडिक्सन गेममा छुटाउन नहुने रहेछ क्या
distance. TZ also lobbing it on in. The volley starts to come up. Remember, the numbers are still in the advantage of Nongshim Red Force. Oh, that looked quite good. That was from Hyunbin on the back lines. TZ starts to move and Alico clips him, immediately shutting him down. A really good opener, but there's a nade in response, and Hyunbin connects again up into the sky. Down. Alico's going to be forced out wide, but no one's looking. No one's ready for it. The flush comes through to Malik, and it's a 2v3.
Scary scenes off the back of that. Panic stations.
रुखसम्म पुग्यो भने यसले देख्थ्यो यार
Looking for the reset on the follow-up. That's the last one. Dashed in towards Nongshim, hoping to deal some decent damage. They're being constantly peppered by these. Molotov goes over as well.
Grenade.
ल लास्ट वान आनो नङसिमले हाने
This isn't looking great now. Down to a solo, trapped in an awkward angle. Shots over. Can't quite find it. It's not enough as Nongshim see red and get that one done. The aggression pays off. Taking the chicken dinner and game free.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the duo to have an impact with Alpha 7 was so important. RRQ as well were forced to stay on that south side. The subsequent circle shift all the way up to the north does help them out immensely. But even if it had gone south, they had that outpost. They had that opportunity to move forwards. They chose their timing perfectly. And every single step, it felt like they were in control. It felt like they knew what they were doing, and they had a backup plan in case it didn't go to it.
Good signs of life there. A team that, again, you know, we know can rise to the occasion. Inside of that game, they rolled the dice perfectly with what they were given. Really love that one split where they pushed out as well. Where you saw not only are they happy to just play with their cards close to their chest, but if they need to to a team that if got cards.
Oh, खेलम न
इजी हान्दै यार नङसिमले केटाहरूले नङसिमलाई चिनेकै छैन रहेछ नि यार किन नोमा त्यत्रो वाले हालेको यार
Much more predictable scenario. You're going to be able to find
आज पोटेटोलाई के भयो बोल्दैन त अरे पोटेटो खोइ टाइम टु टाइम हराउँदा रहेछ
even if you have a little bit more of a branching diagram, right? You are aware of exactly where you need to be going. Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the fourth Jackie. That would be silly. It's only match 3.
That was on point.
Hyunbin भने चाहिँ कुन हो सबसे लेफ्ट को हो
हल्का अनुहार उस भएको Hyunbin हो
The numbers agree. They have been crunched. Just like every other team under the boot.
जीसी को कुरा गरौँ जीसी को
त्यही भनेको मैले अघि त्यही सोधेको क्या जीसी को कसरी हो भनेको
कस्तो कसरी हो सबै पोइन्ट जोड्छ हौ
त्यही त टप 2 कि टप 3 हो
टप 3
ए टोटल टप 3 हो अनि टप 1 कि टप 2 लाई गन्टलेट हो
1 ला मात्र गन्टलेट
ए 2 चाहिँ टप 3 नै हो अनि EWC त टप कति 2 मात्रै भएन र
अनलाइन होरको 46 छ हैन त जीसी क्वालिफिकेसन डिटेल स्ट्याट्स WC मा पोइन्ट लिएर आउन सक्छ नि त दुईटा टिमले WC मा कति पोइन्ट पाउँछ टप 8 ले मात्र पोइन्ट पाउने रहेछ नि त WC मा केटा हो 15-20 भनेपछि यो माथि फिनिश गरे मात्र फिक्स हुन्छ यार केटा हो नत्र गाह्रै छ यार हेर न फर्स्टले 130 पोइन्ट पाउँछ PMGC सेकेन्डले 85 थर्डले 55 फोर्थले 40 फिफ्थले 30 सिक्स्थले 25 सेभेन्थले 20 एट्थले 15 अनि हाम्रो छ अहिलेसम्म 46 40 त गइसक्यो 135 अनि अब T2K छ DRS छ अनि अरूहरू छन् WC मा हल्का धेरै मतलब WC मा हामीले टप 3 टप 4 आए मात्र फिक्स होला यार जीसी त टप 4 गाह्रै छ यार नत्र त
अनि अर्को PMGO अनि अब आउने PMGO मा नि
यो रिजनल खोइ त रिजनल हाम्रो
फर्स्ट भयो भने त क्वालिफाई भइहाल्यो त
तर सेकेन्ड स्प्लिट चाहिँ के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि केटा हो जस्तै अब हाम्रो यो रिजनलमा 60 पोइन्ट पाएको छ 40 ले लास्ट टाइम फर्स्ट भएर होरले 40 पाएको थियो अब सेकेन्ड स्प्लिटमा चाहिँ रिजनलमा जित्नेले 120 पाउँछ सेकेन्डले 80 थर्डले 52 हो क्या ठ्याक्क डबल क्या बुझेनौ त्यही भएर चाहिँ फाइदा छ सेकेन्ड स्प्लिटमा चाहिँ अब पेकाहरूले मुझे नेक्स्ट स्प्लिट PMGO रिजनल जित्यो होइन त साउथ एसिया जित्दियो भने पेकाहरूले 120 पोइन्ट पाउँछ 120 पोइन्टमा त ढुक्क पुग्छ तिमीले केमा हालेको थियो डाक्टर साहब सबले पाइसक्यो हौ हाल्नेहरूले तिमीले उल्टो हालेको थियो होला
लास्ट भाइ
अनि यो चाहिँ पिएमजी यो पाकिस्तानवाला हो यसमा पनि पोइन्ट हुन्छ तर यहाँ लेखेको चाहिँ छैन पोइन्ट चाहिँ हुन्छ अनि देखाएको चाहिँ छैन त्यति त हो केटा हो हामी भनेपछि टप 4 आयो भने चाहिँ हल्का चान्स छ किनकि हाम्रो टप 4 आएपछि हाम्रो हुन्छ रहेछ 46 बाट 86 हुन्छ चान्स छ त्यसपछि 3वटा स्लट छ हाम्रो जीसीको लागि यहाँ 1 2 3 हरियो देखाएको छ त 3टा हो क्या
3टा भनेछ एउटा नयाँ टिम जसले
40 ले जित्छ होला हेर्दा त 40 जान्छ जस्तो छ गन्टलेट चाहिँ अनि बाकीको दुईटा टिम चाहिँ ग्रुप स्टेज
अनि 40 त खेल्दैन हैन रिजनल
किन खेल्दैन
सिधै उनीहरुलाई त इन्भाइट होला नि त पिएमजी उसमा
खेलिहाल्छ नि अनि जीसी पोइन्ट चाहिएन कि क्या हो
ए भनेपछि उनीहरुले उता पनि अनि सिधै इन्भाइट होला त नि अनि
थाहा छैन क्या राजा चिलमा हेर न
कि तिनीहरुलाई छुट्टै टुर्नामेन्ट हुन्छ
होरको गन पावर के भएको छ अरे ठिकै छ त अब लबी बाकीको लबी भन्दा नराम्रो देखेको होला तर लाइक अब यो त वर्ल्डकै बेस्ट लबी हो अनि
त्यही भनेको च्याटम भएको 2-3 जना लिएर जानु पर्ने हो के होरामा अनि बल्ल यसो हल्का गन पावर हुन्थ्यो
त्यस्तो नि त हैन तर लाइक लास्ट टाइम जतिको देखेको छैन भनेको हो अब लाइक अबको 2-3 दिनमा मिलाउला नि केटा हो के बिग्रेको छ होरको गेम ल्याग गर्नुको रिजन क्ल्यास हो र टिम खोइ के हो हामी लाइक मोमेन्टम बेस्ड टिम हो मोमेन्टम छ भने खतरा खेल्छौँ छैन भने आतेर अनि बिगार्छौँ
GK 下一个
प्रेडिक्सन सकेपछि हेर्न मिल्ने राख्दिउँ न आफूले हालेकोमा सबै झुकिन्छ नत्र मलाई थाहा छैन त्यो के भनेको मैले के गर्दा नि गर्दिनँ मैले त जस्ट थिच्ने मात्र हो प्रेडिक्सन सकेपछि मैले के चाहिँ गरेको छु र
还有这么多呢，没事啊，下面也很就凭人家是冠军，行。
RQ
给他 B。
这个放
ए प्रेडिक्सन सकेपछि हेर्न मिलेन भनेको प्रेडिक्सन सकेपछि हेर्न कसरी मिल्छ भन्दा हैन
压他一头够了啊，只需要压他一头。
रुकाई मलाई के
哇，这 S 有点太多了。
हेर्न मिल्छ त प्रेडिक्सन सकेपछि
这个小蜜蜂，那 B 跟 A 的中间呗，B 加 B。
के खुल्दैन त निन्जाको त के भयो ए प्रेडिक्सन सकेपछि त्यो आफूसँग जति पोइन्ट छ नि त्यो पोइन्टमा थिचेपछि देखाउँछ तिमीले के प्रेडिक्सन गरेको
因为他对比你在 A 是吧？
这个直接
这个怎么说
S 加，必须是压那个欧若拉跟黑豹一坨，稍微挪一下，挪到一边。
哦，懂你意思，懂你意思。
这个更别说了，
这个呢，龙溪。
刚 S 刚有一个空位啊。
हामीलाई कहाँ राख्छ यिनीहरूले एमा राख्छ होला पक्कै
给个 D 吧。
反正现在每个等级都有。
我觉得贴很完美，很完美，
很完美，没有要变的了。
没有，是的。
那这就是我。
नयाँ टिम भेटे यार मैले
अनि एजीएल ले त नि डिटिआर मा राख्दै रहेछ नि त नि
नयाँ टिम भेट्यो हामीले अब नयाँ टिम भेट्यो रनमती पक
ढिलो देखायो नि त निन्जा 3 गेम ढिलो भयो नि
हराने हो रे नै नै
रनमती पक तँलाई चाइनाको बेस्ट टिम क्यानभा हो रनमती कसले एजी बनाऊ Perfect list, Reo. Perfect.
Here I am, baby. We're currently at the Fan Expo for PUBG Mobile in Naruto. There's a lot of awesome stuff going on here. If you guys want to check it out, it's currently open from August 11th through August 16th. Come check out the awesome collaborations between them. PUBG Mobile, Naruto, and a bunch more as we have just a random man flying by. You didn't even get a chance to see that one. Maybe you'll see it again later on. But we're going to talk about not just
सब हिडन लिफ को यिनीहरु हल्का हुनु नि यार स्यान्ड हुनु कोही मिस्ट हुनु छैन
in that last game, having to do pretty much absolutely nothing throughout the first half of the game, and then afterwards actually being proactive about it.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne Red Force dropping Razen Shurikens all over the place here on Erangel. Very excited to see a win, but
F man, prediction के राख्दिम प्रकाश एकचोटी के सजेस्ट गर न
एजी को एजी ला टार्गेट हानेर राखौँ न एउटा के
we will get eliminated first एजी र A7 राख्दिम हु विल गेट एलिमिनेटेड फर्स्ट भने चाहिँ केटा हो को चाहिँ छिटो एलिमिनेट हुन्छ। अब A7 मा हाल्यो भने A7 छिटो एलिमिनेट भयो भने जित्छौ, AG मा हाल्यो भने AG छिटो एलिमिनेट भयो भने जित्छौ है। त्यो पछि मैले पोइन्ट पाएन भनेर नभन है, बुझेर हाल है। रनमती
कस्तो भोक लाग्यो यार।
बुझेर हाल है, बुझेर हाल। ओए अति यार सरल जोड्स, लभली यार, लभ यु यार। कति बजी सब्सक्रिप्सन आयो यार मेरो, लभली यार,
Right, because
लभ यु
Dizzy
यार
moving
सरल
up to
जोड्स।
that rock, making sure that he's at
युट्युब
anchor
देखि
point,
यता नि
allowing his
पुगिसक्यो
teammates
यार।
to push forward into nade range onto 721.
को हो यार,
so
कसले
that
पायो यार,
even when
साइल
Dizzy did get
766
knocked,
थ्याङ्क
it
यू भन
didn't
यार
matter,
उसलाई।
the game was already won, so that kind of synergies,
जियो
that
खेल्ने
kind
हो
of gameplay.
खेल्ने हो, तिमीलाई हराइदिउँ हराइदिउँ। अनुमति पक्क सुरु भइहाल्छ गेम फेरि, अनि ज्या हुन्छ क्या। जियो के सर तान्छु यता, अनि मैले हाल्नुपर्छ जियो के सर यसरी। ल पार्टी पार्टी रिमुभ इनएक्टिभ प्लेयर, अनि इन्भाइट सेम अघिकै हो। ल आयो ल, मेम्बर्स किकमा 6वटा 7वटा पुग्यो कि गणेश? गणेश 7वटा पुग्यो होला, 10वटा पुऱ्याउनु पर्छ हौ। तिमी नै हो जस्तो छ गणेश जोट्स। लभली है अरुण जोट्स, धन्यवाद। त्यो स्क्रिनसट गरेर राखौँ रे, के स्क्रिनसट गरेर राखौँ? कोसँग रिसाएको तिमी मिस्टर बोबोरो? ओए गणेश जोट्स एउटा सुपर च्याट सेक त रनमती, एउटै 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 कम्प्लिट भएन यार हाम्रो। सुरु गर्दै है त, प्रकाश आएको हो?
आएन आएन
नआउने?
हल्का
पेका पेका आइसकेछ त, पेका छ कि छैन? हेलो
खै मोर्चुङ बोलेको
मोटे
छैन।
लामो कहाँ गयो? ल सुरु गर्दै। ल यार रोमन जोट्स हेरेको छैन? एचओडी सिजन 3 हेरेको छैन? दिस लुक्स लाइक न्युजिल्यान्ड यार केटा हो। किन किन प्रकाश यो न्युजिल्यान्ड होइन र?
अमेरिका होला नि।
अमेरिका? ओके।
आज अनसँग खेल्नु पऱ्यो कति भयो यार जियो नखेलेको त।
अमेरिका रहेछ, ह्युस्टन रहेछ, ह्युस्टन। अस्टिन अस्टिन भनेर टेक्सास होइन कि कहाँ हो थाहा नै छैन यार। ओए मलाई गाली गर्दैछ यार, को हो यार? ओए पोइन्ट दे अघिको गर्दैछ यार रमित, मैले होइन यार, किकले हो यार। जोड्स फ्याबियन ओलिभेरा अरे, कहाँको रहेछ यो?
बिर्सिया आज जुम 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 त्यही मेक्सिको हो र?
होला होला हेर त,
ब्राजिल कि मेक्सिको?
पोर्बो पोर्लिना क्रुका मेजर
मेक्सिकै होला हौ। बिर्स्यो हौ मैले, यो मान्छे हल्का फेमस ब्राजिल रहेछ। छ्या उरुगे
प्याराग्वे हो कि कहाँ हो? पैसा तिर्न पर्ने हो र खेल्न रे? होइन होइन, त्यो साइटमा जाने अनि अकाउन्ट बनाऊ अनि पार्टी हुन्छ माथि। अहिले म सिकाइदिन्छु। सन इज सेटिङ इन द वेस्ट, वी आर कमिङ फ्रम इस्ट टु वेस्ट।
युरोप हान्ने मौका सोचेको।
ल
खतरा खेल्नेहरू त होला त, अस्ति अंशकोमा आएकोहरू पो यहाँ आउँदैनन्।
ओ यहाँ अझै माथि रहेछ यार। बनाना होइन के हो? श्रीलङ्का हो प्रकाश कि थाइल्यान्डतिर हो?
साउथ इस्टै होला हौ
श्रीलङ्कै रहेछ नि रणमतीको छोरो
छ्या पुगेको रहेछ र तीनजना त
फर्स्ट इन्स्टिङमै जानु पर्यो अरूदेखि हर्ट ट्रान्स ग्रुपो लोजिस्टिको युरोपको छ उयो ग्रुपो लोजिस्टिको भनेको स्पेनिस हो कि स्पेनिस हो कि पोर्चुगिज हो
स्पेनिस होला स्पेनिस
कहाँ हो रणमती यहाँ
कहाँ टुक 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 बज्दैछ
बिचमा जान्छ ओ हल्का माथि जानु पर्ने रहेछ
म पनि खेलिरहेको रहेछु त
नोर्ड रिडो भिजनिङ अटोमाट कहाँ हो एडी बाट फिनिश भइरहेको छ यार शब्दहरु
अति मसा जान्दैछ हौ एशियन लेखेछ हौ त्यहाँनिर यो मसाज भनेपछि थाइल्यान्डतिर होला
रणमतीको छोरो कोपेनहेगन मालमो रहेछ कहाँ युक्रेन हो रणमती लेफ्टबाट गइरहेको छौँ भने हामी चाहिँ इन्डियामा छौँ इन्डियाको कुन स्टेट हो यो
इन्डिया र
इन्डिया त लेफ्टमा चलिरहेछ तमिलनाडु थाइल्यान्डमा नि लेफ्टमा चलाउँछ हो प्रेडिक्सन टाइम लामो राख्नु पर्यो गेम सुरु भयो छैन ला त्यो प्रेडिक्सन सकियो यो चाहिँ मलाई नो आइडिया यस्तो त नो आइडिया म्यान तपाईलाई स्यालेरी बोनस के आउँछ कि नै रे के को स्यालेरी बोनस हो रणमती म बेरोजगार हो युएसए ओइ युएसए हो त्यो लामो हुन्छ युएसए एरिजोना रे हो रणमती होली शिक्षित सोच युवा जोश हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं महिपाल सिंह महिपाल यो रणमती कहाँको हो
अरु केही छैन
महिपाल किस जगह से है मुंबई महाराष्ट्र
महिपाल सिंह त मान्छेको नाम हौ
त्यही त यो रणमती कहाँको हो भनेको जयपुर पंजाब कहाँ हो दिल्लीकै हुँदा जहिले दिल्ली जानुपर्ने रहेछ हौ लास्ट गेम ल के हो यो लाओस हो यो क्याम्बोडिया लाओस के हो यो क्याम्बोडिया लाओस
क्याम्बोडिया होला हौ
मस्ट बी क्याम्बोडिया
लासको झन्डा कस्तो हुन्छ र
हल्का पानीतिर जानुपर्ने रहेछ 12th भयो 17th भएछ ठिक छ समीर कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन्स झुक के अरे झेल्ली गरेर जित्यो पक्कै स्क्रिप्ट युजर हो त्यो प्रेडिक्सनमा हाल्न मिलेन भनेको नयाँ अर्को नि प्रेडिक्सन गर्दिन मिल्छ मिल्दैन होला त्यो सकेपछि मात्र होला है यो सकेपछि मात्र रहेछ सरी ल हेर्दै गर म वासरुम गएर आइहाल्छु है अर्को स्ट्रिममा नजाऊ है बस्दै गर एड आयो नि हेर है ल किन हेलो
It's unbelievable. You know what? But it's all about being able to adapt, able to make those plays and make it happen. So we're looking right now at the overall ranking. We're only looking at top 6 on. Everybody else is going home here. So right now that cutoff is going to be go with 22 points. It's going to be really up to these teams down below to start turning things up right now. I think they've kind of already burned through the bad games that they can have.
If there's anything to go by our previous groups, though, we're kind of looking at 85 points, roughly. Don't quote me on that in future. But I think for what we saw going into top 5, what was a pretty tough group, we were looking at 95. There was that point sponge over the top side of Vitality, though. So maybe 85 to 90 points overall for 6, and then it goes up from there. Right now, Tiamba, they're pretty close to hitting that. They need like 40 more points on the day, which is ridiculous next 3 games. But they could lock themselves in fairly easily at the end of today, and that really does take a lot of the stress off. So any more points they can get right now, he's fantastic. They're starting off wonderfully over towards Yaz. It's an early dropout as well, so they get very looted very quickly. Then it's a case of just figuring your way out over towards that western edge. But there are a couple more teams we do talk about. RQ, for instance, goodness me, good job to them. I think that although they haven't been massively loud in these games, some decent rotates, some good circles, nothing insane just yet. But I think for RQ, this feels like a much more comfortable ride. Let's just keep that happening. Let's stay on the smooth roads.
Yeah, speaking of, you know what? Where we're going, we don't need roads. As you can see, already getting in the glider off the rip here. He's going to be keeping an eye over Severny. But you know what? You guys need to make sure you keep an eye in game and get that Uzumaki Naruto event going. Get that Ninetales Fury off.
पार्टनरहरुलाई चाहिँ 1 घण्टाको मिनिमम पे हुन्छ क्या
before it is gone. And you can see Yasser, he said, okay, I got the glider, I got my Murado, we are ready to go here.
Yeah, no reason to stick around much longer. I mean, they made a quick approach over towards Severny, gets off the loot truck. It's going to be a little bit late for it, but they should be all right. Alula, though, Severny,
clean feed चल्यो हो पेका
we're likely moving down towards fields, Gakko away for Chinky, so they do.
उनी हेरिरा हो क्या
मेन फिड कति टाइम
55 54 52 52 51
सेम छ
It's the class.
Clean feed चलेको छैन.
It's kind of it's good to see a more normalish circle here. About time.
Well, actually,
you know?
Yeah.
It's about time we actually see one here. So I think these teams are kind of breathing a sigh of relief. And now it's time for, to kind of get rid of any excuses, especially for these teams down in that bottom 8 to really start playing catch up here because
केटाहरु नयाँ हेडवास टिम भएको एजी
that's just such a wild card.
त्यसले हामीलाई किन डीटीआर मा राख्यो यार प्रकाश
We saw a 39 point game for the arena in just one season.
हैन हामी अर्का भेडाउ हामी हेड दिउँ
have a crazy pop off match but a team at the top
किन त्यसले डीमा राख्यो
I think if you have the opportunity like a normal circle here
त्यसरी नै हाम्रो होराका केटाहरुले पनि राखेको होला नि त कन्टेन्ट
हैन ठीक छ हो उनीहरुले इगो मार लिन पायो
a little bit more casual, a little bit more chilled out for Wolves. Hey, you're not
prediction खै दाइरे गेम अगाडि आउनु पर्यो नि त
which is totally understandable.
घुम्यो पेका घुम्यो
It's understandable. There has been some, let's say, minor mistakes here and there from Wolves, but this is a good start for them. And I think it always has been difficult as time goes on with these kind of circles. If you're not experienced, you don't have that idea of how to play that at a lobby this level, you are going to get caught out. But this is a big chance. Now for Wolves, if they got up pretty early here, I think we can safely say to ourselves, it's not likely happening over the next couple of days, because this is a big chance for them.
Yeah, it really is. And you have to utilize these opportunities.
MafiaNinja worked so that PUBGMOBILE could run in and this year.
Time here one other thing
for the survival stage. I was looking at some of these team names.
28, 27.
This is a problem, right? We got
Google Chrome
here, right? We've got our PMGC champions here. We have our PMMI champions here, right? It's like, and then it's like Champ City. You got Tianba who almost won PMMI, and so many other great names as well. So yeah, you just can't afford to slip here at this stage. And that Wolves play in the group stage of accidentally hitting that rock.
Yeah, that upset you, dude.
That broke my heart.
Yeah.
I mean, thank goodness Baton hit the most ridiculous, like,
कति एडाको दाइ तिमी किकमा छौ
out of a
किकमा एडा
vehicle I
हुँदैन
have ever seen to
Well, it's
kind of
like minus 1,000 R and then plus 1,001.
literally,
Yeah.
like it's evened out. But if they don't make it to
It went
finals here,
negative on that one.
it's going right back down.
फाइनल स्ट्रेस हुन्छ हुन्छ
Yeah, I think for definitely, I will
यो
say,
टुर्नामेन्टमा स्किनहरु
honestly,
किन सब छैन
Elementrix has been
किन
impressive
छैन
me.
सबले सेम
There's
सेम
been some
लाउने
good moments. I think
त्यो प्रमोट गर्नलाई
if we'll take
स्किनहरु
anything
दिएको
away
हुन्छ
from this
सबको
event,
आइडीमा
it's
एउटै
definitely
स्किन दिएको
team
हुन्छ
cohesion.
Sure.
I think individually all these players are like fairly decent, but we
Top
don't,
6
we don't
तानी
see
हो
these
हजुर
crazy
top 6
team
तानी
plays coming out from them. We don't see them work together like
YG
massively
त बिलानै
well.
रहेछ यार YG
I still think they should be very, very proud to be here. and
Last
getting through to
time
survival stage though, because this is a
जस्तो
really
छैन
tough
last
tournament. I mean, you
PMWC
just
जस्तो
highlighted the amount of
NS
champions
ले
we
डबल
have
डिजिट हान्ला त
in
निन्जा
survival
NS ले
stage.
हान्न सक्छ फर्ममा
Very
छ
cool, by the way. But yeah, I do think because the circles were so insane,
भर्खर चिकन
across
हान्यो
groups, yeah, some teams
रोन्डोमा
were
पनि सेकेन्ड
getting
भएको
that
थियो
maybe
सेकेन्ड
wouldn't have been
भयो
able to perform.
हान्छ
but
होला
You could look back on the circles, and I think there was a lot of
टिममा दुई
deserved
त
wins.
हानेको छ
Honestly.
क्या
I think it was just hard. It's a very, very competitive current lobby at the moment. This is a very fun survival stage. This doesn't feel like
Last
we're
day,
really
Nisco Ninja.
just calling the necessary amount of teams. It's like
Last
we're going
day,
to say
sir.
goodbye
भोलि
to
last
some
day.
real heavy hitters here. Some teams that, honestly, I would have liked to have seen
माइकमा बोल
them
माइकमा
through to the finals. We still got one more day left. Though.
एउटा
Okay.
ULF जान्छ
I
अरु
don't have to shed any tears just yet.
NS जान्छ ट्यानबा जान्छ
One more day is definitely a good opportunity for these teams.
अहिले
Qiddiya
दुईटा
जान्छ
मिरामारमा एउटा त
And
फिक्स
it's
ULF
so crazy, right? And I think the big reason on top of it why we see so many monster squads in this lobby.
हाम्रो मलिक कता
is
छ
because
मलिक अहिले
in the
काम
group
गर्छ होला यार
stage, Good games were okay. You know, we
त्यो
saw
मोडले
just
प्रेडिक्सन
something
हाल्न मिल्ने बनाइदिउँ न
special
निन्जा
that just made things so
किन हो
wild.
अनि
I mean,
चुज
team
गरेर अनि
mentality
जे पाइ
on
त्यहीमा
day
हाल्दियो
one,
भने
Yo,
कस्तो अरु को छ र मोडमा अनि अरु दुईजना हैन त
छन् नि
I
चोरहरु
remember
छन् नि
talking to like
चोरहरु
all these different coaches and players and be like, hey, what do you guys think about Vitality's day one performance? And the answer was always,
अहिले
what
मन्दिरको
the?
ब्रेक
And
होला
then it would just fill in the blank, you know?
Yeah, bro.
It was just shock and awe. Like, I don't even know what
बोरो
to
गर्दा
even
छ
say
बोरो
to
चाहिँ
it.
घरतिर
And, I mean, you really can't say much.
No, you can't. Well, I think for Vitality's performance,
Game
it
number
was one of
4
the things
यो
where
4
there
यसपछि
isn't
दुईटा
much
मात्र
to
बाँकी
say. It's like it is shock and awe. That's essentially what it is. I think there's not
कस्तो
much
बिल्ला
to be
लबी
said in
राम्रै
terms
छ
of
हौ
like what
राजा
they did wrong or what they did
तिमीले
right. It's
त्यो
just a case of
गर्ल्स क्या घरको लबी भन्दा राम्रै छ
when we see you winning, we're just happy for you. We're just happy for you. Yeah, it sucks that
कहाँ
we're
फर्स्ट
gonna
जोनमै
struggle to
मर्छ
make
त
our
हौ
way in
कस्तो
now,
कुरा
but
गरेको कुर्बान
goodness me, you guys definitely deserved it. It made Group B very, very difficult for some other teams. We had such a tight, knit top 5 when it came down to it. A lot of teams like sitting on that 90-point border up towards
माथि
like,
माथि
third
A7 लाई
place,
जोजा
because I believe it was
A7 लाई जोजा
like who were able to break out of that
मैले
3-digit
जिङ्स हाने क्या
boundary
जोन
to get
बुझेनौ
up there. But yeah,
A7
everyone
लाई
else
पर्दैन
was
क्या
struggling.
फेरि पनि त्यही भन्छु म
Right
A7
down
लाई
to that
पर्दैन
last
हेर
game,
नेक्स्ट पनि
which did shift up the rankings massively and led to E-Arena being here now.
Unreal, dude. Honestly, like, that's like probably what frustrates me the most, dude.
तर कुरा चाहिँ के भयो भन्दा एज क्लियर हुँदो रहेछ A7 लाई अब
39 point game.
सिधै छिर्यो भने
How do
छिर्न
you
मिल्छ
break
धेरै
a
घुम्यो भने
record
पनि
like
छिर्न
that
त एज त
and
क्लियरै
just
हुन्छ
still not make it to the finals?
क्लस्टर बन्ने भनेको
I'm glad I
सेन्टरमा
wasn't
मात्र
on
त
the
हो
desk there, 'cause I would've
ट्यानबाट
gone
उला
absolutely crazy. But oh, here we
Wait,
go,
Dardio.
into the action. It's
आचिङले झार्दियो
once again
त्यसले अघि पनि अस्ति
catching
झारेको
out Al-Ula quick.
यासर
Ooh, Yasser
TR पनि
getting
झर्यो
punished as well. Tianba not messing around here on rotation. Also the feed we see 721 GS getting to it with the Wolves. That's ringing out back and forth. Looks like one of the Wolves players does get thirsted, so they're going to be stuck with 3.
सिरियस त्यस्तो हुँदैन नि त डोना
Because now we see 721
डोनामा
getting it with
चाहिँ
RRQ.
अब यहाँ चाहिँ सिरियस भएर खेल्नै पर्छ अब लोकलमा त सिरियसनेसै
When you
हुँदैन
get the circle come down towards the south side, there's a lot of fielded
यहाँ
over
त
towards
गर्की
the
मरो हो नि
northwest and down towards the south. There's some very key compounds, some very key areas of the map you want to take control of around these trees. And we already know from watching groups, these players and these teams are not afraid to get stuck in 4 strong areas of the map. And it does cut out a lot of players quite quickly. 721 GS, they went down, they struggled off the back of it. Right now, Ulf is trying to rotate on through. Geeke is finding shots over towards Tiamba. They do
Okay,
lose one
next-
player because
next,
of that.
next month को
But
7th
yeah,
मा
everyone wants a strong spot inside the circle. It's just amused me that Tiamba's taking a lot of damage. They're currently playing around Pachinki.
यो आज र भोलि
I
हो
don't think
survival
they expected players to be up towards Church right now, taking shots off of this one.
Kex
But
ले
fair
बेटा,
enough
Kex.
to Geeke. It's a good, well-laid trap.
खतरा
they're gonna hold this spot for as long as they possibly can. Oh, Marnet getting popped on the roof there.
ओभर भोक लागिसक्यो यार बिहान 11 बजेदेखि केही खाएको छैन यार
Fight timing is what it's all about here at the stage,
बिहान कति बजे उठेको
in the survival stage. You kind of get into one of these engagements just a little too early on rotation. Boom, you're getting third partied, fourth partied. All these teams that are just desperately hunting eliminations. So sometimes it is a little bit better to try to avoid those fights, unless you know for sure we could finish it out like really, really quick. But it just goes to show you, these rotations are not simple, especially when Team C
EG4 भने चाहिँ के रहेछ है प्रकाश EG4 भनेको यसको पुरानो टिमको क्ल्यानको ट्याग होला के
EG4 they're not awkward, they're not like split-second decisions. These teams have studied for this type of thing.
Final survival stage-बाट 6 वटा टिम.
It does feel a bit rough. For Alpha 7, they're currently trying to play off the back of the high ground that's out towards the eastern side of Quarry.
EG4 bad भयो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ.
Still left behind.
Oh, त्यो रुपेश भन्यो नि त्यही भन्यो EG4 हो
We'll get an exo coming through soon. Where's it head up here, Jukes?
Oh, I think we just go dead center. Oh, okay, we go a little bit up on the northern side. Okay,
A7 फेरि घुम्छ A7 फेरि घुम्छ जस्तरी आको त्यसरी जान्छ माथि त्यो हुन्छ नि त्यो
sticks from Gatka. You can already see some teams pushing in immediately. You got Alpha 7 all the way to that north side towards Ruins, but man, that Ruins position.
अब हैन A7 उ त्यो माथि 5 हो त्यो छ नि त्यो रुइन्सको छेउमा त्यहाँ जान्छ होला हो केटा.
You know, when I see EWC, you know what it reminds me of?
Final उठाउनेलाई प्राइस कति छ अरे?
It reminds me of like those days when
थाहा
we
भएन
were
यार
doing
700
preparing for a test.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the test happens and it's like nothing you studied.
हैन
Yeah, they switched out the
500k
that's the
छ
worst.
You're like,
That is the
what?
worst.
I spent hours studying these certain maps, these little areas, and then all of a
AGL,
sudden, you know,
kinds of
zones are
DTR,
just going
DTR.
crazy here. You know, now we're starting to get back to a little bit of the core material. The zone is bouncing back and forth a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I know.
But finally, it's something that seems familiar here. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams so quick on the rotate.
Yeah, these were in the footnotes.
यिनीहरुको चाहिँ होल्डिङ स्पट नै यस्तो मात्रै हो.
I'm good to go. So a lot of teams are ready to send in the
अनि यस्तै छ ठाउँबाट अनि लाइक एभरेजमा डबल डिजिट पोइन्ट 10 11 पोइन्ट 8 9 10 पोइन्ट ल्याइदिहाल्छ अनि जुनले साथ नदिएको बेला यसरी ड्याममा खेलिन्छ सेन्टरमा स्याक जब आफूले कम्पाउन्ड मिठो कम्पाउन्ड लेकमा जोरायो नि चिकन हाल्दिहाल्छ. यस्तो ठाउँ खेल्ने चान्स हुन्छ क्या पेका ओपनिङ निस्किन्छ क्या एक न एकचोटि जोनमा केही गर्न मिल्ने आफूले त्यतिखेर ठ्याक्क त्यही मुभ गरिदियो भने अनि चिकन हाल्न सजिलो हुन्छ क्या यिनीहरूले चाहिँ त्यस्तै गर्छन् क्या फेरि चान्समा डान्स हालिदिइहाल्छन् क्या चान्स पाएको बेला पहिला साइलसहरूले नि त्यही त गर्थ्यो जोनको सेन्टरमा सुत्दिन्थ्यो जब काहीँ फाइट पर्यो आफूले थर्ड पार्टी हाल्न मिल्छ जस्तो लाग्यो तब मैले उठेर मैले चढ्दिइहाल्छ.
The biggest thing
त्यसपछि गेम आफ्नो
right
बनाउँछन्.
now is this split from RRQ. They are trying to control the majority of that western side.
किन
Yeah, that's a crazy split, to be honest. I think, just trying to find some intel, waiting for this next circle to decide where things are going to end up. I'm finally seeing a little bit more traditional kind of circle rotations from Alpha 7. Once they saw that northern shift, they all the way up to the top. So they're going to be taking the blues up here, as we can see. And very, very OG from them. But man, what's going on with them in their engine?
गडलको प्लेयरहरुले त 40 को लास्ट बिलाउड दिन्छ त भ्लग अनि आफ्नो इन्स्टा स्टोरीमा अरे अफ कोर्स
but even in the last game or
उनीहरुको लाइक
we saw, you know,
पानी नै बेहोरा नै त्यस्तै हो केटा
hitting these crazy
उनीहरुले गेम प्लेको लागि गाली खाने हैन गेम त सबैले नराम्रो खेल्छ नि यार थोरै न सबले राम्रो खेल्छ आधीले नराम्रो खेल्छ आधीले राम्रो खेल्छ थोरै न सबजनाले गाली खान्छ नि त बानी बेहोरा हुने आफ्नो
like that's a team you didn't really want to bump into and I think for
एजी पनि सेन्टरमै रहेछ
a lot of times they kind of suffocate.
A7 ले तान्यो है
We do get another
A7 ले जोन तान्यो
तर पुश आउँछ क्या. It's not in a terrible spot. They do control the majority of that northern side. They will regroup on this one, trying to hold on. But yeah, I don't think we've
कोही न कोही घुमेर जान्छ यो आरआरके घुमेर A7 मा जान बेर लाउन हेर
pushing, no smokes, no nothing.
ले त्यो घर छोड्दियो भने हो नत्र यिनीहरु घुम्छन्.
A bit of a desperation move, so we'll wait and see. Again,
आरको पुश हान्छ नि त को दुई जनालाई.
They are trying to work some new tactics in right now to make it work.
ओए शान्ताराम जोड्स अति यार लभली यार शान्ताराम जोड्स लभ यु यार.
In the survival stage, do it what you know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if you're ahead by 100 points, then you can go and try whatever the heck you want. But right now, it's just making sure you make it into that top 6. With this circle, though, the crowd is starting to get hyped because they know this is a beautiful zone for them. And meanwhile, we got some teams that are going to have to be pushing from the south side. You got GOAT.
अनि युट्युबमा चाहिँ लाइक गरिदिनु केटा 1k लाइक्स पनि पुगेको छैन यार आज त मार्छ यार मलाई PUBG वालाले
in this next circle. And you can already start seeing some players get knocked here. Ulf catching out claws. And that actually is going to be eliminated. So that is already 3 teams out of here pretty early.
त्यति त मिनिमम नै पुग्नु त पर्यो नि त हैन र
Again, good setup from them. They were trying to cut off a
Eastern rotate.
ओइ शान्तारामले त ओइ गिफ्ट पनि गर्दैछ यार अति छ यार जोड्स लभली यार
He's only
गणेश जोड्स दिने बेला आयो जस्तो छ यार 9 जना पुगे जस्तो लाग्यो मेम्बर
have much choice in the matter. So for them, they're like, okay, there's going to be some teams rotating out.
Up यो शान्ताराम जोड्स अति
on that eastern
को आशिष कमेन्ट गरौँ त कोले पायो
team will be holding the compound over towards our southwest side, which is currently RQ, and this engagement right here, which is going to pop off. But that's not
the third party on the
Right now, though, Foosman does walk around the corner. Killer Joe also with the JS9 do some good work. Go is just cleaning RQ out. Now, this is the man to be worried about, though. It is Lapar. He's on his own. Might go terribly. We'll see what he's got.
Comes out the vehicle.
Wait, finish.
The shot, no way. He jumped
you know, finish it
makes it happen. And now you got force from Go. Gonna go ahead and get this res.
Yeah.
Crazy there from the park.
Side open,
and now here comes Arena quick on the third party, trying to soak up some of these eliminations. Perfect timing as well. Goat is hurt. They are not looking too hot here. And Turny K up close and personal.
AGL knock.
One of these knocks. Oh, they're instantly thirsting this. They're getting it done. Arena making it happen against Goat. Perfectly timed. And that is Goat pretty much done and dusted here.
Great read from Arena, honestly, moving in over towards this one. This is a team that knows they need points right now. They do not want to have to go out. Good nade as well around the corner. Tries to make this as easy as possible and get the full cleanup on this. There's nobody nearby. Now, for Arena, you do have to think clearly for a second here. They just cleared out 2 teams to the western side. They have so much space to work with. Really good 30 party. So many teams over towards the eastern side. We had a very eastern plane path to start this off. So they just have a lovely amount of room at the moment. This is beautiful stuff for them.
Beautiful indeed. Yeah, so that west side is clear for Arena. They're looking to get some of their aura back after losing it in the group stage. Wolves, though, there we go, starting to make some noise. Next zone does pop on. This is the blessing that Alpha 7 have been waiting for. Honestly, there's no excuse at this point. A7 need to hunt down a double-digit elimination win here. Let's see if that's something that they can close down. On the side of Pachinki, we got Qiddiya, though. Ayala up close and personal with AGAL. And the side of Wolves. This is outside the circle. They need to finish this fight. Beautiful Molotov. And now AGAL forced to spread thin. But when is Qiddiya going to make this push? They are hurt really bad, and they got to get it done quickly.
Both either side on the back of that one ensured they wouldn't easily get taken down by and they're just going to back this off. They don't spend any more time here. On the western side. Not bothering to deal with Furia just yet. I mean, AGL is like, why are you chasing us? Go fight that team.
Adios. See ya. We don't want none of this right now. We'll fight you guys later once we get into this circle. So they set up a nice little car wall here, and they get away. So beautiful play for them. Honestly, that was the right play. They just realized that if we want to extend our life in this game, this is not the place to do it. Now Qiddiya are on the hunt. Wolves are forced to move on in. KRX was waiting for them, though. Oh, this is a really rough push from the Wolves. There's really nowhere to go here. Alive for now.
Right? I mean, there was definitely an opportunity there to try and just take the place, clear out that south side, and then play it slow in from the southern edge, then to even look over towards also. For Wolves, I can see that they're trying to reach for something. For Alpha 7, though, they have a wonderful spot on the map right now.
3600 को कि त तिमीले प्रेडिक्सन गेम खेल्नु पर्यो कि त तिमीले हेरेर बढाउनु पर्यो
They
हेरेर
have to do
5
something
मिनेटमा
big
5
with
पोइन्ट
this.
बढ्छ
Last game, they were given a ton amount of space on Erangel. Didn't bother trying to clear the south side. They're very hesitant in their approach there. Again, they seem to be only looking over towards the east. I would have loved to see a western rollout here from one of their players, get the lineup, see how much space they can take and what they're working with going into the future. As long as they should be good, because A7 is king.
Yes, it is. And Carrillo's going to go ahead and really trying to put his king status on. That man has worn plenty of crowns so far, and they're going to go ahead and punish A7.
Era sudde yaar ke yaar.
So yeah,
easy le haane
completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive.
A7 le ke yaar lai ni सक्यो
A7
A7 knock हान्दियो EA ले knock हान्दियो A7 लाई
looking to soak up some of these eliminations. Beauty on the drive. Full squad in the vehicle, moving
Kina
up little by
rokeko.
little. KRX is badly hurt here, and Chief's gonna start throwing a lot of util, but Tian, but Eagle with the very, very slim peaks, punishing Qiddiya.
Tiamba know the position they're in. They want to They've caused some casualties right now. AJL, big task ahead of them over towards KRX. Looks like a fairly decently placed grenade. Goes long. Ooh, the damage it did there over towards Hoxie. That's rough. Getting another knock there would have been
हुने bro.
But Alpha 7 will do the rest of the job. Breeze out. Extremely long shot here.
A7 के ठिक छ यार
They have this knowledge. It should absolutely just win this game.
ये यता नआएसम्म A7 के ठिक छ यार.
But it's annoying because, right, you give Alpha 7 a game like
this,
and
you
know they probably will win as well, Jude.
They have to win. It's not even just they have to win this. If they lose this, this is going to be just devastating for everybody that believes in this team. We saw a picture of the crowd right there. They're dancing already. They're jumping. They're already doing the victory lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is A7's game to lose. Let's see how it all ends up, though. As we look over here towards Slaughterhouse, PK going to be holding it down.
this
4 eliminations so far.
Not a terrible game here from DK. Started off well.
कसकोमा मेरोमा
Trap laid up towards church.
हो र
Able to quickly get some shots off. Next prediction, though, continuing to try and wrap round. They're probably waiting for the circle to pull in from that northern edge. They don't want anyone wrapping on their north side. They'd rather keep everyone on the southern edge towards them, and they can just play full 180 broadside. Which is
19,000 आयो लेट्स गो यो कौशल भन्नेले 19,000 कसरी बनायो
All out A7 has to do is just play old school PUBG Mobile.
Pretty much,
literally,
yeah. Very
old school, tried and true. Nothing to be done here special. No
25 के रे हो यो इवन को
shoot people out the vehicle, no kind of wild little highlight reel plays. Just work together as a team. That's why Alpha 7 has been so strong. They've been a squad to where, like, if you knock a player, they feel almost impossible to take out. So they get 10 times angrier, and we haven't seen that so much in a while, actually. So let's see if they can get they're playing it very close together. Revel going up a little bit here, trying to find some angles on the Mormon.
I know, survival do it now.
And Mormon hits the deck immediately.
Mormon's underneath. We'll take a volley of fire their way. Alpha 7 at 8 eliminations on this
अर्को
game.
prediction नगरौँ केटा के चाहिँ गर्छ हो A7 ले चिकन हान्छ कि हान्दैन
Starting to look over at the util right now. Revel, I think it's saw him with about 100 rounds, so that should be enough here to finish this game.
1 मिनेट छ 1 मिनेटलाई केही पनि हुँदैन प्रकाश ल
Dream game for A7. It's honestly this is a dream game.
हाल्नेले हाल्छ क्या
Position, and they're doing very solid here.
म बनाइदिन्छु
We'll see where the next circle pops. But right now, everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only zone 6, but with so much open range, that's why we have so many teams eliminated already.
Hey, for Tampa though, a fairly decent game. I mean, they're in another top 5 scenario.
सेकिहालै केटा prediction सुरु भयो
I think that's a lock already, honestly.
सबको देखाउँछ पहिलाको
We're waiting for it. 53 points at the moment. I give them another 20 on today, and then we can lock them in. But
knock भयो
it would take some
बाच्न चाहिँ फेरि
tomorrow, at least some.
तिम्रो knock भयो भन्दैमा नोमा हाल्ला फेरि बाच्छ है बाच्न
To go down. Quick switch back towards the player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up.
जुनमा अड दिएको छ त्यसमै हाल प्रकाश
Again, this next circle is pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding on to this north side, not allowing the wraps come through because you're waiting for GK as well.
जुन मनलाई पर्खिरा हो के यिनीहरु प्रकाश
pull off these compounds towards the southeast.
seconds on the 20
I
seconds.
kinda like the fact that that player from B7 got knocked right there. Because I can already see they were getting a little antsy and starting to push up a little bit too much.
How to
That
predict
knock was perfect timing because it wasn't too devastating for them. They were able to get the res. It was very inconsequential. But this zone does center on them a little bit to the south here, so A7 are going to have to push up little by little. But this zone is terrible because it's pretty much all open field here. Everybody's going to be having to
Why is like
set up
clear now
some
geekले 4 man हुँदा पनि
They are even at their
यिनीहरु त घरमै मात्र बसिरहेको थियो म्याप किल फिट पनि पडिरहेको थियो होला YG को एकजनै बाँकी छ भने थाहा छ होला
This is perfect for them because
हैन
they
र
can just sit here, wait for all the other fights to happen, and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
अनि geekलाई त थाहा हुन्छ नि त हैन र आफ्नो छेउमा के भइराछ
PMWC down there, getting some smokes up.
पैसा पैसा दइहाल्यो किकमा भने पाउँछ पैसा त पाउँदैन रिवार्ड्सहरु हुन्छ
I don't mind this play. I think Alpha 7 is currently just trying to lock down E-Arena's approach.
त्यहाँ रिवार्डहरु छ हेर न
Which I think is smart. And Revo, definitely the guy you want on the swivel, right? He is locked in when it comes to the sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full commits there. Just wants to slow GK down into the future.
I think that's exactly right. I think Revo is the perfect pick because he has such a high PUBG Mobile
IQ,
and he knows the most important thing right now is
geekले मात्र हो A7 लाई
I just got to stay here, apply some pressure.
Geek फेरि कस्तो डराएर खेलेको हो म यिनीहरुले चाहिँ किन हान्छ जस्तो लाग्छ A7 ले स्योर हान्छ जस्तो लाग्यो
Thirsted in Alpha 7, you know, really being in a disadvantage.
हेर्दै बसेपछि बढ्छ
But when you leave out those buildings as well, where Revo's currently playing is usually the next stop-off point, right?
Chatमा active
around the rocky outcrops, that's a lovely area to work with. He'll probably need to pass that information back in the near future. But yeah, Alpha 7, they just got to keep
consistent.
Three teams, Yangon Galacticos, as well as GK, as well as E-Arena. They spotted where E-Arena was playing from way earlier. Not Tiamba's even getting involved.
QGG
a little antsy here with that vehicle. He's got to be careful not to
time
get knocked. As the next zone is
2x
got 20 seconds left on the clock. I wonder how much util E-Arena have already because they have been blowing through a lot of ammunition from this angle. QZZ forced to hit the laydown. He's going to be throwing some smokes. Push it up little by little. Oh, 30K. He's got a whole bunch of ammunition. Yeah, E-Arena are set up for this.
He's got a bag, but if 20K
48, 47, 46, 45, 44,
QZZ not opting to send these nades close. I mean, I like this from 20K, dude. Kind of a wild maneuver. QZZ taking a lot of a bomb in the moment. More nades on the top here. Another nade in the back line. Shot over towards Eagle. Immediately refrag. QZZ has to know we've got to start placing these nades a little bit closer.
11 नेड अझै
really protecting the side arena. That
going
to be swept done and dusted.
1v1
Tourney is the one.
एकचोटी गोलीले कोही नक भएको छैन यार नेडै नेड मात्र हो के हो
QGZ running in the open, shimmying back and forth.
पड्क्यो टर्नीले हान्छ
Tourney with the laydown finally stands up here and that short nade hurt him big.
ल किन बाहिर निस्केको थियो
के हानेको त्यसले
I mean, come on, man. Still got the nade out. You've got the tree cover. Just pull out a shotgun, something. Make the sprays. Quick peeks around the side. QZZ. Real play from him there. Will swing around the side. Alpha 7.
Nice. दुईजना हान्दियो.
Nice play.
Last one. एकजना एकै अर्को last one.
DK are looking to win this game. Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding. Obscure up, trying to make a play all by his lonesome self.
Sick. Last one.
And now they're gone. DK said, see you later.
म त त्यो मुनि जाँदाखेरि त नेडै नेड खाएर मर्ला भनेको के तर तँदै
A little bit of hesitation almost. I mean, for GK, dude, GK played that game pretty crazily, honestly, towards that end game. But I respected the aggression.
What happened? I mean, how do you lose that? Yeah, look at that. Carrillo scratching his head. He's like, did we just lose that game? It was in the bag. It was in the bag. It was handed on a silver platter. Like, I mean, come on. These are our previous PMGC champions. At a certain point, we gotta hold these guys accountable. You cannot lose that game if you're A7.
It's so easy game, bro.
It's an awkward one, right? I think they assume most of the players are further behind the tree line. It's a bit awkward. I think if they started throwing some nades a little bit closer, might have been a different story, but yeah, for Alpha 7, the game just
Quite a peep,
kinda
quite a
fell
peep,
apart
huh?
almost instantaneously. Rough stuff for them. But they
Khai मेरो माल
played
आएन
how
हौ
they should
10k
do
रे
up until that final
हैन
moment.
होला
Again, I think right now at PMWC, EWC, the aggression is at an all-time high. You can't afford to be sitting back here.
Not at all. I mean, they needed to
मैले
get
दिइसके हो केटा
getting knocked. I mean, this is just so wild to see.
यो गिकले त फाइनलमा सक्दैन हो सबले ए त्यो हो तिम्रो सोचाइ चाहिँ अति चाहिँ मिलेन हेर्दै सब काउन्ट कति भएछ मेरो
Very nice indeed. And you know what? We got to give the props to GK though, right? I mean, they get a couple of clutch knocks.
ओए गणेश चोट तिमी 10 बन त 9 भएछ गणेश चोट तिमी हो 10
I mean, you're at the disadvantage positionally, but if you do
यिनीहरुले त अति गिदी हान्ने रहेछ नि त नि
हग्दाखेरि त यत्रो नाचे जितेको भए यहाँ के हुन्थ्यो अनि याङ्गनको नि रहेछ है डरमै लिएर आएको रहेछ नेक्स्ट प्रेडिक्सन सुरु गर्दै प्रकाश 10 मिनेट राखेर
all the way until those final moments. So by the time they're trying to reassess and replay against GK,
फलो हान्दा एरर देखाउँछ त किकमा जोड एक्चुअली गुगलमा गुगललाई सोध्नु त केटा एक्चुअली किकको केटाहरु भन्दै त के गरेर भने के गरेर मिल्छ त्यो
on that team deserves all the love he gets, honestly, but there's no one in survival stage right now. There's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know,
के हेर्ने त युट्युबमा यो त फेरि मेरो फिड हो मेरो फिड त यस्तै यस्तै हुन्छ है चेस हुन्छ फुटबल हुन्छ यस्तै त हो मेरो फिड माइनक्राफ्ट हुन्छ यी यस्तो खाना हुन्छ यो चाहिँ मेरो आफ्नै फिड हो क्या मेरो युट्युब ब्रेभमा जियो केसर खेल्ने हो जियो केसर लगाइदिन्छु ल आऊ है
will be top 5
के हो विल बी टप 5
त्यो पनि मिलेन म सोच्दै छु एकछिन रुकम न
एक्चुअली गुगललाई सोधा यार ज्याक्सन किन इरर भने यार किकमा कति मेरो सब कति पुग्यो फलोइङ 2200 पुगेछ ठिक छ 22 भनेपछि डब्लुसी सकिदासम्म 5000 त पुग्छ होला किनकि हिजो मैले कसरी बढाएँ भन्दा केटा हो तिमीलाई थाहा छैन होला मुझे मैले फ्री फायरको अडियन्स ताने नि म अब फ्री फायरतिर जान्छु फ्री फायरको अडियन्स टन्न तान्छु किकमा छिटो भन्दा छिटो 10k पुऱ्याउँछु
will get more kills हाल्दिन्छ है ULF र A7
हाल्दै हाल्दै
हानिरा हो जियो केसर
सेम हो अघिकै
पेज कोड
सेम PYGHG who will get more kills प्रकाश इक्वल भयो भने रिफन्ड गरिदिने त्यो प्लेसमेन्ट सेसमेन्ट नहेर्ने इक्वल भयो भने रिफन्ड गरिदिनु ल
0-0 त नहोला के रे नि
इक्वल भयो भने रिफन्ड है केटा हो चिलमा त्यही भएर त्यो अहिले नै सोचेर हालौँ है इक्वल भयो भने रिफन्ड किल इक्वल भयो भने रिफन्ड हुन्छ है प्लेसमेन्टले फरक पर्दैन है को धेरै बाँचोले किकमा बेट चाहिँ कसरी हाल्ने किकमा हो केटाहरूले सिकाइदिन्छ है मिस्टर प्रत प्लेज तिमी त्यो कमेन्ट गर्ने ठाउँमा मुनिपट्टि तिम्रो पोइन्ट हुन्छ त्यो पोइन्टमा थिच्दाखेरि अनि प्रेडिक्सनमा जाने अनि त्यहाँ पोइन्ट हाल्ने को हो इनएक्टिभ यिनीहरू
ओइ अल्फा 7 हाल्दैछन् त यार पोइन्ट अझै पनि
दाइ म 58 छु अनि केजी 50 केजी छु होरको कति एक्सेल जर्सी लाग्छ अरे 58 58 भनेको सन्दन बोडा जत्रो 50 केजी भनेको
रविन जत्रो
रविन त 60 केजी हो 50 केजी को केटा कस्तो हुन्छ हौ 58
म
तिमी मिडियम लार्ज लगाऊ तिमी लार्ज मैले नि लार्ज लाउँछु मिस्टर प्लाट प्लेज
हड्डी हुन्छ हौ
कहाँ हो यो
50 किलो भनेको त यार मेरोमा त अनगोइङ गेम देखायो त हौ
रिफ्रेश हान न रिफ्रेश
इन्डेड रे हो राउन्ड 2 स्टार्टिङ रे हो छिराएन हो मलाई त गेममै
ओइ गणेश सुट्स तिमी कहाँ हो उता टेन्ट मान्छे बनिहाल है पानामा हो यो प्रकाश
युरोप हैन र निन्जा
युरोप हो यो
त्यस्तै लाग्छ हैन र हो
भन्दैछु त यतातिर हो भनेर रनमतीलाई युरोप देखेको छ रनमतीलाई युरोप देखेको छ
कहाँ कुन रहेछ
आफूलाई थाहा भएको हाल्छु भन्ने रहेछ तँलाई सोध्दिनँ म काजाकिस्तान 100 काजाकिस्तान 100 काजाकिस्तान के काजाकिस्तान हो मङ्गोलिया भन्न खोजेँ होला हौ मैले काजाकिस्तान कि मङ्गोलिया 100 काजाकिस्तान भनिदिइहाल्यो केटाहरूलाई अच्छा एस्टाना किर्गिस्तान रनमती 50 केजी लार्ज कसरी हुन्छ दाइरे अनि राम्रो मिडियम लाग्यो भने त अनि पनि तिम्रो पेटसम्म पनि नहोला नि त तिमीलाई अनि त्यो क्रप टी सर्ट कि के भन्छ नि केटीहरूले लाउँछ नि त्यस्तो होला नि फेरि साउदी कि दुबई साउदी कि दुबई दुबई ए दुबई रहेछ नि रनमती थ्याट साउदी गयो कहाँ हो यो ल
भुटान नेपाल जस्तै छ त यसो हेर्दा त कहाँ हो
पानामा सिटी केटाहरू त थाइल्यान्डतिर छन् हौ
ए सानो भएर यार म त
एन्टार्क्टिका
ग्रिनल्यान्ड होला नि
ग्रिनल्यान्ड फेरि यत्रो ठुलो छ
अनि साइडमा चुज हान्ने हो नि त हैन र सधैँ ग्रिनल्यान्ड आयो भने हरियोको साइडतिर चुज हान्ने हो क्या
एलास्का हो रे ल ओइ हो रहेछ यार
त्यहीँबाट हो क्या
नाम पनि लेखेको छैन त एलास्कै हो जस्तो छ सरी यार मैले को हो कहाँ गयो मैले कृतज्ञ जुट्स मैले तिमीलाई माफ पाएँ यार मैले तिमीलाई सक गरेँ इको फ्रुट दोहा को रे तर फेरि दोहा त कतार त यस्तो छैन पेरु कसरी हुन्छ हौ पेरु कहाँ हाल्नु प्रकाश
इको खै
किन म मनतिर जान्छु क्या Sun is in the southwest. भनेपछि we are in northeastern territory. Northeast north अनि east. भनेपछि हामी most likely in Poland, Warsaw. केटाहरूले भनेको थियो यार स्विडेन.
हजारिलो पुगेछु नि त म त 1000.
यो ठाउँमा 12 बज्दैछ भर्खर. कहाँ रहेछ यो साइदा? युरोप त होइन होला यो. एटिन्थ भएछ यार. यस्तो बिल्ला खेल्दा नि को हो यार यो मुनिहरूको? थट.
Towards the end of groups and how they're starting to play, just doesn't get any easier, bro. Like nothing's still going wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely still going wrong. And talking about things going wrong here, we got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom because you got KRX that just hasn't been performing that well. And this is a team, honestly, that a lot of people currently watching at home have them going to the finals.
I'm shooketh. And from the group stages, in their first 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And this, I don't know what's happened. This is A7A qualifying, mark my words. Great stuff. But look,
and the fight थोरै खेले हो कि गेम नै
यस्तै हो उनीहरुको. गेम नै 4 जना मात्रै हो नि लास्टमा चिकन हान्ने हो. But then they actually just kind of waited there. They had the vehicle cover. If they would have just pushed the vehicles just the slightest bit more north, they would have been able to have a great position scouting on their left-hand side there. But they kind of just played there nice and safe. And then who came up behind? Every other squad sort of rotating into that circle. And this is just a little bit unusual for them. I mean, I'm just kind of a little bit dumbfounded. I want to add like
फर्स्टलाई कति रहेछ एक्ज्याक्ट 500k रहेछ. फर्स्टलाई, सेकेन्डलाई 250, थर्डलाई 150, फोर्थलाई 120, फिफ्थलाई 100.
I'm gonna say that because he was the one on the south side to push forward when EA and Tiamba
PLUCL सुरु भएपछि without delay good quality कसरी हेर्ने matches.
Get that info and facilitate the rest of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So
GG कुनै साइडमा लिने होला नि membership
for GK, this looks kind of like what we saw out of them in the group stage, right? Especially in day one. In day one, they ended up getting a win. Today, they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up performing quite well, especially when it came to Rondo. But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency because usually we see a bit of a slip off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is also where we're getting towards the tail end of the day, where you have teams like GOAT that, for my money, you get into Miramar. I think they'd actually like later rotates. They perform better on that battleground. For my money, I think you're going to really start to run into some uncomfortable
52% ULF.
They've got to keep it going.
48% A7
squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage are now way more proactive. We're seeing
Canva 61,
GK
36, Nongsun 32, Furia 32, A7 every game.
points. We know you
अघि
are
गेम पनि 10
aggressive
point तान्यो
goats. We know that you can get those eliminations, but the beautiful thing is if you find yourself later into the
रोस्पले
match
जितेको पैसा डाइरेक्ट नेपाल ब्याङ्क अकाउन्टमा आउँछ अरे यसपालि खोइ के गर्छन् थाहा भएन लास्ट टाइम चाहिँ नेपाल
Well, exactly.
सिधै
I mean,
डाइरेक्ट
look at
आयो
Nongshim, Red Force, and Furia. Both teams, E-Arena as well, actually.
Last time
Both,
चाहिँ
all
नेपाली
three
ब्याङ्क
teams,
अकाउन्टमै
they
पंगा हो
play edge. They wait until the final
आज पनि
few
FF मा
phases
हुँदा
to
FF
really
को के
get
छ
those
आज
eliminations. They only make
Streamax
get
कस्तो
fights
हुन्छ
if they're
डिले
gonna
हुन्छ
try and
एकदम
fight an entry point. That's the only time you see them get those eliminations in the early game. So all three of them, yes, Furia, okay, maybe not the best example, 9 placement points versus 23 elim points.
ओइ
But
स्लिपी
Nongshim,
हो र
16 and 16,
कति स्प्याम हानेको
E-Arena,
रनमा
13 and 18. They're able to be very consistent on both fronts, and yeah, Goat definitely need to take a page out of their book.
PMWC को के कुरा हुँदै थियो नि जारे अघि को क्वालिफाई हुन्छ लाइक चान्स के कस्तो छ को कुरा भइरा थियो
between, but if they can just get this top 5,
टप 8 मा टप 8 आए मात्र पोइन्ट पाउँदै रहेछ जीसी पोइन्ट
greatest of all time.
Please,
I think they can do it.
Please do it. And here, as we're looking at the second bench of the overall,
What do
we
they
have
come on,
AGAL. I mean, this is the squad once again. This is so crazy saying this after almost every single team, but it's just the way we are currently in PUBG Mobile Esports. Any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGAL, once again, not the performance we're expecting.
No. It kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm like, you need to start avoiding some of those teams, some of those players.
हामी गन्टलेट खेल्ने कतिको चान्स छ दाइ गन्टलेट खेल्नलाई त
Hoping that's going to be the
40
case
लाई टप्नु पर्छ
because we are
40 लाई
past the
टप्नलाई त
halfway mark here at PMWC
WC मा
at EWC
मिनिमम टप
26
3
for survival
40
stage.
चाहिँ टप 8
2
बाहिर
more games for day 1 of survival stage. We'll see what's going to be happening in Miramar. Before we go to Miramar, though, let's send it over to Kalaris and Maxman. Went away from us.
What a delightful treat here on the stage. I get to be with Maxman to talk about everything that is going on throughout some of these games, as well as kind of highlight some of the teams.
कति गेम भयो 4 गेम भयो अब दुईटा मिरामर बाँकी
Alpha 7, but it's definitely one of the teams that we also want to talk about, right? Because here in the survival stage, there are previous PMWC champion, previous PMGC champion. There's been some glimmers there for Alpha 7. It's just
गन्टलेट भनेको PMGC को स्टेज हो
No, I fully agree. It's definitely not been the year of Alpha 7, right? 2026 been a bit rough. PMMI, PMGO Season 1 having a bit of a bad time. But here, going into the survival stage, they had some very slow start, especially that first Rondo, the first Erangel, only 2 points on those 2 maps combined.
फर्स्ट मा के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि गन्टलेट भन्ने हुन्छ 16 वटा टिम हुन्छ गन्टलेटमा 16 वटा टप 7 सिधै ग्रान्ड फाइनल त्यसपछि रिमेनिङ टिम ग्रुप स्टेजमा जान्छ अनि जहाँ चाहिँ अनि दुईटा टिममा दुईटा ग्रुपमा डिभाइड हुन्छ अनि टप 3 ग्रान्ड फाइनल जान्छ लास्ट चान्सबाट दुईटा टिम जान्छ गन्टलेटबाट अलरेडी 7 वटा टिम फाइनल पुगिसक्छ के केटा गन्टलेट पुगेन भने 7 वटा त्यो 7 वटा स्लटको लागि खेल्नै पाउँदैन के अनि गन्टलेट पुग्यो भने चाहिँ टप 7 आयो भने सिधै ग्रान्ड फाइनल पुग्छ गन्टलेट हाम्रो अब जस्तै जीसी पोइन्टमा सेकेन्ड र थर्ड त गन्टलेट खेल्नै पाउँदैन ग्रुप स्टेज खेल्ने हो ग्रुप स्टेजमा टप 3 आउनुपर्छ फाइनल पुग्न नत्र सर्भाइभल स्टेज हुन्छ होला सर्भाइभल स्टेजमा टप 2 आउनुपर्छ यो चाहिँ लास्ट टाइमको यस्तो थियो अब यसपालि के गर्छ थाहा भएन गाह्रो छ हौ गन्टलेट पुगेन भने त GC.
That Nongshim Red Force compound, when I say above, I mean verticality-wise.
Upside,
it was south, But there, you're eventually
top
always
costo
going
लाग्छ टप कस्तो लाग्नु हो
to by those teams that eventually will come along. So it's nice to be there, but it's just being there too early that is kind of the determining factor.
हाम्रो रिजनल कतिको स्लट छ त मिनिमम 3टा होला नि तीनटा ग्रुप स्टेजमा 2टा कन्ट्लेटमा एउटा त्यही हो जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो रिजनलाई कन्ट्लेटमा 2टा दियो भने त अनि फेरि कोलाई दिने हो कन्ट्लेटमा एउटा मात्र हाम्रो रिजनलाई चाइनालाई 2टा दिन्छ होला कन्ट्लेटमा टर्कीलाई 2टा चाइना 2टा ब्राजिलहरुबाट 2टा होला कोरिया जापानलाई एउटा इन्डियालाई एउटा कन्ट्लेटमा अरु के रिजन छ साउथ ईस्ट एशिया छ अफ्रिकाहरु छ रिजन छ नो किन हो टप चाहिँ किन डिप्रेस कन्ट्लेट कसरी पुग्छ PMGC पोइन्टमा आफ्नो रिजनको फर्स्ट भयो भने पुग्छ होला मलाई थाहा छैन एक्चुअली लाइक यो स्प्लिट सकिन्छ यो WC पछि त्यसपछि अनि भिडियोहरु आउँछ नि के कस्तो छ नेक्स्ट पालीको लागि भनेर
Absolutely, I think Tiamba is looking really good right now. It's interesting that there's quite a
few
teams
earphone use
massively taking advantage of this lobby at the moment.
HyperX earbuds
those types of free wins
earphone use
because those will be the difference makers. I mean, you brought it before. It was a great point that we don't want to see certain teams being in 7th place with 4 points that we know that the 10 changes were made met those requirements. So we are getting over towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very difficult battleground for a lot of our squads here, looking to switch things up, looking to get back on the map. But for Tiamba, it is roughly another 20 points here. 19 realistically of the next 2 maps to make it very hard.
Prediction भइसक्यो
I don't want to be the guy that curses Tiamba. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Make it very hard for them to not get in tomorrow. For GK, they launch themselves up towards 2nd place. What I will say for Tiamba, what they're doing right now is being a nasty little point sponge. We have very limited
Smash rule बुझाउनु न रे त्यो फाइनल्स को बेला बुझाउँछ यार ककासी
29, just 7 points behind GK in 2nd place. That's
जुन दिन स्म्याश रुल हुन्छ तब बुझाउँला नि
There's a lot of movement that can still happen. I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, but we still have
Rongsim
2 more
Minas
matches right now to try and even things out.
Yeah, I think Tiamba, as long as they stay halfway consistent, for sure. But everybody else is still anyone's game, right? So there's still a lot of slots still available here. This playing path is very classic right here, right? So we finally get to see a good one right across the way.
मिठो छ यार नङसिन जान पाएन त हाम्रोमा ULF ले धेरै किल हान्छ कि A7 ले थियो हैन त
Give me the island. Give me the island. Fifth match of the day. Very awkward. Would love to see it, but it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the northwest side of the map right now. So they need to get move on down towards Impala, to Puerto Paraiso. Los Leones maybe try and take up some of that high ground early on. But I think a lot of teams can be looking over towards Impala and the high ground that sits over towards that northern side. Lavendita, a little bit of a weird funnel for some of our teams coming on through. I do think there's going to be a slight delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. Far over towards that eastern side might be interesting, but as I've learned my lesson multiple times in the past, is not to get too excited about these ones too early. Let it happen.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you what else you can make it happen. You can get some of these sick weapons
यो त्यहाँमा ड्रप चाहिँ राख्दा रहेछ डिस्कर्डमा हामी यो ड्रप झर्ने भनेर अनि त्यो ड्रप चाहिँ झर्दैन रहेछ क्या कोही अरु झर्न आयो कस्तो ल्याङ्ग्रे त्यहाँमा आज क्वालिफाई हुन्छ कि के हो रे त्यहाँमा हेरौँ न अब 2 गेममा 20 पोइन्ट तान्ला नि जीसीजी टिम यही स्टेजबाट होला त अरे जीसी कि WC भने
And some of these teams and players need to get
going
pretty quickly here. With this playing path, you're going to finally see Alpha 7 be able to get their Postal hot drop. So they're going to get that loot. They're going to get set up with the circle ship. They're going to have to get moving through quite a few different teams. And hopefully we can see them get into a good space. Again, personally, I'm extra harsh at this point here because a lot is on the line here, especially when it comes to the legacy of Alpha 7, winning PMGC, not making it to a final just yet, and losing that last game. Really just scratching my head here, and I know we literally saw Carrillo scratch his head after that one as well. So hopefully it lights a fire in this team and just be like, you know what? All right, we should have won that one. Let's make sure that we make it happen here again. Sometimes all it takes is just to get a good, decent game to really get you going. And it could happen here and now.
Kina cap.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think there needs to be something that launches them into action. We were having talk beforehand. It's quite. We're banging on them out a little bit right now. Everyone else just talked about. Max has just talked about. Kale's just talked about. The Deaths just talked about them. But yeah, I think it boiled down to us saying, just be Alpha 7, guys. You guys are aggressive.
Oi, Ganesh Suits. Timi कहिले membership लिने भने 9 जना पुग्यो त.
Let's just see
10 by 10 गरौ त.
Let's go back to what we've seen in the past, what we know they can do. It feels like a loss of confidence almost coming through at the moment. However, that confidence will be needed by
0 kill मा दुईटा टिम मर्यो भने के हुन्छ रिफन्ड हुन्छ
as they do slip on through. You've got QZ with parkour over down towards Los Leones, likely going to be eking their way over to the eastern side shortly.
Jigal ko ni 100k puga ho.
Jigal सबैको पुग्यो. Lovely समोसा आइ सुभाष सुट. So they're looking really good. You got
कोसँग छ त्यो ज्युवेल केटा हो सेकोमै
previous World Cup champs. from last year. All these teams below them, though, this is kind of already starting to get crunch time. You're trying to hunt down top 6. Tomorrow is going to be wild.
Wait,
especially in those final games.
भोलि सम्म त लिइहाल्छ नि यार
It's no
कसैले
longer the bottom
भोलि त
3.
म
It's pretty much
पिकाइहाल्छु नि
almost
भोलि
the whole
सम्म त
lobby's
एउटा
going
त
home after this. So the desperation is going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on.
निन्जा के हो किकको हल्लिचल्ली बुझाउँ न दिपेश सुट्स किकमा आउनु पर्यो अब
That last hope to get
अब
into
यो
that top
मेन
6.
वाच पार्टीहरु चाहिँ म युट्युबमै गर्छु अनि जस्तै अब यो किकमा चाहिँ डेली गर्न खोज्छु गेमहरु छ भने लाइक अब तिम्रो नर्मल स्क्रिम्सहरु पनि हेर्ने हो सँगै किकमा चाहिँ लाइक डेली गर्छु म सकेसम्म फ्री फायर हेर्छु अरु रिजनहरु हेर्छु अब पैसा कमाउनु पर्यो अब किकमा खाँदैन तिमीले अब म चाहिँ टिभी तिर आउने कुराहरु हेर्यौ भने चाहिँ आउँछ कपिराइट तिमीले फुटबल म्याचहरु देखाउन खोज्यो भने आउँछ किड्सले केही पनि हुँदैन दिपेश सुट्स अब किकमा आउनु पर्यो किकमा अब फ्री फायरहरु चाहिँ किकमा गर्छु युट्युबमा अब केटाहरु एड आयो भने रुन्छन् FIFA खेल न रे FIFA खेलेको हेर्ने भए त म खेल्छु म त फेरि खतरा खेल्छु FIFA तिमीहरु हेर्ने खोज्दैन FIFA अनि
this squad. Very self-critical. So it feels like every single game they've played, they've come off from it, and basically are thinking to themselves,
link
what can we change, what can we do
exclamation kick
different?
उता माथि छ त उ दिपेश त्यत्रो लिंकहरु छ
I feel like Nongshim should make it into the top 6 here.
त्यता फेरि बेटिङ पनि गर्न मिल्छ
very dedicated
बेटिङमा त प्रेडिक्सन गेम
Let's change
रमाइलो छ
this, let's change that.
एड पनि आउँछ
Coming into these next 2 days, we have everything we need to make this work.
कुन डिभिजन हो
Momentum.
म खेलेको त छुइन तर अहिले डिभिजन 3 मा रहछु
I do have some hope for Nongshim.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw them
डिभिजन 2 कि 1 मा थियो घट्दा घट्दा 3 पुगायो जस्तो लाग्यो
national event at PMMI. It was Fury
एक दुई दिन भयो खेल्न थालेको फेरि
but ended up getting second place because Nongshim Red Force won the last game.
टाइम्स 5 11 हानेको मैले 11
taking out A-King from
टिम बिल्ला छ है फेरि
Now Tiamba have had a great day so far.
UCL नाइट मा वाच अलोङ क्रेजी हुन्छ यार फुटबलमा त म त ओभर अन्डर खेलाइदिन्छु नि कर्नर
but they are going to lose that player early on.
मेरो हाईएस्ट डिभिजन चाहिँ डिभिजन 1 हो यार
I think that's a smart move from Tiamba.
के भन्दा माथि चाहिँ पुग्नै सकेन
It's an unfortunate circumstance, but the right move there for Tiamba was to move, right? Sounds obvious, but still, they instantly send over towards that northeast side. They can't wait around. It's a really awkward.
Best mobile game के लाग्छ दाइरे best mobile game
that team to exit from the warehouse.
PUBG ले यत्रो खाना दिएको छ लाउन दिएको छ यार PUBG भन्न बाहेक अरु भन्नु भन्छ
set up for the late game. Yes, we go down to 3. Yes, it sucks, but this is the only way we can really play in.
A lot of these players want to continue to be playing here in
आउँदैन मेसेज एड आउँदैन किकमा किक डाउनलोड गर्नु न एप मोबाइलमा अनि उयो बनाउनु के भन्छ आईडी बनाउनु
and RRQ are looking to do it here, pushing up close and personal. Turning the table.
One before. Way man. God man.
What did we just witness in a blink of an eye?
The third guy the kyo AI hogi kya ho?
They just wandered in and Tiamba was having absolutely none of it.
I'll say Tiamba is just Milu.
This guy went a mile and a half for the rest of his squad.
Highest भनेको 12 13 होला हो बडीमा 12 होला हो बडीमा
Said you gonna take out my teammate?
मेरो चप्पल पठाइदे त पठाउ गरेर सुरु चाहिँ
Oh man,
QZZ wasn't even phased, dude. He was already taking shots at other teams.
What happened? All right. Let's
Sour stage बाट top 6 prediction गरेर त निन्जा
All right, good job. Let's get back to business here.
ULF.
Oh man, devastation on the side of RQ, but Tiamba
NS
finally.
Furia. कतिवटा भयो?
Let me go ahead and make sure we're all good. Okay, now it's time to get back to business.
अनि EA
Now gotta let the heart rate kind of get back to normal.
Yeah, I mean that's probably one of the quickest 1v4s I have ever seen. Let's take a
manager mode
replay on this one because
manager mode हेर्न रमाइलो हुन्छ र
RQ honestly no smokes
अब 27 आओस् न 27 आएपछि सुरु गर्नुपर्छ
To be honest, you walking into the building like that was mega disrespectful.
के अहिले 27 हो अब 28 आओस् न
As a two-man, very easy nade. You could see it a mile off.
27 होला
But yeah,
27
wonderful stuff from Milu. I think the craziest thing about that is the jump out the doorway into the S12K shots that came through, and then just the pure
तपाईँलाई मैले अस्ति चप्पलीमा देखेको थिएँ चप्पलमा देखेको थिएँ भनेको कि चप्पली चप्पली भने कहाँ हो ठाउँ
Man on fire, literally, right? Just putting in that work. He's been doing it all day long for Tianba, you know, and it's plays like that that breed so much confidence in you, your team. There's a lot. I mean,
किकमा त्यो प्रति 5 मिनेट 5 पोइन्ट पाउँछ तिमीले तर तिमीले त्यो 5 मिनेटमा तिमीले अब त्यो हुन्छ नि कमेन्टहरुमा चाहिँ तिमी एक्टिभ हुनु पर्यो
What else do you want?
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier that for Tianba, they're a realistic team that just they've had this momentum. And I think a lot of teams are lacking this right now. It's just confidence in that survival stage to make plays, to make those big moments, because you know if you're not in that top 6, you're going home. You don't have that safety net anymore. If I'm not in top 5, at least I'm going to the survival stage. So only 3 of us are going out. Everyone's playing very scared at the moment. Now, I do want to go back to Tianba though, because when RQ was chasing them, in quotation marks, Tianba was actually the ones to re-engage. They re-engaged back onto Longhouse, cut RQ off, almost into fighting them. I've never seen anything quite like it, honestly. And fair in that 3v4, it sort of worked. Like RQ showed them no
त्यो हेरेको पोइन्ट आउन चाहिँ कहिले काहीँ 30 मिनेट भन्दा बढी लाग्छ पेनलेस कहिले चाहिँ टाइममा आउँछ कहिले चाहिँ एकैचोटी आउँछ
Let's get it going here.
हेर्दै बस्न आइहाल्छ नि
It was crazy. This is a little bit of a background, kind of what's going on here. You know, so many people. I mean, Paris has just been such a wonderful place to visit, to be here. These teams are so blessed. Some of these guys, their hotel rooms are literally booked until tomorrow.
यसमा चाहिँ योसमा चाहिँ घुम्दैन यसरी अघिनेको जसरी त्यो हुन्छ नि घुमेर रुन्स गएको थियो नि त्यसरी घुम्दैन
There's no messing around here. You know, this is
हो र यार रबिन
by far been one of the most
केही खाकै छैन यार भोक लागिसक्यो यार
places
कहिले सकिन्छ
I've
यार
had the
गेम
personal pleasure of visiting, and these guys want to stay here a little bit longer. And you can see Qiddiya,
पड्क्यो यिनीहरु त
beautiful nades there onto KRX,
चारडा नेड आयो चारडा नेड
waiting for the one to hit. Do they run out and make this play though? That's the problem. Is there's so many shots coming from all over the place. These nades looking deadly though. Hoxie gets caught.
Dude, there's some D-reg on that nade. Like, I think if that one pops just a little bit later, Hoxie's down. For good, at least.
Another deep nade. Oh, that's CRE down as well. So, Qiddiya, they're hopping in the vehicle. They're going. They want to finish this fight out. And that is but here comes Qiddiya. They actually make the drive. They're popping it down. Igor gets one, and that is KRX eliminated.
Igor's been on fire today. KRX. Back up a little bit. Moves up from AGAL, sending some nades on through.
Easy
the shot as well. This man is on a tear. He's on an absolute tear. Igor has not stopped for a moment today.
Igor with a massive performance. I got the pleasure to see him and his
beautiful
girlfriend over there by the Eiffel Tower. And he was so stoked there. The love was in the air. And I think with her presence being here, this man is just looking unstoppable.
Finish.
He's taking all the way, Revo.
It's
kind of an interesting one. See? Oh, here's the angle. Oh, he's still confusing him, dude. This is crazy stuff. Finally makes it into the building. Good push in. Lost Qiddiya a little bit earlier on. There it is.
Revoको शॉट गर्दा फेरि बबाल छ नि त कमेन्ट्री हटाउन न रे
master of it. Risky play.
त्यो उयो नै चलेकै छैन हो केटा सोल्लेसले नि भेट्यो
He's thirsted immediately, but sometimes it takes that, right? Sometimes it takes
के भयो यार ULF लाई पनि
couldn't wait though, right? You know, he's baiting off the window, he listens to the sound cue, hears him back it off, doesn't want to wait for them to reset up in those rooms.
The plays are ringing out here. You can see Qiddiya with a good solid position in the zone. A lot of central spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that desperately need a good performance if they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer here in Paris. And let's get this going. We are in the hillside between Los Leones and Impala. Where's the zone going to go, though? Up to the north. Okay, all right. So Qiddiya locked in the middle. Tianba as well. Wolves have a position. And our previous champs, Tianba Galacticos, on the south side. They're going to have to fight their way in.
Yeah, tough push for them.
तीनजना मात्र छैन
They try
तर
and isolate over towards Geek because that's a full-on drop-off down towards the warehouses where they're playing.
एसीएलले सेकिहाल्यो नि
Galacticos
युएलएफ
could
त
find
सेन्टरमा
some good
सुतेर
shots
मात्र
their
हो
way, and then maybe swing round
Vitality
over
को
towards
कति हो
721
एक दिनमा
GS.
point highest कति पो
Be far easier just to
106
wrap it
होला
past Goat, though.
106 108
छ त यो हान्यो भने भेटाउन सक्छ है
Tiamba were able to find
हेर्दैन
themselves
दुई
decent
गेममा
building.
दुई
You
गेममा
guys are
50
just-
point
They're just expanding in the lobby right now. This is very much a lot of pressure coming through from the squad. Furia took some risks. Igor's cancelled all those risks out fairly swiftly. Now they got Alpha 7 over towards their northern edge. I think a lot of teams just do not want to see this one move over towards that northwest side. Dopeness taking a bit of a gamble. Sits in the middle of the fields.
कस्तो ओयो लाग्दैन हौ
That's that MK. That Bob Barker bringing out here. Didn't have a lot of ammunition in fourth. I think I only saw like 38 rounds. Just got to be a little bit conservative with that. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar. Resource management is so important. You got to have that util towards the end game. And sometimes the only way to get that is by looting some boxes.
It gets going and looting. And the MK, it hurts. Shoot it as fast as you can click it. But I think for
एसीएमको यो पर्फर्मेन्स के भन्नु
these
छ राम्रो खेलिरहेको छ हौ
where
एसीएम
it's just pure situations where you want to get up in people's face, like when the shotgun.
तर राम्रो राम्रो टिम जति सब क्वालिफाई भइसक्यो नि त त्यही भएर
Dodging the vehicles, moves out the way, will duck back down again.
खोइ त हौ कभर
The top side though, but Claus will shut him
पुरै
down.
स्मोक रहेछ नि
The
त
rest of the arena floundering a little bit. Schweppes
किल पनि अर्कोलाई दियो यार यसले
will
त
stick up, and Tenny K next to fall here. The arena is getting brushed aside basically right now by Alula.
Quick with the quick thirst as well. The Thai squad in some trouble here. It's up to Joker. All by himself, 0 eliminations. Tries to put something on the points, on the board for his team. Quick's gonna throw that nade.
उल्फलाई के भयो उल्फलाई उल्फको टाइम सक्यो के हो त
Another piece of util.
लभ प्ले दिपे सुट्स लभ यु है
Barely surviving that.
कसरी
And
नसक्यो
now
बेला
that
छुट्टी
burn,
छ
baby
है
burn. That is E-Arena out. Al-Ula with 3 eliminations, controlling the north side.
उल्फको सट्टा उला हुनु पर्ने
Alula
कहाँ हौ
now looking to force their way down.
किलमा
I mean, E-Arena just crumbled there. A real unfortunate scenario for them. Was hoping they could go further in this game for E-Arena.
अब कसैलाई आएर एसीएमलाई पुस हानेर हाने मात्र हो यार तिम्रो बसले
Yangon Galacticos, they did swing over the top side of 721 GS. We're looking for teams moving up from behind. Smile does take a knock on the back lines though. There's 2 down for this squad. This is a rough fight between the 2 of them. QZ, I don't know how he hits that shot, but he does. That's right from the center of the map. He is sending letters off to the very corners of Miramar.
Making it happen. QZ, 20-year-old Chinese superstar. He was the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, even though they didn't end up winning it. It looks like Milu, though, is really performing so well. You know, that's hyping him up, saying, all right,
उसलाई सेन्टर भन्यो है ल है चान्स छ है चान्स चाहिँ छ है ब्रो
zone does pop. Tiamba
चान्स
are
छ
going
है
to this next circle, so is Furia.
A7 मर्यो एक किलमै अनि उल्फले एक किल ल्याइदियो भने त रिफन्ड भइहाल्यो नि
players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one though, because
Why is
everybody's going to be looking right at him. It's going to be tough for them to get
अहिलेसम्म
some
त ग्याप
eliminations.
त्यस्तो छैन
Maybe
चिकन
they
हान्ने
catch
नि
some
आउँछ माथि
steals,
तर
we'll see. But
पहिला
look
जस्तो
at the
छैन
south
भाइ
side, not in zone. Goat going to have to push on up. Yangon Galacticos right next to them. Looks like this fight is imminent.
Clean feed पुरै घुम्छ यार all the dogs त्यही भएर
to move up on through. Saycloud is completely out here. They were able to recover Smile earlier on, but as I said before, no one really wanted this with the head over towards that northwest side. Sadly, it does. We'll see just how much it cuts in the near future, but it's going to become a very uncomfortable final couple of zones. Smile ducking, dodging as much as he can, gets behind the vehicle.
कति दिन हो यार आज र
Does
भोलि
get flushed off the back of that one. Romeo.
ला एरेनले भेट्यो नि त
Swing up towards that top side now. Trying to get a little bit of information, but Minus down. He's going to think twice about taking that engagement. Killer Joe out inside the smoke might just be the one to take down Romeo afterwards.
मरेन त यो जोनले
Killer Joe said, let's go. Kids get out of here right now. And oh, Foops, man, with the M249. Making it happen, putting down that suppressive fire. He's got plenty of ammunition in the bank. And it's time for him to start using it. Switching weapons over here. very, very interesting as he's popping off some shots. 7-2-1 GS, you can see the look on their faces. These guys are locked in right here. 7 eliminations so far. This could be another good game for them. They are climbing up those leaderboards little by little. They're in 8th place right now. But they know now's the time to close the gap. They're on the edge of the circle, but they are just trying to hunt a spot in this next zone.
Got
that 8 times. Hitting them lean peaks. Looking good.
It's funny going from the 8 times to the M249.
1 kill like Pugya, 1.5 pura manda tayar garnu
really mixing and matching. What kind of range is he's working with? Gets a bit more ammo online. Force doesn't need to get picking up though. Nongshim Red Force sending down towards the south side. They picked up Force. Don't know if Goat's going to get too involved on this one, but Nongshim definitely looking for some more points. Will re-knock him.
1-2 दिन 3-4 दिन भयो यार जिउमा खेलेको
Fuchs, man.
म छोडिदिसकेको थिएँ अहिले फेरि खेलेको छु Rebel हानो
They're battling it out with them. They want this spot here on the east side. Heads up to Rian all by himself. Rebel is ready to say, you know what? Let's not just run in blind. Let's use some of this util. Bang! Oh, but they do end up getting one player down. Gotta be careful here. Another nade! Will barely survive it. Alpha 7 cannot afford to go down here.
Graham, looking through from side, great shot. Rebel walks directly into it, and now Alpha 7 in a spot above. A good shot though, coming out from Guizhao, keeping the team alive in this moment. Alpha 7 needs another strong game, good tag, but no flush, no knock. Here's the first aid. We'll keep an incredible clutch here. So important for Alpha 7.
Alpha 7.
Ooh, and there is Nongshim Red Force eliminated as Goat survived here. Fights happening all over the place. That was a huge break for the side of Alpha 7 and Goat, as they are going to get a full reset. You can see the frustration for some of these players here as we are in the second to last match of day 1. Only one more left to go, but this is a critical one.
Tiamba went down to 3 players much earlier in the game, and they're still kicking around down towards that southeast side. Furia also playing from. Showhouse were able to get some good work done. Igor, mate, Igor is just unreal today. I do not know what's gone into him.
I know.
Yeah. Yesterday,
I'll tell you that right now. He said, you know what, baby? I'm going to pop off tomorrow. And it looks like he is as well. Furia looking rock solid here in the end game. They're currently in 3rd place. Trying to throw some util towards Alpha 7. Now it's a battle between the Brazilian Brotherhood here. It's A7 versus Rebel. He's driving that Murado up close and personal. But Igor says, no sir, not today.
Now looks to send down another. Will be finally taken down, but Furious putting in the work. Revo sent sky high by a nade, essentially shunted him further towards Fury in the situation. Nade's planted inside the smoke. Obscure's going to send wide. Knows he can't do it now because he's getting shot at by so many separate squads. Sets up behind the trail. Well-placed shot from distance to take the rest of Alpha 7 down. Not a bad result for them. Not going to give you many placements overall.
They're going to put something on the board, and that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters. That's going to keep you in this tournament just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Furia as well. It's a huge opportunity for them to start soaking up some points and make a big gap going into the last game.
I don't know, man. PUBG Mobile team seems to have blessed Ulf right now. They've just got 2 loot crates dropped on top of them. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like shining lights all around them. 777s.
They need it, honestly. I see Catch walking in here with a Band-Aid on his hand. He's like, you know what? I take all the breaks I can get, you know?
Everyone get out of there, honestly.
They got a nice setup right here. They got a blown up car, buggy on the other side. Side of them. So they are dead center. Should be able to get some solid placement points. Who's going to win this game, though? That's the question. You got Dopeness so far.
आफूले राम्रो खेल्नै पर्छ
Not making too much noise. They have the position. I think it's time for them to start getting some aggression going as this next zone does pop.
डोपनेस त त्यही रिज खेल्न मिल्छ त्यही घरको मुनिको रिज पुस्ता आउँछ फ्युरियाको आउँछ कि 4 जनै छ
Let's see what they can do with it.
We'll see. I mean, it might be Tiamba time.
पुसायो भने फेरि त्यानमा पनि आउँछ
Actually be Tiamba time.
Third party, second party, third party,
as a
fourth party.
two-man, we'll see how Orf can hold off these other squads, but it's the spot.
Equal भयो किल भयो के हुन्छ रिफन्ड मैले फर्स्टमै भन्दै थिएँ इक्वल किल भयो रिफन्ड हुन्छ
गोटे पुसायो
आयो
They want it. Can Orf hold it?
Oi, हान्यो
the MG3. They got the weapons, but Killer Joe is up
Oi,
close and personal.
इक्वल बनाइदियो
But it is Orf that is able to take him down. The duo putting in work.
Wolves also looking up towards this location. Milu's going to swing wide down towards that southern edge. Aaron goes down. Teams aren't capitalizing off the back of this one. Finally, Furia makes the move. They're going to be the next to face. Can Scarface make this one work? We'll stop short, actually. The vehicle's smoking. Flames pouring out the front.
They get in the zone. That's all that matters, right? They got some coverage with their
vehicles.
Now barely holding the spot. But Aaron, are you kidding me? Wolf from the central position being so dangerous. Silence. You got to move, bro. You got to move. Barely escaping those nades. That hay bale coming in clutch. Finally, Silence able to put a little bit of suppressive fire here. Oh,
the MG3 down right now. Might be the thing that saved them before. But not in play anymore. Sink this one just about right. It's a little far, might spread.
Basket.
Still taking some little shots here and there. Tiamba, in the meantime, were just backing off the Wolves, who have sent themselves crashing into the western side. Dopeness finally waking up, realizing that guys, we got to move from this northern edge. We got to control this.
Dopeness आएला तर यतापटि आइदियो नि त Dopeness फेरि
points getting taken away by all these teams pushing in, but Dopeness getting it done. Finally, they are getting in the action. 5 eliminations for them. How many more are they going to try to get? Let's see. We got Tiamba as well. They have been waiting and now starting to get into the action. Qiddiya again just throwing them long nades. That is going to get Scarface out. It's just Aaron up for the squad. Let's see what he can do.
Gorgeous little bouncer there.
So crazy
Expected way more out of this squad. They're currently on 21 points. The placement points alone will be very, very good depending on how many more teams do go down. Dopeness trying to split out right now. 2-2.
prediction
regroup and take the on the season side. Milu though trying to go for some shots. Won't quite tag on. The vehicle does get cut up in the process though.
अब त देखिला हो एरेनलाई
here on the side of Milu. Milu has been on fire today. One of the craziest 1v4s of the tournament. Already in the bag. Be nice to continue with that and get this chicken dinner here and lock down that spot.
We said 20 points. 20 points was realistically what they were looking at for the last 2 matches of the day. Get up towards 80 and then it's super difficult to drop out. Aaron, the flames around him. Nade goes. First one's a good knock towards Silence here. Aaron swinging on the sides, has the UMP to work with. No way he's making it happen. Milu's been watching this the entire time. However, instantaneously, Tiamba is looking to cause problems, trying to send nades down this way. Clean out these players. They were able to get the res off. This nade goes a little bit too far to the side.
Qiddiya now starting to loot up. Looks like they're really low on meds here. They would have been using them already if they had them, but now Eagle, he's got that nade. Qiddiya got to be careful here. All it takes is that one. It's looking pretty good. Oh, just a little overcooked there. Buggy now blown up. Silence getting Milu. Milu is just making it happen here from this nade. Tearing Qiddiya apart.
The Milu QZZ show right now. Another nade, look to send it through and towards the middle. It certainly has been Tiamba time today.
अर्को प्रेडिक्सन केटा के गर्छ हो प्रेडिक्सन हेर न सकिसक्यो गेम
Igor underneath.
टोपनेस देखान्छ हो चिकन
regroup the rest of the team. Not possible.
के गर्छ हो प्रेडिक्सन
We'll find them. That off angle was absolutely deadly, and now Dopeness from that northern edge, they can start to spread out on this one. It's the right call from them. Little bits of hard cover to play from that northern side. They can continue to squeeze these two teams now.
Eagle trying to pop up. make something happen with that M4. Lufa with that disgusting angle on that tractor.
Coco,
And yeah, he
BC-मा,
has his car right behind him. So he
पिकअपमा
goes
छ
and
अहिले त
pops into it.
पोटेटो हराइसक्यो
Going to be pushing up little by little. Dopeness had the angles. Furia is dead stuck in the spot. And
म गेम सकेपछि दिन्छु ल
avoiding
पोइन्ट
these nades. All those vehicles coverage is just working out so well for them.
सक्यो
And
त्यहाँबाट
QZZ forced to inch up little by little. And getting punished there by Kenji.
Kenji will take down QZZ as well as Eagle.
चिकन त डिएनए कै हो
From
केटा
distance, now Furia, a lot of work to
ग्यान्डे
do
भाइ खोइ
here.
आज गरेन
Eagles
3 दिन मात्र
who has
गर्नुपर्ने
been
रे
a
अनि
man
ग्यान्डे
on
आज
a
गरेन
mission to
भोलि गर्छ
impress
कि
today. Now looking to do it again here, but there's only 2 players left. Focus on 9 eliminations. Nate goes long, will not. He finds the first, will go for the flush on this one. Every single point counts, and Egos will find at least one more at the end of the game. But it's Dopeness from the north side to take the win.
Oh man, and did they need it. You can see the sigh of relief. These guys popping off, they deserve that
गेम 5
chicken
होइन
dinner.
त
And
अल्फा
this could
7
be
ले
the
हानेछ
start of their run
4
towards
किल
the
उल्फले
finals.
हानेछ 4 किल ल
Let's get it going, Dopeness.
Point फिर्ता
Man,
दिएँ
they
मैले
need that one. Yeah, you can see Furia dapping him up. Igor,
म
looking
दिन्छु अब
good, my man. That is how you get it done.
Yeah, honestly, Furia is looking good today. This is the Furia we expected and
Choose outcome झन्डै गरेको
wanted
यार
watching inside the groups. It's a tough game. That's a tough
डिलिट
game
गरिदियो
to
भने
play
ओइ
there.
डिलिट गर्ने होला
I
हैन
think
त
they worked it out well. They had some of the zone towards the early.
डिलिट गरिदियो भने रिफन्ड हुन्छ होला हैन
Going on Tiamba, they kept it cool. I think they.
ह रनमा त हेर है त मैले के गर्ने हो अब चुज आउटकम के त खोइ त युएलएफ मा हाल्दिनु डिलिट गर्ने होला हौ केटा होइन त के हो मैले त बिर्से मलाई त आउँदैन यार यो त लामोको उल्फ यो त अनसाइटीलाई सोध्नु पर्छ यार डिलिट त होला नि ल डिलिट गर्छु है नरिसाउ है तिमीहरूको पोइन्ट डिलिट विल रिटर्न हो रहेछ ल ल ल
I think this is what we've been waiting for, and they are performing as expected.
For Dopeness, there's not been a whole lot of highlights from this team so far. I mean, over
Ayo.
in the group, it was a cool finish for them to make their way into survival stage. But this is kind of the major moment for them, right? And they should be happy about that win as well. It's a good win for Dopeness. But again, for Dopeness, it can't come down to going up towards the, like just dead zone where you have a compound where you can sit and wait out the matches, only to slowly come in from the north side, completely kitted, completely looted, and then just finish the game from there. We need to see a little bit more from Dopeness going forward, but this is the first step on their journey to get in towards that top 6.
Yes, it is indeed. So, I mean, it's a perfect timing to do it as well. We still got one more game here on the day, 6 more matches left tomorrow, and these teams that are, in the top 6, minus, Tiamba, who have already done a whole bunch, still need to keep their eye on the prize here. You gotta be able to make it happen if you want to make it to those finals. We got some more action coming up in just a second.
खतरा हालेको छु ल सोचेर हालौँ ल जोड
यो हामीले यो चलाउने ओबीएस वालै कम्पनी हो यो ओबीएस
सोचेर हालौँ है खतरा हालेको छु ल सोचेर हालौँ है के रे है
यो ओबीएस बट भनेको हाम्रो यो ओबीएस चलाइरहेको ओबीएस कै वाला हो
थाहा भएन यार कहाँ छ मेरोमा छ
EWC को स्पोन्सर
ए थाहा भएन यार के गर्ने हो के गर्ने भनेको हामीले
We have cosplayers. Show them over there. We've got a chicken.
किकमा नेम के छ
hanging out,
किकमा
ready for some
माफिया
photos.
निन्जा
Apparently
वाइटी
Dawood is running around in true Naruto fashion. And
कहाँ
you want to
देखाउँछ?
come by, take some photos here because at the end of it
Kick.com/MafiaNinja.
all, there is some really cool free prizes that you could be winning. You might have seen it on the broadcast. There
EWC
are
कुन
Naruto
country?
t-shirts.
Saudi.
You see Dawood in the headband who is really tiring himself, making sure he joins in on this action. And of course, you can
उल्फको
come hang
5 हो
out
लास्टमा
with your
फ्युरियाको किल
very
पाएको हो
own
रे
chicken. So make sure you stop by and see everything that we have to
कस्तो
offer.
झुकाउन खोजेको
But who's inside that chicken?
अगाडि हाने धेरै अड हुँदैन र पछि कसैले इक्वल बनाइदियो भने चाहिँ धेरै अड
Because right now we had
अन्तिममा हो
Gomez
अड डिसाइड
come
हुने
out with the win, Max, and this is a team that really needed that win, really needed the
जियो
points.
खेलौँ न दाइरे जियो खेल्दा खेल्दा वाक्क भयो हौ रनमती आजलाई पुग्यो हौ जियो पेकाको गेम प्ले हेर्नु जस्तो छ यार पेका
मैले भिडियो त हालेको छैन
पेका प्लेज किन हौ भिडियो नहाल्ने को छ तिम्रो 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 टिमको टिममेटहरू भन त उनीहरूको हेरौँ
निन्जा भाइ हेभन खै युट्युब चाहिँ छ
निन्जाको हेर्छु है त निन्जाको के छ
निन्जा भाइको खै युट्युब छैन जस्तो लाग्यो सबै लोकी ग्याङहरू हो क्या
यही त हो नि पक्कै पनि खोइ त हौ नेट काँड हो कि के हो
ए रहेछ तर 7 महिना अगाडिको मात्रै रहेछ
भेटिसके यो उसकै गाँड हो यार पक्कै पनि अर्को तिम्रो अरू कसैले हाल्दैन भिडियो
हेभन इन्ट्रोभर्ट
हाल्छ
युट्युबमा त हाल्दैन
हाल्दैन छैन कोही छ
हेभन हेभन एक्सडी हेभन एक्सडी हेभन एक्सडी हेभन एक्सडी पब्जी खै म चालसम्म देखा
छैन हौ
काम छैन रहेछ यिनीहरूको
पेकाको हेर्ने पेकाको हनाइ क्रेजी छ हौ केटा साइको हुन्छ हौ तिमीहरू ओए यस्तो नि आइजिएल छ नेपालमा लाइक लिटरल्ली क्वालिटी चाहिँ उसको खोइ उसले यो उयोबाट हाले हो पक्कै त्यही भएर यस्तो आएको स्ट्रिमबाट निकालेर ल हेर्न नोड्छु भाइ चाहिँ कहाँ गयो पो
भेटेर आएको त पोखरा गएको थिएँ त म
कहिले
2-3 दिन बसेर आएको खै काम गर्दै थियो भन्दै थिएँ
नोड्जुले कमब्याक हानिसक्यो अरे कहाँ हानु हौ नोड्जुले कमब्याक अनि हिमसन मिजुहरू त राउन्ड अफ 64 पनि पुगेन छ त पेका राउन्ड अफ 64 त हामी पुगेका थियौँ पेका यार वाच पार्टी गर्नुपर्छ भनेर हामीले त छोडिदिएको ब्लू हिरो हेर्नु नि दाइ हामी अब कहिले हेरिन्छ भन्दाखेरि एफएफ को वाच पार्टीको बेला हेरिन्छ आज अब यो फ्री पब्जी को पेड स्ट्रिम हो हेर्न मिल्दैन मैले अरु के पेकाले त साइको हान्छ त यार हान्छ नि हेर न भन्दैछु त पेका मिहिनेत दिनरात म्युजिक ग्राइन्ड गर्यो यहाँ गर्यो भने भोलि पर्सि हो रेस्पर्टको आइजिएल नबन्ला भन्न सकिन्न मुख चाहिँ हल्का कन्ट्रोल गर्नु पर्यो भनाइ त अति छ नि
अनि बाहिर एउटा भित्र एउटा बाहिर
अनि त भना हेर न भनाइ वान म्यान आर्मी हो टिमको
बाहिर हो हैन लास्ट
आइजिएल ले क्यारी गरेको हेर्न मन छ भने यसपालि PMNC मा आरडी लाई हेर यस्तो नि हुन्छ टिम आइजिएल ले हान्ने अरूले नहान्ने भन्ने क्या यसपालि त एनसी मा सञ्जन बुढाले नि वाच पार्टी गर्दैन एक्लै हान्छु सञ्जन बुढा फ्रान्स जान्छ नि त घुम्न
स्याक भित्र एकछिन स्याक भित्र पो
दाइ त्यो त PM उस के WC सके जान्छ त
त्यही त भनिरहेको छु त म एनसी को कुरा भइरहेको
एनसी मा चाहिँ हान्ने हजुरले
नेपालको बेस्ट गन पाउडर भएको आइजिएल मोटे
रिभाइभ भएको छैन होला
बुढी बडी पाउडर मात्रै छ अरे
के हो केटा हो के हो अहिलेसम्म कति 79,000 पोइन्ट मात्र छ त सबैले हालौँ न भएको जति पोइन्ट केटा जिरै बनाऊँ न कति पोइन्ट पुग्दो रहेछ हेरौँ न जिरै बनाऊँ न जिरै बनाऊँ किन हो केटा हो के को लागि पोइन्ट राखेको हो किकमा जिरै बनाऊँ जिरै भोलि म फ्यानहरू पनि थपिदिन्छु नेट त फलकले पेकाकैबाट सिकेको होला अरे हुन सक्छ अनि त
कम्पाउन्डमा अब
सुकुना बनेर सिक्दै छ हौ लबी पुरै
कम्पाउन्डमा आयो दर्शन
डोमेन एक्सपेन्सन
अनि त कहिले आउँछ सुकुना भर्सेस गोजो फिल्म कत्रो टाइम लाग्यो एनिमेट गर्न तिनीहरूले गाह्रो हो धेरै टाइम भएन र
भित्र हो
27 मा आउँछ कि इक्वल भयो त लौ रे इक्वल भइहाल्छ नि हेर त छिरेर एक्लै हान्छ यार आइजिएल हो कि इन्ट्रिफ्यागर हो रनमती लेफा
अब कसले आन्यो फेरि सुता यसमा खेला आम्मामा कस्तो
ओए 58 र 54 1,12,000 पोइन्ट
ओए टिङ खायो
कस्तो अचम्म भएको टिङ खाँदा नि फेरि
फर्स्ट टाइम
ओए झरे बगी
दुई टिङमा नि झरेन छ अनि टिङ खायो गर्दै रहेछ ब्रो पेकाको लाइभमा गएर च्याट गरेको रिप्लाई नै दिएन यार खादै होला नि त पेका खाना र तिम्रो कमेन्ट हुन सक्छ पेकाले मेरो कमेन्ट खोलेर राखेको छ 1,20,000 पुग्न लाग्यो यार 1,20,000 पुग्यो यार पोइन्ट अति छ यार हामी पहिला सर्भरबाट क्वालिफाई भएको योपालि ग्रुपबाट अनि इम्प्रुभ भएको होइन र किन सबैले बिलामा खै पहिला पालि तर फेरि अनि A7 सँग जोसमा हानेर क्वालिफाई भयो नि त यसपालि चाहिँ हल्का त्यस्तो जोस देखेन पहिला जस्तो छैन भन्ठाने होला नि तर त्यस्तो होइन केटा हो फाइनलमा गेम देखिहाल्छ नि इक्वल भयो 50-50 रे यार रनमती
knock knock
nice right को knock if 1v1
one does not pick करें बवाल अंदर जाते हैं
ल सुरु ल
These guys are looking so
आफ्नो टिम को हो सपोर्ट गरौ है
They're finally getting red hot here after
आफुलाई
that
त थाहा
chicken
पनि छैन
dinner. We got one match left here. This is the time to make it happen.
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Crusher. I mean, a lot of these other teams right here, they've also got a lot of anxiety, so we're all good. We're all good.
Sure.
But we're heading in towards our final match here. Tiamba, they all look very happy with the way this is played out. Milu is laughing, and so he should be. I mean, that last game was just an unreal result, and it does show you exactly what confidence can do for your team, and momentum can do for your team. It's just upsetting that we're having another point sponge. We had Vitality, now we got Tiamba. It is making these final days just so rough as we head into stage.
अनि ओनर दुईटा ओनर भयो भने अनि ओनर नै त को ओनर हुने हो को भनेको मिल दुईटा छन् धेरै एउटा भन्दा धेरै ओनर मिलेर ओनर कस्तो यो साइको कुरा गरेको यो पेकाले
table of their own.
Let's get into it right here. I mean, Milu has really been the all-star today, making some crazy plays. We saw him with the one before. We saw him hitting the crazy shots.
Prediction फेरि रे गइसक्यो रनमती त्यत्रो 10 मिनेट राख्दिरा चाहिँ कहाँ जान्छौ
Let's see if that could continue.
होरको को ओनर हुनलाई कतिको नेटवर्क हुन पर्छ नेटवर्क हुनु पर्दैन तिमीले
75 points. Yeah, these guys are
हरेक महिना पैसा चाहिँ हाल्नु पर्यो महिना सुरु हुँदा अगाडि
but pretty much everybody else, it's still anybody's
कति
game
कति त अहिले तिमीलाई अब कहाँ
push
भन्नु
themselves up
स्क्रिनमा
into a good spot with 30
जस्ट
points in
हाल्नु पर्छ
lead.
टर्न
If they finish strong here, we could definitely see them leave into tomorrow in the top
एकजनाले
6.
5 लाख पर्दैन केटा
Looking on down, I'm going to really put the, you know,
त्यही भएर
10th place on down in the
टिम
hot seat.
माफियामा
I think
हाल्ने हो
this
क्या
is a big
तिमीहरूले
game
अब
for them. Because tomorrow, those last two
पेकाउ
matches
आइजेल
are
उठाउँछु
going to be straight chaos. There's going to be teams doing
पेकाको
everything
पेकाले लिएर आएछ
and
नि अरु खेलाडी
possible.
त
निन्जा जो गणेश दाइको त्यो जर्सी पठाउनु रे हो
So desperate to try to put up
कहाँ छ
points
गणेशको
that's going to
जर्सी
not be a typical game of PUBG Mobile. So the time is now. The time is now to make
कुन
it
जर्सी
happen. We got a pretty
के जर्सीको कुरा
disgusting
हुँदैछ
southern playing path here. But you got to be able to adapt. Got to make it happen no matter what.
Yeah, definitely rough. But you're right, down towards 10th and below, it's getting tough.
पेकाको गेम प्लेमा भुलेर प्रेडिक्सन नै छुट्यो रे ल हो र
These are the teams that need to have a strong map here.
केटा कसको कुन कुन टिम हो सपोर्ट गरौ है
Everyone else is sort of around that 20-point mark where
म वाइ टिममा हेर कि किकमा हेर तिमीलाई जुनमा राम्रो छ त्यसमा हेर
towards that top 6 territory. For AGAL as well as KRX, they need some points now.
सेन्ट्रिक जोन छ सबै टिमलाई सजिलो हुन्छ
Springboard tomorrow. Otherwise, it is starting to look a little bit dangerous. And I didn't expect this from KRX. Honestly, I think that KRX is a good team. It has some pretty strong players on side.
ए कुनमा पुग्यो आज आएर अरे
Flabbergasted of why this is happening right now for them.
अब होरको जर्सी हैन अब माफिया टिम माफियाको जर्सी लाउने हो र
Like this has been throughout the majority of the tournament, just not able
मेरे
to
होरको जर्सी पठाइदिम
I mean, we've given Alpha 7 a lot of grief,
मैले
but
लगाएकै
at least
छैन
they've been able to get themselves towards
EWC
top
वाला
3s consistently. They have been able to close out games. For KRX, it feels like we have never
महिनाको
really got
1k ले
that
पुग्छ
engine
टिम
started.
माफियामा इन्भेस्टमेन्ट रे पुग्छ
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that's the crazy
1k
thing about this game.
1k कुवेतको 1k ले पुग्छ
Someone's got to be at the bottom.
हाल्ने हो
Right? We got serious names here. Still, KRX 9 points is a big question mark. It's like, what happened? Yeah, 9? You know, like, okay, if we saw the bottom of the tables and there's only a few points gaps.
Tianpu country ko Tianba all the way from China.
5 matches, only 9 points. Not good. Not good at all.
1k ले निन्जालाई 4 दिन म मोमै छोडिसके यार सुशांक अब लाइक क्याबेज किन्न जानु छ यार लाइक क्याबेज मोमो खानु पर्यो नि त लाइक मैदा त मैले छोडिसके अब क्याबेज मोमो खान जानु पर्यो बन्दाले बेर्ने चिकन मात्रै फेरि बफ त छोडिसक्यो किन
A lucky spin. Yes. Which you can
कस्तो
find.
किन I want to live more years क्या bro हुन्छ नि मलाई 50 मै बित्नु छैन
बक्रा खादा भइसक्यो जस्तो भइसक्यो भनेर
पब्जी चाहिँ कसरी हुन्छ
bro red meat
तिमी पोर खादा खादा सुँगु जस्तो भइसक्यो त अनि
ओए त चुप लागेर बसे रनमती हावा आयो भने मैले उड्ला जस्तो ज्यान बोकेर
Yeah, they do. Right, they need one of those Alpha 7 blessings.
मिठो लागेन क्याबेज को त अरे
Erangel, they
के गर्छौ त यार ज्यान हेर न अनि ज्यान यस्तो भइसक्यो दुब्लाउनु पर्ने भइसक्यो अनि मिठो नमिठो खोजेर हुन्छ
regardless of the situation. Another team I want to see more out of. We haven't really talked about.
ल आजको लास्ट गेम है जोस देखाम
Galacticos are previous champions here, last year's champs. They have a beautiful skin in game. You guys gotta go check out as well.
पैसा दिदैन हो भाइ पर सब हेर्नु पर्छ
एक गेम खेल्न पाए probably one of the most insane jerseys that classic
commentary
Myanmar fit is gorgeous. And I want to see them rocket it in the finals. So let's see if they can get things heated up here. They're in 13th place, 22 points, not in the worst position, right? One good game here, and we can see them all the way up to 3rd place, okay? It's just the longer they wait, the worse off they are.
आजको त क्लीन फीड त बन्द भइसकेछ
Two consistent teams so far. It
has
been Furia as well as Tiamba today. Like those are the only two teams that have really caught my eye. Everyone else in this top spot towards like
the top 8,
they've had I think Nongshim Red Force maybe has had like a little bit of a better day when it comes to just consistent results.
मलाई छोडेर जानी
Tiamba, that's the two names on everyone's
lips
at the moment.
एक गेम खेल्न मरलाई जस्तो गर्छ त
Galacticos on the other hand
आज एक दिन मात्र फाइनलको एक दिन गरिदिन्छ नि भयो गर्दिन्छ सबै दिन
टाइम भन त तिम्रो
T20 19
एसएम छ ल क्लीन फिट राख्दिएको छु अब घुम्यो भने उता जाउँला यताउता किलर क्रुमा पो गयो त अरे युरोपबाट खेल्छ ऊ यताउता भाइ रोमानियामा छ नि त एन्ड्रु टेटको देश टप कति सेलेक्ट हो टप 6 A7 लाई हेर न कसरी पुग्छ ओ टप 5 मा यार
एकजना बोलाएर खेल भन
उ त्यहाँ हेर न त्यो मिरामार कम्युनिटी तिमीले देखिरहेछौ कि देखाएको छैन केटा हो कसको हो त्यो माउस हो यसरी छ नि पेका म यहाँ छु भनेर बोलाएको थाहा पाएपछि त यो मुजीलाई गएर सेक्दिने है अबदेखि त
नेपाली लाइभमा यस्तै गर्छ फिक्स एउटा न त दुईटा छिटै नेपाली लबीमा नि यस्तै गर्छ अनि एउटा हो कि दुईटा भनेर ठ्याक्क थाहा हुन्छ अनि छिराइदिने
त्यही त अहिले त यो थाहा हुन्छ नि त यो यहाँ छ भनेर ड्याममै हान्दिने हो नि त
बरु सर्ट लिएन भने
यिनीहरू स्प्लिटमा खेल्दैछन् भनेर थाहा भन्छ
को साउजीको कमेन्टेटर
को कहाँ छ खोइ देखेनौ ए सेम दुब्लाउन पर्ने छ अहिले जर्सी चाहिँ अट्छ होला पठाउँदै गर्दा हुन्छ है रे के को जर्सी पठाउने कुरा हुँदैछ यहाँ जर्सी जित्नलाई किकमा आउनुपर्छ किकमा टक्क पोइन्ट अब आफूले प्रेडिक्सन गेम गर्ने अनि
केको इन्टरभ्यु हो
त्यहाँ जर्सी जित्ने मौका छ है
किकमै गरे हेर्नुपर्छ यार दाइ
जर्सी जित्ने मौका छ है किकमा चाहिँ फाइनल फ्राइडेबाट सुरु आज के हो ट्युसडे हो आज फ्राइडेबाट सुरु फाइनल केआरएक्स क्वालिफाई हुनु मन छ भने त एक चिकन हान्नै पर्छ यार यो गेम कि त भोलि आज त्यानबाले खेले जस्तो खेल्नु पर्यो फाइनल्समा टप 5 को होला खै भन्नै सकिन्न यार अझै 6 वटा टिम आउने बाँकी छ हामी चाहिँ हुनु पर्यो त्यो 60k र 50k वाला स्योर सर्ट हो मेरो साउन्ड सानो आइरहेको छैन मुखमै छ त माइक म बस्ने त यता तिम्रो नयाँ बस्ती तामाङ गुम्बा ठ्याक्कै घुम्यो नि तिम्रो घुम्यो पेका त गइसकेछ यार
मेरो
ए आयो आयो तिम्रो घुम्यो
छैन घुमेको
कति छ टाइम
म्याप देखाएर त हौ कसरी भन्नु Don't close in on
Something
that.
definitely happened in their day off because I agree with you. I think out of
One
all
is
those
on.
names, hold on real quick. Oh, Southern shift on down to Los Leones. We're going to see another
कति ढिलो बन्यो तिमी 2x गरेर रन
urban finish. That would be wild to finish things off for the day. You can see teams, woo, quick, fast. Now, immediately, right now, moving down south, not wasting any time. Not a little later. Immediately.
Yeah, immediately. Right now, we're not waiting around. We are sending down. The migration is real. I mean, it's always awkward having to move down from that north side as well, past Lab.
Eccentric shift
awkward rotational pass for some of these squads.
तपाईं त हाइटी हुनुहुँदो रहेछ त 6 फिटको मान्छे हाइटी भइहाल्छ नि हो सुजन टाइम भन्नु त बेकार तिमी त अल्का 1 सेकेन्ड पर्ख त 13 12 11 10
and they can set up their vehicles very fast and start to be on the lookout, be on the overwatch for some of these other squads as they make their way in. However, it's actually
Milu finish.
To take down Milu. That is surprising.
That's a huge finish. I mean, that
Aleko
is
finish.
the star of today, right? I mean, the uncrowned king of the survival stage. Going out early here, and you can see Solus getting those thirds players. Now you can see just an extra.
God, oh, घुम्यो तिम्रो घुम्यो
घुम्यो एम्फोमै घुम्यो यत्रो ठाडो
सेम सेम आयो यो रनमा के हो यार उताबाट फ्लिप के पठाएको यार
It is amusing though to me that RRQ pretty much went out of their way there. They were like, we've got to
फर्स्ट
find
पेज त आइदिन पनि सक्छ गडेल त सक्छ
because if Milu's in the lobby, we're scared.
अनाइ त्यस्तै छ राम्रो छ
We do not want that kind of pressure.
मेरो केटाहरुलाई भन्दै
तर फाइनल्समा वीक टिम हुँदैन कोही पनि त्यस्तो जोस हुनेछ नि तिनीहरुले अस्ति जसरी हाने नि त्यस्तो वीक टिमहरु भेट्दैन नि त अनि गाह्रो हुन्छ भेटो टन्ने भेटो
सेकेन्ड डे त हेरिन नि
मैले ग्रुप स्टेज जस्तो सजिलो हुँदैन फाइनल फाइनल त सबै 16 वटै टिम टप टिम आउने हो फाइनल्स कति दिन हुन्छ भनेको फ्राइडे स्याटरडे सन्डे 3 दिन हुन्छ तेस्रो दिन स्म्याश पोइन्ट
a wild game to see if that's the case. Young Galacticos are going to be doing a beautiful wrap all the way down to the south, most likely hitting that Los Leones urban side. Everybody else just trying to set up a position here in this circle. You got Tianba right next to La Bendita.
Packet
up on the roof. Just
म त्यो चेन्ज गर्दिन्छु निक्सन मार्थ्यो राम्ररी लेख्दिन्छु
मोन्स्टर ट्रक पल्किने गरी त कस्तो स्प्रे हानेको होला त
and beat up as well. So
ओइ लाग्यो गोली
are you kidding me?
Those shots onto Binny is just demonic going through from QXZ. Unbelievable stuff.
कोही त आरएसपी गरु आयो लापार आयो
Underneath,
La.
just absolutely obliterated by Hoxie. Luckily,
के भयो यार KRX
come around the side,
nice
through the window, ball maneuver, terror down. Lepar, as per usual, and picking up the slack here for RRQ.
Benny throwing in the nade. He makes sure that his teammate is eliminated by his own nade. Benny though with the pump shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low on HP. He's got to be picture perfect. Jump shot from the QVC. He's not gonna do it, and that is KRX out of there in last place. The worst.
KRX यार के गर्छ यार 10 पोइन्ट रे यार ब्रो.
Have to just go insane.
Yeah, for KRX,
यस्तो राम्रो टिम यार.
They weren't in a good position. If they were to have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in.
6 गेममा 10 यार.
For the squad, not what was expected from a team that tenure-wise has had great success over the years. Feels like survival stage might just be the final hurdle for them. They just could not get over. We'll lock back in.
RRQ यता आयो भनेपछि ट्याम्बाले अनि RRQ पोजिसन लियो कि क्या हो?
He's torn between Los Leones and the northern edge up towards the roadside. We've got some of the hills in play still. A lot of teams don't really want to be playing over towards the northwest. Alpha 7 would like to get a little bit further into this one. Dopeness, on the other hand, they're happy with it. It worked out for them one time. We'll see if it works out for them again.
ELSA क्यो एकजना
They could definitely use it for sure. because this one is pretty dang
Ancho
close.
final ma ta
The
कसको कुरा
zone is
भइरा
starting to close. You got Young Galacticos wrapping that south side out. Ula is quite close to them here, though. Let's see if they are going to end up meeting each other. Say Cloud now finally being able to get into this next circle.
Yeah, definitely feels like Yangon Galacticos have been casting out a big net here for Alula. They're in the way. They do not want their 180 being exposed as they move in towards Los Leones. Some of the more teams they can take out. So they continue to hunt out this squad.
यो ULF नि राम्रो कहाँ खेलेको छ त अघि यो गेम त हो हल्का पोइन्ट तानेको त्यो भन्दा अगाडि त 10 को लाइनमा थियो 10 to 20 को लाइनमा थियो
Stop short, takes a quick break, takes a breather, playing inside the concretes.
खेल्न सक्ने जति खेलेको छैन तर हेर न 6 सँग 6 पोइन्टको त ग्याप छ अनि ग्यापै त हुँदैन यो भोलि हल्का ग्याप बन्छ अहिले त यही KRX ले भोलि पहिलो गेम चिकन हान्यो भने पनि उनीहरु पनि रेसमा आउँछ टप 6 त
And it looks like that's what Young
12 गेम टप 6 आउनलाई त 3-4 वटा गेम डबल पोइन्टर निकाल्दै पुग्छ
See you later. We'll deal with you later. But oh, Solonic getting a knock onto Geek.
15-20 point.
We see that happening in the feed. Geek, again, we were talking about teams that were a little bit of a surprise. I mean, yeah, seeing them at the top, I think is a really exciting thing from them. You know that their team has to be pumped up going into this one. Those you guys tracking all the incredible things that are happening here at the
RRQ पर्यो भने त्यहाँ थर्ड पार्टी हान्छ
कि glitter. And I know Geek is one of those orgs that really needs to have a good
YG को प्लेयर चेन्ज हो रे नाइ
team in the finals. I was wondering if maybe they had a little extra pep talk with them and say, guys, we need you to get there. All right, let's make it happen.
Yeah, that added a bit of pressure. That always works. That really does help the team out.
Yeah, I mean, it would work for me. You know, usually I'm at my peak performance if I have at least 2 women yelling at me during the day.
सुरेश सुट यो नेपालको यो बेस्ट ट्र्याकर यस्तो क्वेशनहरु चाहिँ PMNC मै NC को वाच पार्टीमा ल अहिले यतै बस्नु NC मा सोध्नु न यस्तो क्वेशनहरु नेपालको यो एलएफ त्यो क्याल्सीलाई हो सोललेस थियो हैन त सोललेस निकाले कि स्कारफेस निकाले सोललेस निकाले हैन
Not the best. We got like
हेर्ता यिनीहरुको जोश हेर्ता यिनीहरुको जोश
holographic
paid supporters.
Look at the hype, man. I mean, I love the Alpha 7 fans. Oh, they're getting hype. They felt the pressure coming as Carrillo making them happy here, making them dance a little bit extra here, doing that salsa.
NC watch Nepal watch party गर्छु कि नै निन्जा गर्छु नेपाल त गर्नै पर्छ
outside the circle though. All eyes are going to be on them. Dopeness now in a position to gatekeep. Oh, but Quizal with that knock on the loop. Time to hop in that vehicle. It's time to get moving. The fight has begun. Ding, ding, ding. Quizal looking to finish it quickly.
And you need to. Without very low here. Goodness me, has to drop out the
Why is it the lucky time? 2026 को अहिलेको
gets the first aid kit off though. Ulf does move over towards the north
side. पनि आउनु भएछ त.
Wonder how much of this they have heard. Dopeness again. The way
did
not work out this time around. And I'm glad that
ल्यान्डमा नजानी रे मैले भनेको छु ल्यान्डमै त्यो मिलाइदे वाच पार्टी भनेर हेरौँ के हुन्छ
Finally they clear out some space for themselves. Now they can play in towards the south side and hopefully play a little bit further into the south side later on.
Hey, Alpha 7 crowd, I know you are in here. I want to start hearing
Ethernet on the
cheerleading chants, right? Be aggressive, be aggressive. That's what we need to see from Alpha 7 because when they do, man,
जहाँ सुतेको त्यहीँनिर आयो रनमतीलाई
That was like nestled perfectly in his lap.
Oh, he like heard the click of the nade before it popped on him. Qiddiya, silence, getting an early lemon style there.
Dopeness. That's where they'll be cut short.
घरै बसेर गर मजा आउँछ वहाँ गयो नि आइआरएलहरु पनि गर्न मिल्छ नि त
Yeah, Alpha 7 still taking it a little bit slow. Smoke's going down. They've got Furia down towards their south side. Can certainly play off the back of that.
Come on, Zone, go south. Let's just go crazy here. Full-fledged urban finish. Can you imagine? That would be wild. Qiddiya wouldn't like that. Let's see if the Zone does surprise everybody here. As it is just about to pop. Where are we going? Oh!
कस्तो मिलाउँछु त यार म रनमतीको छोरो
they're a little lucky, right?
फाइनलमा हाम्रो केटाहरु कताबाट खेल्छ इराङ्गलमा अझै फिक्स छैन किनकि 6 वटा टिम अझै आउनु बाँकी छ चाहिँ खाली हुन्छ मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली त्यहीबाट खेलिन्छ किनकि तपाईको याजनामा फ्ल्यास छ तिनीहरुले आउनु दिदैन स्कुल अपार्टमेन्टमा गडेल छ उनीहरुले आउनु दिदैन अनि सेल्टर युएलएफ खेल्न खोज्छ होला युएलएफ पुग्यो भने त्यही भएर अहिले सम्म फिक्स छैन होला
Fury similarly as well. I know, disgusting. Not fun. Not enjoyable. Tiamba, however, tearing Ulf apart. They have lost Eagle and Milu at this point, but Tiamba has been a consistent threat inside the lobby. Shame that they moved over towards the northern side. I think it was the smart choice. Don't really want to start in an urban area, especially Los Leones, because it is so massive. And getting out of it can be a bit of an awkward
last one.
mission.
Miramar त Miramar त लाको भए हुन्छ Miramar त गिभ अपै गर्दैन
onto QZZ. Let's see if he ends up getting the thirst. Yes, we're waiting for that to happen in the elimination feed. Catch getting knocked by Nongshim Red Force.
ULF last
now
two.
You got Joker, the Thai team of E-Arena. Just again, so shocked that they're even here in the first place. They had a record-breaking Rondo.
Godel झरेन भने ULF झर्छ.
Points and still weren't able to make it into the finals. Now they're here.
School apartment.
7th place. They're right there on that cutoff. Gonna go ahead and get even
School apartment होला नि
to
मेन.
that 6th place position with that elimination.
रोजकमा त ओजी छ हौ.
Right below the likes of Nongshim.
Obscure knock, nice. So त्यो देखा. त्यो फाट देखा. डाँडाबाट knock हानेर
Really starting to ring up here as teams are just trying to find a position in this next zone.
Yeah, Alpha 7 plays up towards the silos, tries to get a bit of high ground to work with, to watch down towards a lot of these other teams. Should be very resable here for Obscure too. They've got RQ underneath them. Nade plays should go well. I mean, Carrillo has full broadside on this, just doesn't want to expose himself to other angles from within the city. That's not a bad position to kind of stepping stone from, potentially. Your Fury coming in from that western side. Igor's taken down by Alula at distance.
Oi.
This is hard though. You're going to have to stop off right now. A lot of smokes were already invested. Igor's going to need to be rezzed.
Main Pochinki-ma Nigma छ, IDA छ.
Can't be getting knocked. Oh, and thirsted by Baton. So the Wolves stealing the elimination. Now says, okay, this is the angles I needed. Just cooked in the spot. This is a really bad position. Fortunately for them, though, there's so many other teams right above, forcing Carrillo to not be able to make some plays. He finds an angle, though, puts some pressure, immediately pops back out over, and now Qiddiya are going to get the mix here. Qiddiya with the push onto RQ.
ल दुईटेको किल A7 ले उठायो यार केटा.
Here, but they do end up taking out RQ. But is Alpha
7 ले उठायो सबै किल.
Yeah, Carrillo steals an elimination.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need. I mean, Carrillo's been doing a good amount of work here, waiting for the rest of his team.
यिनीहरुलाई त्यो राइटको नक भयो भने थाहा छैन क्या के थाहा छ यिनीहरुले नक हाने क्या किन पुश हानेन त यार लास्ट वन हुन थाहा छैन क्या
trying to get him back up on his feet. Realistically, 7 they want to slip down towards this location.
पुश हाइन रहेछ राइटमा गयो
play things out. Sightlines are a bit awkward. Get out the vehicle, confirm the flush.
Oh no, Guizao ends up getting knocked. Rio gets popped back and forth. Ayala doing a great job of just continuing on that pressure. Looks like it is a 2v2 situation. Obscure versus Ayala and Igor. Guizao gets knocked by Schweppes though. And the nades are starting to ring out here. Ayala going to be throwing someone back, but Obscure catches the edge of Igor. Carrillo with 3 eliminations though. Got to make a play.
हान्छ आइलाले 1v2 एक एचपी मा हान्दैन
defense here for Furia. Will look for the first. Carrillo does get himself the nice drive by. Vehicle is flaming. Very, very low.
सुटीले सुन्दैछ यार कल
But Alpha 7 definitely looking a little bit more aggressive here. Carrillo honestly has stepped up this game. I think Carrillo is the main driving force of this match so far. Which is a good thing to say.
WC मा पाउँछ
For a long, long time. Everybody knows this guy is a phenomenal player. This is the first time in a while where we've seen him really take the game into his own hands.
I like how you said driving force right there. I know you did that on purpose. These guys have been doing these drive-bys all day.
I've never seen them do this so often. Usually they just play. Yeah, they just like, oh, we can do this. You know, all right, I want to start doing this more often. And usually they just end up playing together on foot, pushing together, and just being an unstoppable force. But now they're doing these like really cheeky drive-by plays. I don't know if I like it, but it's working for now. They're in 3rd place, and that is all that matters. As long as they make it into that top 6, that's where they need to be. Obscure, getting some shots. Gonna have to dodge those and throwing out that util onto Goat. Not able to get the knock just yet. Knowing that, man, this is gonna be a tough one to get into this circle. Everybody's looking the direction. Do they have any vehicles? No. It's gonna be up to and that M4 to get them in this next circle. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, Crew making that
7 point हो इनहरु ल्याउने मर्यो मर्यो जुन पनि ल्याउन दिदैनौ सक्के उल्फले पाएन आजको दिन 42 मा सक्का राम्रो यार 42 पनि भला
ओए त्यसलाई त
सोल्लेसले पड्कायो इनहरुले ब्याक क्लियर गर्छ क्या हो उल्फले
Let's take a look here, Hot Jukes. E-Arena looking to redeem themselves.
Back clear
top side of the tables in 7th and get themselves some more points on this game. Looking a little bit prettier. Fury went down after 7th to get some more points. And again, we are starting to see
आने
push themselves further up.
AGL नि आएन त फेरि
लुट्नु आउँदै छ
आए नेड आउने हो पछाडी जा ब्रो नेड आउँछ भाग
AGL, another one of those teams really trying to make things happen for their org in this World Cup. Only 1 elimination so far. Ooh,
Oi, DTR both इनहरुलाई त हान्नु पर्छ यार.
1 HP. No, actually no, he does have 3 first aids. Let's see if he's going to start using them. AGAL starting to push up there towards Wolf.
Zone को लायो. YG लाई त्यही भएर चिच्यायो.
He does. Zone.
Clean fit चलेछ छैन
the next 39 seconds though. Can they get these heals off? XCC just can't find that perfect hit.
Only by network stream गर्नु पर्ला. आज होल्डिङ बाट गरेको.
Bounce it off the doorway.
It
was a little long though, yeah, but it's not quite there for AGAL.
म त स्ट्रिमर हो नि त ब्रो दुईटा नेट त चाहियो नि त लाइक डेली स्ट्रिमरलाई हैन र मलाई लाइक नेटले गर्दाखेरि मैले स्ट्रिम गर्न मेरो भ्युअरहरु नछुट्नु भएन नि त के गर्दै बस्नु हो दिनभर मेरो बेरोजगार दाजुभाइहरु
Again, I respect the motion here. Because they know that they're on 75
NS को चिक्स हुँदा हेरे हुन सक्छ तर एज छ
so for QZZ he's going to put all the stock into trying to live out this game as long as possible as a solo. No risk taken.
Survive.
Yeah.
Gotta survive here. Might as well. I don't care how many points you have. You play as hard as you can all the way up to the end to guarantee that you extend your stay here in Paris. Here comes Nongshim Red Force though. Monster squad. Putting some pressure on Al-Ula. Hyunbin, Maxman's favorite player. So humble.
Let's go NS.
Throws the nade
and
gets the knock.
And that's why.
Form आइज तिमीहरु फाइनल अगाडि फर्म आउनु पर्छ.
DBS in hand. That's to push on in.
Prediction को नि हिसाब राखौँ है गेम सकेपछि म टोटल पोइन्ट क्याल्कुलेट गरिहाल्छु नि.
They have 4 players still alive here. QZZ finally goes down. That will be Tiamba's run done. 75 points is where they'll finish the day. Again, like we're saying, roughly around 15 points for top 6. See if they can go further tomorrow. E-Arena, another team that desperately wants that scoreline, but Cloud from Yangon Galacticos opens up onto 1. Geeke also chiming in here. Have to drop those smokes down, just wants players to get closer to them. Los Leones uncomfortable in the central position. Honestly, for Yangon Galacticos, if they can get rid of more and more players here from E-Arena, there is a world where they may want to cross the road.
They're going to have to here. We can see them with those P90s. They're making it happen. I don't know who.
They got to go.
Oh, they got to go immediately. As you can see, AGAL.
ULF suck out last 2
days. As we now have reached the final circle shift here. We are in
last zone, bro.
I don't know who it was that wanted to see a Los
Leones
finish here. Whoever it is, they got what they wished for.
एउटा स्मोक भएको भए बाँच्थ्यो यार त्यो झ्यालमा स्मोक खेलाको भए.
Do get themselves a little bit further in the lobby here. Up to 10th now.
Qiddiya, NS अनि Wolf.
It's a decent innings.
Canva A7.
You're right, we're almost heading into stage 9. I was surprised that Yangon Galacticos didn't try to hit the train here. They are slowly moving across because they know E-Arena is weak and they're on the center dot. Like, that's where you want to be, and they've opened things up, but they're being very, very careful right now. Yeah, and we're almost in the last zone.
8 teams still remaining. None of them can afford to go out right now. Got Wolves there on the southwest side. Those guys need some points, big time. AGAL, Young Galacticos are previous champs. These are the squads that really need them more than anybody else.
I just have to.
You got the likes of GK, Nongshim Red Force, and E-Arena right there. You can see the Wolves getting into some CQC action. They take out quick. Now they're rocking a 2-2 split. GK are still in this
GK 4 जना,
fight.
NS 4 जना, Wolves 4 जना, AG 4 जना, YG 4 जना.
It's really going to come down to the last second here.
Wolves को 1 जना, EA को 2 जना.
On this game. Yangon Galacticos maintaining high ground. I mean, once we got a better lay of the land, kind of understand why they're still playing. They have 2 players up front though, so there is a possibility. Wolves also needing points off the back of this game. Running on 25 right now.
EA को साकुरा खेल्न छाड्यो रे.
Getting the park
अहिले अर्को टिमहरुमा होला हो त्यो.
through that smoke into a better position.
NC2 साकुरा भन्नेहरु सँगै टिम खेल्दै होला अर्को टिममा. SEA को थाहा नै छैन यार अब किकमा वाच पार्टी गर्नुपर्छ SEA रिजनको नि नाति हुन केटा हो सबै रिजन हेर्ने हो अब रनमाथि
Oh, these guys need to hire a new roofer, man. This is so tough. This hole in the roof is being so rough on them.
Never lost single penny.
For the side of Nongshim Red Force. And here we go.
NS last one हो
here, folks. The zone is about to close to the center of the map.
ओले जित्ने भो
As
केटा
Baton
हो
and the Wolves trying to keep their
नाइ केटाहरु गयो मेरो फोके गर्दै थियो कुन चाहिँ पटिकोले गयो भने ट्यानबा A7 EA ले भन्दै होला गयो भनेर पक्कै तर यहाँ उल्फ पनि मरिसक्यो अब NS पनि मर्यो भने त सक्यो त उल्फ मरिसक्यो त उल्फ के ULF
Nongshim Red Force maneuver, but Baton has got him locked in the corner. Will just send in to
Zone बाहिर गएर सकाए दे यार Wolves ले.
Yangon Galacticos still using this high ground.
Kina गएको zone बाहिर.
Hello यार you can buy.
In an awkward position on that north side. Finally they strike. That's Slonic. He went up high from behind.
Intense हुन्छ जस्तो छ माथि तल अब.
Finding a bit of an area to play off the back of.
YG को knock खा. यतिखेर त kill feed पनि पर्नु भयो हुँदैन.
Maple as well, trying to find that precious high ground. Gonna be able to look at those plays, but here comes the blue zone. This is an unrelenting circle. It's going down to the center. The plays, no choice. Bust out those shotguns, hit those shots. Maple looking for the angles. TBS in hand, and you got Elementrix.
His team. AG ले हान्छ है
2v कति हो
AG ले हान्छ हो चिकन
also KRX went down in 16 but now AGAL looking for the
AG ले हान्छ हो 3v2v1
E-Arena slowly falling and now out AGAL
फेरि यो हाई ग्राउन्डमा रहेछ नि त फेरि चलेर हान्न स्लोनिक
Wolves with 2. All these teams very, very important right now. They get further up in the rankings. Who will be able to finish this off? Wolves with the high ground. AGAL underneath, flower blooming from the desert floor.
Finding the angle.
Oi! क्या नहीं कुछ तो ये तेस्तो तो आप तो सॉर्ट गन तेस्तो डैमेज है यार
पत्रा सॉर्ट गन आने यार
पत्रा आने हो तिया मुनी देखी तिया माथी
and they needed that game so bad
लागेको यार त्यत्रो टाढा देखि सॉर्ट गन यिनीहरु माथि आयो धेरै माथि आयो
DTR बाट सिधै STR पुग्न आएगा
बराबर भयो कि सायद हेरम राम्ररी हो र
just delivering the nice play from them, a good disengage from Ulf earlier on too. Wonderful stuff.
Total गर्छु नात्यो न.
They played the high ground. I love the way the Slonic played that out. Got up there earlier on, hit a lovely little backstab over towards Yangon Galacticos. But is it enough? Is it enough? Going smart. It is the top 6 right now. Tiamba, Furia, all really got themselves into a very, very good position there.
भोलि भेट्नु पर्छ ल म अब यो किकको पोइन्टको क्याल्कुलेट गरेर चल्दिन्छु.
Tiny drop in the ocean in terms of points. Furia, they got to go a little bit further. For everyone else, this is coming down to the wire tomorrow. I can guarantee it.
Calculator. म भन्छु है त को थियो प्रेडिक्सनमा केटा हो
everybody because tomorrow is going to be one heck of a show.
Canva A7 EA.
Are you serious?
EA ले 10 पॉइंट लिएर आयो.
All of AGAL their fans, organization are so
Canvale
excited.
0 point. A7 ले 7 point. 17 point लिएर आएछ केटाहरुको टिमले. फुरियाले कति लिएर आयो? फुरियाले 3 लिएर आएछ. NS.
I mean, good stuff. Honestly, very, very good stuff. That shot from
Rongsimले 6 लिएर आएछ.
absolutely criminal, by the way. He went on for a little
ULF
kick
ले
and fired
7
straight
लिएर
there with the
आएछ.
pellets.
1 ले जितेछ यार.
But yeah, that's it. But the thing is, this is actually a great time to get a win.
1 ले जितेछ यार माथिको केटाहरुले.
Oh my God, the relief is palpable inside of this squad. Going into tomorrow, it's not the most momentum you can have, but it does feel good. I genuinely
फेरि क्याल्कुलेट गर्छु ल.
shown us what that feel good nature can do for you.
With the craziness that we've seen so far, I think if AJAL don't win that one, I would have had very little hope for
Exclamation
them, right?
prediction.
The fact that they did, though, really just lights a fire,
Furiaको
I
3.
think, in them, everybody watching and supporting them
NS
here.
NS
Puts them in a
को
great spot for
6.
tomorrow. And one thing I did notice, and I'm starting to see a trend of
ULF
it,
को
is that
7.
the word nice is international, baby. Because, I mean, you just keep hearing that
16
no matter
केटाहरुको
what. I
17
mean, no
ल.
matter what team, what org, right there at the end, that is the unification word of victory.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice. But DRX, KRX, sorry, it's not so nice.
No.
It is not so nice.
No.
Again, tomorrow it's going to take miracles. This is a great squad. It's got some strong players on side.
ल बधाई छ केटा.
If anyone can do it, it's going to be them.
They need
ल जिजी केटा हो सबजनालाई गुड नाइट गुड नाइट.
not even wait a little bit.
भोलि भेट्नु पर्छ है त केटा.
In Rondo.
In the meantime, let's head down to the stage to close out our day with
ल
Kalaris.
गुड नाइट केटा हो.
That's right, thank you very much, Blank. Of course,
Interview
I do
हेर्ने
have
हो र?
Ragnarok here from GK after they've
Well,
had a
English
pretty
बोल्छ होला.
successful day, all things considered, for the game so far. So let's start off with this last Miramar. Obviously, it goes down to yet another Los Leones ending that we actually have here. You guys were in one of the buildings pretty early to try and play it out, but it's always hard to transition between those locations. What was the game plan for GK once you'd found that spot?
To be honest, I'm one of the best players in the world in Los Leones. I have been playing Los Leones for maybe 7 years. So
Oye,
I know
ala
every
activity
exit
diye
and
yaar.
every exit for Los Leones.
I'm one of the best players to play in Los Leones.
It will be clear. So we crashed it in the 3rd zone. Yeah, it was clear, but it was maybe center of the zone. So
Chicken kina
everybody's
na tani best
focusing on
player
us. We couldn't like peek on much players. We couldn't take much eliminators also. So we played a little bit passive. But at the end zone, we got kicked out of the zone. So the zone was rushing us in our pack. Also, 2 teams was holding on us. I think 1 team in the hangar and YG on
Overall,
the left.
म overall मै देखाएँ नि
Teams
तिमीहरुलाई
and we got
नाथ्यौ न.
eliminated. But so far, it's not really bad game. It's a hard zone, but we managed to get some points. That's fine.
Not too bad at all.
Fine, fine.
Talk to me about the win that you guys were able to have today as well. Because obviously, I think that's your second win of the tournament.
मेरो
so far,
Discord
right?
फेरि
You got one
चल्न
in group
छोडेछ.
stage.
ए हैन
So
चल्छ.
that win, obviously you had that compound for a long time, west side of Pachinki, or west from Pachinki, I want to say. So was it just a case of lock that down and then
ल
really
यार,
kind of
Pekamots.
flex down against the other positions of the rest of
भोलि
the teams
भेट्नु
and
पर्छ.
eventually dealt with Alpha 7? That looked fantastic.
Okay.
So talk to me about that finish.
To be honest, it's a 50-50 zone. Like, it was a little bit lucky that the zone came back to us, but still, if the zone didn't come back to us, I was managing the movement from this compound. I was going to manage everything. That's why I choose this compound, Mini Pachinki, because I know how to move
Mini
from this
Pachinki भन्छ त.
position. And it was an easy game, to be honest.
कुन गेमको?
Fantastic.
अघिको
Any
गेमको
last
कुरा
words for your
गरेको.
fans out there watching EK trying to make the push here to the top 6?
यिनीहरुले चिकन हान्नेको गेमको कुरा गरेर छ नि त.
Who support us, and we hope to make you proud.
Again?
Maybe we're gonna
के रे?
play better tomorrow.
Highlight हालेन भने
take
पैसा
this
दिँदैन?
qualification card for the finals,
Highlight
and
हैन हो
the
त्यो
finals, we're
उयो
gonna
क्या?
change everything, don't worry about
हाल न एउटा सर्ट जस्तो.
Ragnarok, thank you very much. Fantastic interview. It's time to head on over to Barney, who has more to come.
That's right, Kalaris. I've got Tony K here from E.
यसको इन्टरभ्यु त नहेरौँ
Ready
है.
to have a very quick
वाक्क भयो
chat.
ल. ल केटा हो आजको ओभरअल चाहिँ यही हो. यो राइटको ओभरअल. यो है राइटको है. Tanba first 75 points, Furia second 49, Alpha 7 42, EA र GK 41 41, Nongsim 39, एकदम close 37 Wolves, RRQ 35,
13 सम्मलाई चान्स रहेछ
AG ULF GOAT 32, Dopeness YZ 31, कस्तो 13 हो 14 चाहिँ कति नै फरक छ र ओए 15 चाहिँ कति नै फरक छ र
16
अनि कस्तो कुरा गरेको 15लाई 13 पोइन्ट चाहिएको छ 6th हुन एक चिकनमै 6th हुन्छ ल यार बाई यार रोहित ल गुड नाइट केटा हो चल्देको है त अब चाहिँ